222.
1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5.
222. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Dobre rano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket, and a very hot one as well. We are in Prague, the Vinoš cricket ground, and specifically Banks Field, for this T20 international between Norway and Luxembourg. Luxembourg winning the toss, electing to field. So Norway are out there. It's going to be Gorad and Kumari to open the batting. And for Luxembourg, it's going to be Kushkan Pal to open the bowling. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you on a scorcher in Czechia. Czechia, of course, the third team in this Tri-Series Central European Cup. It's a tournament with over a decade of history, and here's the next chapter beginning right now. Nobody at fine leg, so that'll run away. And let me tell you, this field is lightning fast. Probably three here if they're watching. They're not. It's almost going to cause a run out now. They do decide to go for three. Just showed you, able to take two, take a nap, and still take the third. And we are off and running. 3 runs to start this CE Cup. Yeah, Norway, a team I've seen before quite a few times. Called them in Portugal last year. Actually had a golden ball in their first ever T10 on ECN, but they're no strangers to us. Luxembourg, we have seen them from time to time as well, maybe not as frequently. On the pad, umpire doesn't give it too much consideration. But yeah, this format is pretty simple. It's a tri-series. Each team plays their opponents twice, and that works out to 6 matches. And there's 2 matches a day. Today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Kanpal. Pretty accurate so far. It's obviously something you're looking for. So this is actually the other Vinoš field. It's not the field that we normally broadcast from. There's actually 2 grounds here. You know that if you've been following European cricket. So it's nice to see the Banks field getting some attention here, but it is so fast. They can't water the field here. Only the gods can, which means it's super, super fast. It's going to run away, and I think we could see some reasonably high scores if batters get in the series. Also, it's extremely hot, currently 31 degrees, and it's 11 a.m. local. Expecting a maximum today of about 36. It's been full here like that, probably a little bit too full. Once again, this will go most of the way to the boundary, and they will get another 2 runs. So I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. Hello to Rob Thompson. Hello to Rico Full as well, saying, yeah, it's a big weekend of women's cricket. That's absolutely right, because we've got the CE Cup here, which is a tri-series involving these 2 teams and Czechia. We also have a 4-match series getting underway in Bulgaria today, the Balkan Cup, which is a 4-matcher between Bulgaria and Serbia. Another one. They should get 2. You can see already just these taps are flying. That's probably gone 45, 50 metres off the bat. It was only a little love tap, wasn't it? But, yeah, also over the weekend we'll be showing the Portuguese League, which has 3 matches a day. So I think I worked it out. Something like 48 hours of cricket across the weekend. Live cricket here on ECN. And after a little bit of a quiet week or 2, sure you're as excited as me that we're back and giving you a triple treat. Pretty good first over that one, but the outfield has already had its say, and we could be heading for a weekend with lots of runs. It's the end of the first over, 7 without loss. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network, and it's my pleasure to welcome in my co-commentator for the day, Shoban Ganaik, and Shoban, it's a hot one. Let's start with that.
Absolutely. 31 degrees, as you said. And it can go high up to 36 degrees. What a day it has been. And I would say last couple of days in scorcher. But this one is a really good one. Norway locking horns with Luxembourg. Match number 1 here at ECN Central Euro Cup T20 International Women's. The first over, quite watchful. 7 for no loss.
It wasn't really an attacking shot in the over. It's more just kind of worked around. You can see how fast this outfield is. You can also tell when it gets less and less green how quick this outfield is. So First over is down. It's second over that is going to start. It's actually going to be Divya Kanpal to bowl from the other end. This is from the car park end. So, yeah, not too much wind to speak of to start. So, winning the toss and fielding. I suppose you probably avoid fielding in the hotter part of the day, but it still is extremely hot. As it's going to be Anushka Gorad to face up. She hit the first ball of the day for 3. Hasn't faced since. Here she is facing Divya. Well bowled first up. And yeah, Shoban, obviously, you're no stranger. You've commentated the CE Cup quite a few times now, even pre-ECN era, with Phil, who's also here with us today. Phil's got an official role, so you probably won't hear him on commentary for the first couple of days. But a happy Peacock Friday to all our viewers as well. Here's Divya. Little bit of an outside edge this time. Once again, it's going to run away. Batters have to be, I suppose, a little bit conscious that there might be an extra run compared to what there might usually be. I just think often in the women's game, they're so used to maybe just going for one that they're not really looking for a 2. But I think this is one of those days where the 1s will become 2s and the 2s will become 3s.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially this ground, the Banks field, is quite slow. And when you talk about the wicket as well, it doesn't come nicely onto the bat. If you talk about the Scott Page one, there the ball flies. So here, as a batter, you have to do an extra bit of work.
Deep mid wicket's in place here. So yeah, again, same thing. You need to be looking at least for 2 there. That time it wasn't. The mid wicket was a bit off the boundary. It's true what you say. This pitch is considered a little bit slower on the number 2 ground than maybe the main field that we're normally on. But for these teams, I mean, it's a great opportunity for them to show what they can do. The big story, I suppose, from the locals' point of view, will be can the Czechs get their first ever win in T20IW cricket? I mean, they have a 0-19 all-time record.
I just graduated my first year.
Whereas Luxembourg and Norway do have some wins, quite a few actually, between them. It's the other thing here, it can keep down occasionally. I think they're very good cricket pitches here at Vinoj, both of the wickets, in that there is that slight bit of variation, isn't there?
Absolutely. And also expect the spinners to play a massive role here. The surface usually offers grip, a little bit of change in pace, and it just dies down. So you have to be in your stance slightly low when you're playing your shots.
Norway, by the way, they've played 37 T20 internationals. So, and they've won 11 of those. So obviously they had some success. They've got a few neighbours up there in the north that they can play against. It's logistically, I suppose, a little bit easier. Of course, T20 internationals went global, didn't they, in 2019? It was opened up to all ICC-affiliated countries before only a handful would qualify. Divya. That's a nice shot. In fact, that'll probably run away for the first boundary of the weekend. Cracking shot. They're a little bit short, and Gorad jumped all over it. Kanpal ends up going for 8 in the over, and a bright start for the Norwegians after getting sent in match 1 of the CE Cup T20IW. Norway 15 without loss.
That's a very good shot, actually. Just waited for that delivery and then swivel, got that boundary. We're talking about the Norwegian side. Absolutely, the men have done wonders in European cricket. So they're quite a professional unit. Isa Hassan is one of the names. Going to bat at number 3, brings solid experience with the bat and holds the highest individual score of 54.
Yeah. Anytime you get a T20 or any international 50, it's certainly worth noting. Luxembourg, from memory, they've got, I think, a 7-8 record in T20IW cricket. Again, they're probably a bit newer to the scene, but they will consider this a really good opportunity to play some competitive cricket. But tough conditions for all the players. Look, it comes down to this. Cricket, it is a summer sport. You do want to look after the players as well. We're talking kind of record temperatures this weekend in Prague as well. They're even talking hottest day ever on Sunday. So, yeah, tomorrow and Sunday, the games have actually been brought forward a little bit to try and avoid the worst of it. As this is start of the 3rd over, and it's going to be Kush Kanpal to continue. So it's her 2nd over. But it is going to be challenging. I know we'll have a couple of extra drinks breaks, kind of like, you might call them hydration breaks at the quarter mark of the innings or the 6 over end of the power play, and also after 15 overs we'll get an extra drinks break as well. we'll have the regular drinks break after 10. So obviously trying to look after everybody concerned. That's players, includes the umpires as well, who have a big day out there. But yeah, not a cloud in the sky. It's quite hazy. And it's going to be a scorching weekend. Apologies, I know we've got a slight issue with the picture. I know you can hear us right now. So I'll call this one in. That's Kush Kanpal. Bowser, fantastic stuff. It was full, it was straight, and Kumari played all around it. It's the first wicket of the CE Cup T20IW. Kumari out for 5. Good reward there for Kush, who kept it straight, kept it full. That time she rattles the timber. Norway, 15 for 1.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. He played all around it, and Vijay Kumari just was slightly not aware of that. That's the first wicket from Divya Kanpal, and for the Luxembourg side, it's a huge wicket because the batter that they have got out is really can play those long, crucial knocks.
So, yeah, Kush Kanpal bowling in tandem with Divya. They've bowled well together. I mean, like I said, a couple of shots have gotten away. There's just been the one boundary. But, yeah, good reward, keeping it simple. As we know, actually, at this level, if you can get those dangerous players out.
Okay.
Then you go a long way to winning the game. So, new batter comes in is Aisha Hassan. She'll be facing up. And for Khushbu Kanpal, I think she's already worked it out on this pitch. You don't want to be too short. The only 4 we did see was off a short ball. Yeah, so apologies for the lack of picture, but hopefully you can hear me. I'm getting a lot of comments in the chat saying, can't see, but we can hear. If you were here, you would certainly be feeling the heat. That could be said. We're already up into the 30s. And yet it's the heat that's causing a few things to melt down. Anyway, here's Isha Hassan facing up for the first time as Kush comes in. It's a full toss and it's turned away behind square. Slight fumble, but they'll settle for a single. Shoban, you've lived here in Czechia for quite a while. There's been a few heat waves since I've been here, but I've never quite remember it being as hot over a few day period as it has been lately.
Yeah, absolutely. Even for me, coming from India, it's pretty hot for me as well.
And electronics, they've come a long way, but feels a bit like they're trying to, imagine you put the camera in a microwave and expect it to work. That's where we're at the moment. As Kush comes in, it's full, it's outside the off stump, and it's a play and a miss. So good pressure from Luxembourg. I suppose when you win the toss and you elect to bat, you're hoping for early wickets. They have won. I'll be hoping for more.
Yeah, and also the clutch batter, Mira Rizwan, batting at number 3. In fact, Aisha Hassan, the highest individual score of 54. She has the experience.
This is going to be a big no ball. In fact, it was a full toss over the head of the batter, and it bounces just before. And then we'll just try and see if we can get the cameras back up. So just letting everyone know what's going on. Yeah, the dreaded Minimo. So this makes this a free hit. That one really did get away from Kush Kanpal. Free hit is hit, but it doesn't go anywhere. It goes straight to cover where it's well fielded.
Tried a bit there, the batter. In fact, it was in the slot.
What we're going to do, Shoban, we're going to say au revoir for a second. Ah, we are back. Okay, so we won't have to leave. Apparently, we've got it back up to an extent.
You don't have to say au revoir. You have to say bienvenue.
Bienvenue. What does au revoir mean? Is that goodbye forever?
Yeah.
Well, one day it'll be true. But isn't it great? Triple treat ECN cricket this weekend with the matches here. and also Bulgaria getting underway today. That's hot there, but not quite as hot. I was chatting to Rico. Rico's covering Bulgaria this weekend, looking for about 31 degrees there in Sofia. And the funny thing is Portugal, which normally is hotter because it's further south, it's about 25 degrees there. Apparently it rained all day yesterday. So they've got a lot more of a temperate situation.
And Vinny, you don't need to forget, I did the Bulgarian series
I
last
remember.
year. 3 T20Is.
That was your initiation. In fact, it's two of the teams that were playing in that quad series last year. Turkey and Greece played last year, as well as Bulgaria, Serbia. This year it's just a bilateral four-match series. And they only have one doubleheader tomorrow. Again, I just think looking after the players rather than try and play two every day. They play one today, they play two tomorrow, they play one on Sunday morning. As Divya Kanpal starts over number 4, pushed away behind point, as Aisha Hassan scampers through for a single. Of course, what we probably should say is Norway, typically not as hot as this. And just chatting to some of the Norwegian players, they said, it's a challenge. But it's a challenge that we relish. Cricket is a summer sport, and we're going to give it our best effort. Luxembourg, again, pretty rare to get this hot there, but they're maybe a little bit more accustomed to it. The teeth of summer. Short and be wide for down the leg side. I suppose the question then becomes, what's a par score here? What's a good score? What do you think in these conditions?
I think 120, I would say. 6 and over, it'll be pretty tough for the opposition to chase. And also, Norwegian side have a very good bowling lineup. So 120 to 125 will be quite handful on this kind of a surface. As I've told you many times, that this surface is not like the one that we have seen in Czechia whenever the cricket has happened before.
Nice cut this time by Gorad, straight through point. Once again, it'll test the field and running away. I think that was never going to be caught. So it'll be another 4 to Gorad, who's shown adeptness with the horizontal bat shot. She pulled a 4 earlier, now she cuts the 4. She's looking good. She's got a big responsibility, doesn't she, at the top of the order for Norway.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one that she played, the previous one, going off the back foot, and then the finish of the shot was really good.
I think also when we've done these games before, and we've done so many of them now, it's hard to say what a par is because it is so dependent, I think, on how the top 4 go. If you can skittle the top 4 for, let's say, under 20, then you can easily keep a team to double digits. In the air and taken. Big moment early, Gorad. She was on the back foot again, but this time she picks out the fielder. It's a double strike for Divya and a big moment early in the opening match of this CE Cup. This is the second wicket falls, and Norway, I'll be disappointed. Gorad was looking good, but it has to go now.
Yeah, it was short and wide, and then somehow she couldn't control that shot. And the fielder at short cover took a very special catch. And that wicket will definitely hurt them, at both the openers have to walk back. And I'm talking about the Norwegian side. When you have a senior batter at the other end, you just have to feed her strike. But she couldn't do that. So Anushka has to depart. Tall, lanky bowler is doing the trick. Divya Kanpal. Bright start for the Luxembourg side. And Norway somehow have to be a little careful here. They don't want to give an opening to the opposition. Speaking about this kind of surfaces, you never know. 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, 3 brings 4. Don't want to be in a spot of bother where you have 50 for 5 after 10 overs. So you have to be careful. And it's pretty sure the ball is not coming onto the bat. So you just have to wait. Just play that percentage shot. Can't just swing right from the word go. The previous one we saw, her eyes just lit up. It was way outside the off stump. Was it a good height to play that shot?
Yeah, she didn't really get under it, but also didn't get over it and presented a fairly easy catch. Nice looking shot first up from Ramya Imadi, who, again, is a pretty experienced player. Got to say, it was a good catch as well, wasn't it? It was one of those moments early on that, if you drop it, all the heads go down, but Elena Gebhard did very, very well to take it about shoulder high. This could be another one. Probably a keeper's catch, an easy catch. It is taken. So another big moment in Marty. Again, caught between two worlds there. Tried to pull. The top edge went up. And Pooja Agrawal, she just had to get there. And once she did, it was a simple catch in two gloves. And so a third wicket falls now. Luxembourg representing early after sending in Norway. They've got them 27 for 3.
The previous shot she played, it was so gorgeous. Why did she go for that? It was short and again onto her body, just crammed in a bit. And then when she went for the big shot straight away, and we're speaking about the surface, and it's pretty hard to play those horizontal shots. You have to give yourself time, at least 15 to 20 deliveries, and then you can play those glamorous shots. And she has to depart. So I've been talking about 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3. And I just worry that they're not 50 for 5 after 10 overs. So it's 27 for 3.
New batter coming out there under all sorts of pressure. Batting 5 is Shangitana Ravindra Kumar. And just Divya maybe getting a bit of extra bounce. I mean, it's the first time that these players would have played on this track. So, especially batting first, maybe got to be a little bit careful with those horizontal bat shots. Probably was on though, just couldn't get on top of it. So, Ravindra Kumar faces up for the first time. Nice looking delivery, but just shapes a little bit too much outside the off stump and will be called a wide.
Also, this ground is used when you talk about the Czech domestics season. It's only the Division 2 and Division 3 teams play over here.
And when you've got dual internationals, though, you will see international cricket on here. But it is a high quality ground. I think it's just typically just not used as the first ground. And like I said, I wouldn't necessarily say the pitch is better or worse than the other one. It's just a little bit different. Maybe it has a little bit more variable bounce, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for the bowlers. It's the end of the over. It's a very good one from Divya Kanpal. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 27 for 3. Let's have a look in the channel at Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand, at Chris Thomas Buenos Dias watching from Madrid. And hello to Kroom in the UK. Hello to Paolo Campini. Hello to the robot as well. What I will say, though, is you'll have to excuse us if occasionally things technically break down today, but just it is extreme heat. Do our best to bring in the action. As always, got a great crew on the ground here. On the other ground, there's the CE Cup men's as well, let's not forget. And we're covering the women's. I just think the decision was made that the women had to serve some exposure after we have had a full European cricket series here in Czechia. I know you were here for some of it as well, Shoban. At the end of May. So, yeah, a chance to highlight the women. But we'll let you know what's happening over there as well. The 3 teams in the men's are Czechia, Luxembourg and Serbia. So, it's going to be captain now to come on, Archie Priya.
Writing TMS, Test Match Special style commentary for the moment.
When we had no picture, I think it probably was. Add that to the CV as well.
Yeah, I love TMS.
Priya. I say it bowled pretty well so far, Luxembourg. This is a nice little late cut again. You've got to be looking for 3 here. I think it's a long throw. Again, that's an easy 3. It was never going to come back in time. It's about a par 3 from that position. Just to let everyone know, we are going to reset and we'll one more time and try and get a few things up and running. So you'll have to excuse us for a second while we do that. We'll be back very shortly.
It's a very important juncture of the game.
And apologies for that slight delay as we try and get things moving. I know at the moment we'll just be able to show you from this main view, but yeah, a few things melting down, which I suppose is a bit concerning because we haven't even seen the hottest part of the day yet or the hottest part of the weekend. But again, super excited to bring you these pictures. This is Priya, Artie Priya, the Luxembourg skipper. Luxembourg have made a good start after sending in Norway with 3 early wickets. That's good delivery as well. I've really liked the length for the most part so far. There's been the occasional short ball that's crept in. But for the most part, that kind of full inviting the drive length has been very effective for Luxembourg.
She has got the feel for it as well. On the offside is packed. There's a third and also point, short cover, in fact, extra cover as well, mid-off.
Trying to squeeze the singles as well as create catching opportunities in there. This one outside the off stump. Battle lets it go past. But yeah, stay with us and stay patient today. That's all we ask. I suppose all I could say is if you were here, you would understand. It's potentially the hottest weekend on record in Prague. Say well done to James, who's pushing the buttons, who's set everything up and put in a big morning already to bring you the pictures. That one is down the leg side and a rare misdirected delivery from Luxembourg. Good to see that the score is back at the moment. You might be seeing more than we are though, because again we've had a few things go black here, but the main thing is the viewers can see them. We'll get to the end of the over, and I think might be one more over before we have the first drinks break. I'll have very quick drinks breaks after 6 as well as 10 and 15. The 10th one will be a little bit more extended, but hey, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Good to be back on ECN. And of course, it has been a very hot week so far. At some point, we're going to have to talk about our excursion yesterday, Shoban. That we went swimming to the famous yellow baths, or the Žuté lažny, as they call it here. But we were asking, well, I asked you, can you swim? And so this, I believe this will become one of my favorite stories. When we asked Shoban, can you swim? He said, not really, but I've been learning off YouTube. And what probably my favorite moment of yesterday is when you did let go of the ladder and you're in the deep water, and whatever you had learned off YouTube pretty much got eliminated by a sudden survival / panic reflex. Would you like to tell us about your swimming ability and your experience yesterday? First, let's get ready for the 6th over. We had a great day. In fact, this time yesterday we were in the river, weren't we? It was a bit more pleasant. As the 6th over gets underway, it's going to start with a wide.
But the transition from pool to the river,
open water,
actually, it's a massive challenge.
And eventually,
some of the techniques definitely worked for me.
It worked once we gave you a life vest, and you had a bit more confident. True. There's no shame in it. Change of pace.
It just became a little embarrassing because I was the only one.
Jagadati Dubey getting over number 6, so they decide to give Divya Khanpal a rest. I mean, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. I mean, depending on where you grow up, some people don't learn to swim when they're young. In Australia, it's kind of a must-do. There's so much water around that it's parents get very stressed with so many pools. On the front foot, and trying to cross-bat that, probably not the right shot to play for Mira Braswan, the captain of Norway, who's out there now. Pardon me, that's Aisha Hassan, who's facing up. Takes her on the pad, but in the end, Fire turns it down. Oh, she's bowled her. Similar kind of length, and that time Hassan looking a little bit puzzled about exactly what's happened. It's an early wicket for Dubey, and Luxembourg continuing their very good start. That's the 4th wicket down in the power play.
That's a massive wicket. And what was she trying to play there? As Hassan, the previous one, she missed out. It was close LBW shout. And the next one, going for the wild heave down towards the leg side. and missed it altogether. That's a huge wicket.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of length, again, she's trying to stand up and sweep that, but it's especially if that ball's anywhere near the stumps, you gotta try and play it with a straight bat at this stage, especially with 3 wickets down. And give credit to the bowler, though, asking the right questions, getting it full, getting it straight enough. Mirab Sajjad will be a new batter, batting 6. Still in this 6-over power play, 33 for 4 now.
She missed the length of the ball completely. Maybe other batters getting out just got to her a little bit and she's not watching the ball close. Or else, with that the caliber she has, she'll never miss that kind of a delivery, which was full.
I was just going to say, it seems to be a little bit of sideways. I know that we're side on, but I think she just misjudged the line of that delivery, not just the length. So, Mirab Sajjad gets an opportunity. You've got to look at it that way. She's batting 6. Again, that's a more traditional straight bat shot, bit of forward defence really, but off the edge, sneaks away for her first run.
That's why I feel, Vinny, whenever you're playing on this kind of surface, you have to stay a little bit low in your stance so that you are just, parallel to the crease and also watching the ball close. Because the more down you go, it's pretty easy to judge the line and length of the ball. If you stay upright, normally the modern T20 stance, it's pretty difficult to get your bat around and play those shots. So you have to be, your bat lift has to be also a little defensive.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the situation, depends on the kind of player you are as well. Jagrati Dubé continuing the pressure. So they've got to have 4 bowlers all do a good job so far. It's a good sign for Luxembourg. Norway, obviously, first match of a series. You're always, I suppose, concerned in new conditions. Just a few running repairs there for Jangir Ravindra Kumar. Last ball before the 6-over drinks break. Actually, long way back there. Go to the bowlers end. That might have been really tight if it had hit. In the end, it's a wide down the leg side, so it'll be a wide +1. 2 free runs changes the strike, so it'll actually be Sajjad to face the last ball of the power play. Good over. Really good over. It will be the end of the power play, so it'll be 36 before after 6. We'll take a quick break as well. Back in a couple of minutes in the first match of this Central Europe Cup T20IW.
Yeah.
The 6 overs, 36 for 4. We're back after the quick drinks break. This has been a struggle so far for the Norwegian side, not able to capitalize in the power play and then losing wickets, while Luxembourg's side have been quite incredible, I would say. Prodigious swing, line and length has been quite good. No blemish on the field. They've got all the chances that's been presented in front of them. And the bowlers have responded, especially when you win the toss and elect to bat. Slightly behind the red ball, but Luxembourg's side just showing what quality they have.
Yeah, definitely a big phase of the game coming up through the middle. So, 7th over begins, and once again, Luxembourg right on the money. Again, Priya bowling from this top end. Norway found it tough going so far. I mean, we kind of are into the teeth of the season now. I know sometimes it's a bit tough for some of the Northern European sides because they can't really start their pre-season as early as some of the other teams that are further south. I know I covered the Finnish men's side in Cyprus. They were a bit rusty first game. It was in May. This one's a little bit too wide and called. But, yeah, Norway, they'll be better for the run, as they say. Priya. Too short that time. Straight enough that the batter decided to play it with a straight bat anyway, but... And Luxembourg, they'll have their chance to bat as well, and I suppose you can't judge too much until they get that opportunity. Right now, you can see the supercomputer saying this is a 50-50 proposition. We're back seeing a bit more of what you see as well, so that's a good sign. But the pressure has been good from Luxembourg.
Talking about the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, England have qualified, but Scotland and Ireland have been eliminated. Australia dominating with India with 4 wins for Australia and India, 3 wins and a loss. Today, Sri Lanka plays Scotland at Manchester. And also, Vinny, you may not know about this information. Erica was one of the volunteers at the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. That's cut away. Might not travel to the fence for 4. Lethargic at that point. Just picking the ball up. It's 38 for 4.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's been plenty of cricket happening in the T20 World Cup. It's been a really exciting time.
Yeah, but it's good to see that some of the Czech women's team are volunteering in the ICC T20 World Cup.
The players' actions, rather.
Yeah, no, it's close enough, I suppose, as well to make some new friends, make some new contacts.
See to the right of the screen, recent bowling, best bowling figures. Hardeep 6 for 18.
Quite a few of those actually from Portugal in their league. This is another shot which penetrates the infield.
There's a familiar name, Ghanshyam Kumar, playing for United Cricket Club. 4 for 7 in 2 overs.
Yeah, that was back in the European Cricket Series here. That's all over the last month. This will be the end of the over, so it'll be 40 for 4 after 7. And yeah, that run rate, not quite runnable at the moment.
So watching that pitch map, they're bowled particularly well and closer to the body. When speaking about their techniques have been tested for sure in this match number 1. Central Euro Cup. Yesterday, Vinny, I was watching a masterclass of Ricky Ponting at Sky Sports. He was talking about how to watch the ball on the right eye and how to grip the bat. The bottom has to be pretty close. Just learnt a lot. I'm just trying to, just think how he would have batted in this kind of a situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the line of your body when you're trying to play those horizontal, particularly the pull shot, and hook shot is very, very important. Once you start trying to fetch it outside your eye line, it does become a lot more difficult. But it's kind of footwork that gets you there in the first place. Kumar faces up again. That's a little bit across the line here. It's one of those days the fielders have to put in a shift as well. For a lot, does well to get down to the ground there, make sure it doesn't get through. It's one of those days that if it gets through the infield, it's just going to keep on rolling. Then you're giving away 2, 3, or maybe even 4 instead of the single.
Even in women's cricket, a lot of things have happened, for sure, in international T20Is. Might not go for that single. Oh, they're going for that single.
Well, it was a fumble, so it turned out to be an easy single. But it was one of those ones where I think the striker hits it well and runs, and then the non-striker was too busy watching the ball to see if it got fielded. If that was cleanly fielded, I think it was a real round opportunity at the keeper's end. Whether the hitter turned around or not. Ravindra Kumar rebuild this innings. It's one to hit, although she doesn't get it out of the middle. It's kind of a top edge. It sneaks past the keeper. Doesn't go far enough to get to this time. So one of those situations that you say, all right, Norway, you got a good bowling team. Luxembourg are kind of batting first for the first time in the series when they bat. Just got to try and make it competitive. I think, even 100 might be enough if you can take early wickets.
Let's talk about a particular score, 50 for 5 after 10 overs. So go a little bit closer. They've played enough games on this kind of a surface. That's where you don't want to be, but Norwegian side looking pretty close to that score after 10 overs. But we're speaking about 125, the excess. At 6.3, they'll get that. It's important to score runs.
It's pretty close to the glove. Sneaks past and down the leg side harmlessly for a wide. So Dubé's bowled reasonably well. I like the way she really isn't afraid to use flight. Not really a spin bowler, but she's not afraid to bowl slowly, but accurately. It's hard to keep this ball on the ground if you're driving, if you're not quite to the pitch of the ball. So I like what she's done so far. This will be last ball of the over coming up. Norway, they still need to kind of try and keep the score ticking. They haven't forced the field back yet, even though we're out of the 6-over power play. They've still got a lot of infielders up, and that's just causing a few dot balls like this one. So that will be the end of the over. Another good one from Dubé. And at the end of 8 overs, the score's 48 for 4.
The evolution of power hitting in women's cricket has also been quite rapid. From 2015 onwards, there have been a lot of big hitters playing the game. Sophie Devine, Alice Perry. Depending on those skills as well. The range hitting has come to the play. Before, the women's cricketers were definitely not trying to hit the ball hard. But these days we see 65 meters, 70 to 80 meter sixes. And the boundaries are not brought in.
I mean, it's basically it's been professionalized, hasn't it? The game.
Yeah.
There's been more investment. There's been more resources available, and I think that shows over the last 15 years or so. Norway. Funnily enough, despite these 4 early wickets and just going run a ball here, they're still considered favourites.
I spoke about the professionalism. I remember 2016 World Cup final. I went to Kolkata, Eden Gardens to watch the men's game. I remember it was West Indies versus Australia, and nobody was interested, and they were all waiting for West Indies play England. And these days, if you have seen a standalone World Cup for the women's team, have been quite incredible.
It's really good.
I could never imagine that.
It's reflected in Europe as well. I mean, I think on ECN, last count that I did, we're about a quarter of our games or more were women's games, which shows, you shine a light. I think it's a It's a product that's got immense potential. And also, providing role models for young girls everywhere to aspire to. And so it used to be maybe, I aspire to be a male cricketer or like, Viv Richards or Ian Botham or something. But now they'll be saying, I want to be the next Charlotte Taylor. I want to be the next Elise Perry. Anyway, go back to Kush Kanpal, who opened the bowling from this end.
Also, you spoke about the greats of the game. Even in India, many viewers are from India as well. The big brands are signing the women cricketers. Harmanpreet Kaur, Smriti Mandhana, they're the big brands.
Well, speaking of Mandhana, she's now a Rado ambassador. So, Rado,
SG
of
as
the
well.
European Cricket Network as well. Nice little manipulation here around the corner. So, Norway cheering everyone at the moment. I was going to say, it's interesting. They're still quite heavy favourites. Supercomputer not thinking too much of Luxembourg's batting, but I suppose time will tell. I was thinking you'd make a pretty good Rado ambassador. I could see you doing the modelling shoot.
Oh.
Would have thought maybe myself or Rico might have been asked at some point, but that's okay. Little French cut here. Good running. I think the non-striker there, who's Ravindra Kumar, recognises that there's a run there, and it was good response from Sajjad just to look up at her partner, even though she didn't really know where the ball went, but get through for a single.
And Vinny, you must have noticed, because you are from Australia, and you must have noticed the professionalism in women's game.
Oh.
I think that's where it first started, because that's where all the other countries picked up.
Australia was setting the standard in women's cricket before other countries caught up. There's no doubt about that. Success, it did help to have a very successful women's team, but it was self-perpetuating. The fact they had the facilities, they tapped into the resources, and it also has helped to have the Big Bash League have a fully fledged women's competition. It's a competition in its own right. You're seeing the same thing with the WPL versus the IPL, and the same thing in the 100. That there's a certain synergy here where women's sport isn't standalone. It's part of the global game.
Also, the parity in terms of match fees and contracts as well. I mean, nobody could ever imagine that will happen. New Zealand has it.
The
Australia
biggest thing
has
is
it.
now, if you're a young girl growing up and want to play cricket, there's a career in it for you. And that wasn't always the case. I think it makes a big difference then about getting young players to stick with the game. Well bowled. Liked where she's put the ball so far. Khushbu Kanpal, that length, which is kind of full, but not so full that it's a full toss. It's kind of inviting the drive. Ravindra Kumar plays down the wrong line. I feel like it's already going to be a fascinating game, this one, with twos and fro's. Again, excellent bowling. Really good stuff. The 50 does come up during the over, but Kanpal unlucky not to get a second wicket. End of the 9th over, 52 for 4.
He has bowled this crucial line outside the off stump again and again. Ravindra Kumar had no answer whatsoever in the previous over. And it's all full. Good thing is that he has not got any woman back on the offside. Just inviting her to go for that big booming drive.
Well, it's a funny situation, Tay, and Thomas has made a good observation saying that Vinosh can be a bit tough to score compared to other grounds because of the pitch. That is true, but so on one hand, you've got, maybe you could call it a bowling pitch, but you've got a really fast outfield. So if someone does get in and start dominating the bowling, you can see a lot of force on this field. So those two kind of cancel out a little bit. I think you were pretty close. Like 120 is a good score, defendable score here. But if both top orders click, you might see a 160-160 game. You might also see an 80 versus 80 game if the top orders get rolled. So I think it makes it really, really fascinating.
But that's quite ambitious, 160. But once you get in on this
That's
kind of
what I
a
mean.
surface...
You get the openers in and you're chasing leather and it's 40 degrees, probably 50 on the ground. Suddenly, it doesn't seem like such a fun game anymore. You know, so but that hasn't happened here, obviously, with those 4 wickets in the power play. Sajjad faces up. going to be Giovanni Sati now to get an opportunity with the ball.
And this wicket, I can also compare it with Sri Lanka. Once you get in, it's very hard to get out as well. So once you get the, measure of the track, so both the players, the one has played 15 deliveries, the other 10, they're actually at a very good stage now just to set it up for their side. It's very hard to get in, but it's very hard to get out as well.
I like Sati's bowling as well. It's all 5 bowlers they've used now, they have had pretty good control. I think sometimes at this level as well, sometimes the extras can get out of control if bowlers lose confidence in the moment. And these players typically, they train a lot more than they get to play. That's just the reality in Europe at the moment. So you never know kind of on the big stage if your action will hold up. They've been really good at finding that length. That's another good example. Drawing the batter forward, just not giving those short, easy put away ones. And that one goes for a run. It's only one.
Yeah, also, I think a lot of countries have invested. Sweden, Anchor Sports, one of the leading clubs in Sweden, they have invested a lot in terms of having those indoor facilities for women and for men as well. That also improves.
And it depends. I mean, Helix has a good point about their form in some places. For example, where there were formerly 2 girls' cricket teams. At the moment, there aren't any, and that can happen. But I suppose you just need to provide that pathway. And also, we're really proud to show so much women's cricket. For example, here in Czechia, where we've covered a lot of the Czech women's team over the last few years, that's then something you can show when you go to schools. And these players go to schools and say, or some of them are still at school and saying, this is what I'm doing. Like cricket's a legitimate sport. It's a big deal. And I suppose, especially at the women's level in Europe, there's not so many barriers to reach that level that you can play international cricket.
But really, I think in Czech, some of the schools have allowed the women and the men players, if they participate or go for training, they get extra marks or the grades.
Oh, yeah.
So they've definitely included cricket for
You'd
sure.
be getting extra credit for playing in 39 degrees as well on the weekend. Yeah, no, it's great. But in some places, honestly, it's a bit of a hard sell to get funding for cricket because a lot of the times they haven't even, maybe they've heard of it, but they're not that familiar with it. They don't realise it's a serious sport. And obviously, that is changing every year. I like this run. We'll get away with it in the end, but just both batters going on contact, even though it was straight at the fielder. Once you start feeling that there's a run somewhere every ball, it's a different sort of a game, really. That'll be the end of the 10th over. It'll be the slightly extended drinks break, so we'll take a break for a couple of minutes as well. 10 overs in Norway after being sent in by the Luxembourg skipper, Pooja Agrawal. After 10 overs, 55 for 4.
Do you know how I can watch this online? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting down. It's the camera is eye level there for me. I mean, there's a light breeze going, so it's kind of okay. It would be rough if it was just no breeze. How many matches are there today? Is it just one? No, so no, his friend approached me, who was like a employee at the school I was. So he told me that there were like 2 or 3 matches per day. So I think, yeah. All right. Cool. said 3 the second match, right? Starts at 3. This other match starts at 3. Okay, cool, perfect.
Thank you and welcome back as the players have had a drink. I'm almost ready for the second half. And Norway 55 for 4 after 10. So 110 pace. I still think they'd be shooting for 120. I did like to see the running between the wickets in the last over or two between these two. They're able to challenge the infield, which I think is something you're going to have to do. It's not necessarily the easiest ground to field as well. There's a few bobbles. It's lightning fast as well. And despite the fact that we're out of the 6-over power play, I've liked the captaincy of Arti Priya as well. She hasn't automatically put the fielders back and given up easy singles. So still operating with more or less 7 infielders with a power play-like field. And I just think that's created a few dot balls along the way. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Happy Peacock Friday. It's nice to be back. And joining me once again is Shoban Ganaik.
I mean, it's fair. 55 for 4 to 10 overs. I mean, it's been a stop-start innings. They're stuck in the second gear. They're not able to go to the third or the fourth, but it will be very important. Last 10 overs, I don't want them to slog, but at least show a little bit of more intent and push that total into that 120s and 130s.
It's going to be amazing. If they can pick up more singles, the 2s, 3s and 4s will come. I think, and also it's going to force them to push the field back a little bit. I just think they need a bit more tick-tock as we get into the second half of the innings. And it's Priya who's continuing. First ball, no run. But I think the running's become super important. Yes, it's hot out there. You've still got batters behind you. I think it's really important to remember that as well. You need to put in your shift. And this is a really important 5-over period. There'll be a short drinks break after the 15th. I think they'd want to be around about 90s by then. Even those balls that have been short of a length haven't always been judged too well by the batters so far.
It's too close to cut as well. And ECN bowler rating, Arti Priya, 51. A good one that they've added. You can watch definitely the ECN bowling ratings.
Led well. She's bowled pretty well so far, Priya. Again, like the field here, short mid wicket, short cover, just squeezing and no easy singles. And you can just tell that the pressure's building a little bit on Norway to get things moving. I think the more dot balls you can create, more likely to get a bit of a rash shot, maybe a rash bit of running out of the Norwegians. That's good bowling, isn't it? And again, it's indicative of the lengths we've seen so far this morning.
And that's why she's the skipper. She's one of the best bowlers for their side. She's bowling a very close line and not giving any time to think for the batter. She's bowling straight away.
Yeah, it's true. Trying to get through the overs quickly. I think they're always going to fall a little bit behind, given the heat and some of the extra drinks breaks we'll have. This one's just a little bit too wide. It does get called, but it's after 3 dot balls in the over. I suppose as a batter here, you need to then start thinking maybe if the big shots aren't working, if the ball's not there to hit that easily, to kind of maybe drop it into a gap and run. You just got to find a way to get something going.
Also, you're talking about fielding. Before 15 to 20 years, nobody would have believed that Sarah Taylor, the excellent English wicketkeeper former, she's the fielding coach of the England men's team.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Yeah, that's true. Definitely more representation in a number of areas of women in men's cricket. And I don't see why not. I mean, you've got a lot of men's cricket involved in women's cricket in coaching and consulting roles and umpires. I just think it builds branches between the men's and women's game. I think that's a good thing. I think both can learn from each. There's also some, if you look at the way women play swing bowling, for example, which is bit more predominant in the women's game. Again, I like this run. You know, the throw comes whistling in, and it would have to be a direct hit from there to be out. So I think they're the kinds of runs that I need to start taking a bit more. To do that, you need to be making contact. Will take us to the end of the over. So 59 for 4 after 11 overs. A recent list of our winners. Russell's Capital Warriors winning the last series on ECN. That was in Engadine in Zuoz. Wasn't that a great series? A few international teams flying in. Warsaw Sultans in Poland were dominant in their first European cricket series. I'll actually be in Poland in a couple of weeks. The first ever T20s we'll do in Poland. They're not official T20s because Poland, as yet, are not official ICC members, although I know they aspire to be. But that I'm excited because these 4 teams I've never done. We've got Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, and Iceland. That will be playing a quadrangular T20.
I'll keep an watch on the Iceland Twitter account.
Oh, yeah,
the X account.
Iceland
the best in the world.
Iceland wins the World Cup of cricket social media, without doubt. So let's see. I've previewed Iceland before. We were meant to have a European cricket series there in 2020, but it got cancelled the night before due to a change in the COVID restrictions. So I've done actually a fair bit of research on Icelandic cricket, but never actually called a game.
When you call something special, that's a quick single. You were a part of a Nordic T20 Smash.
Yeah,
How was it?
last week. Yeah, I was up in Sweden calling that tournament. It was really good. It was a really good experience to see some of the top European cricketers get opportunities with professional cricketers in a very hotly contested T20 tournament. And we were also there for Midsummer, which is a big deal there, around the longest day of the year, where everyone has a big party. In Sweden, they really enjoy it because, of course, they have some pretty tough winters. And in Norway, I know it's similar, with the geography of long days in summer, really short days in winter. And so, I enjoyed it. But obviously feel at home being back on ECN this week. It kind of worked, though, because there was no ECN cricket last week. And so it gave some of the viewers a window into something else. And myself.
That's quite brilliant.
Hello to Nick, who's watching from New Zealand, all the way from New Zealand. Well bowled.
Kia ora Aotearoa.
Yeah, kia ora. Very good. Geez, you are well travelled, Toby. And Nick Brown Bear is in the chat. And I can tell you, Nick, it is hot. Up to 33 degrees, and it's just ticked past noon here in Prague. Goes back and can't do too much with this. So the bowler's just kind of asking the right questions at the moment. I was going to say as well, for Luxembourg, they have to play the double-header today. So each day, one of the teams has to play twice. So Czechia just sitting back, probably in the air conditioning, having breakfast in bed right now. You'd say it's a tough task in this heat to back up and play twice.
But when you're a home team and you have got a little terrible record of not winning a game, I don't know whether you'll be nervous or anxious or just ready to go.
I think the Czech team, they try not to put too much pressure on themselves. They know it's kind of a slow burn. They've improved a lot. They've won quite a few games in the T10 format as well, but in the official T20s, they're just yet to open their account.
Also, how will the celebration look if they win this time around?
Yeah, definitely. But then the other thing is in the T10, the eligibility is a little bit looser than the T20s because in T10 on ECN, we have pathway players on their way to qualifying the 3-year residency. So just a lot of those players can't play T20s yet. Some are now qualified. Fawa Baba is one who's a star.
Oh, yes.
But again, they're juggling commitments with studies and things like a lot of players working around work. You just never quite know the team that you can get on the park. So let's see what the Czech team looks like a little bit later on today. But I think they are in a good position of playing a Luxembourg team that, win or lose this game, Luxembourg, are definitely going to be feeling a little bit fatigued, I think, in the midsummer heat.
But you don't feel the heat when you have picked up 4 wickets.
Been a while, though, hasn't it? On the leg side, that will be the end of the over. obviously feeling the batter moved inside that one a little bit. So fair enough. And at the end of 12 overs, the score is 62 for 4.
The ECN events up. Yeah, the ECS Bulgaria 2026 upcoming events, ECN Poland, Euro T20 Cup, Switzerland as well. We're going back again. Gibraltar for the women, Switzerland, and then England, Hornchurch.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And you can probably see we're just showing that the men's CE Cup is happening as well. That's not being streamed on ECN this year because they preferred to have the women's broadcast. But Luxembourg and Serbia going head-to-head over there. I'll be interested to keep an eye on that. And I think that's one with the way that some of those guys are hitting the ball. They're really showing this field is lightning. You saw a little push go out to the car park for 4. So I think that's the kind of field where 200s are going to be the order of the day.
If somebody's watching that game, they'll be a little surprised or make you be confused whether it's Serbia or Italy because it's very similar jerseys.
Yeah, they got a little bit, not quite the deep blue of Italy, but not far away as the next over starts with a wide. Luxembourg gone with the sky blue. Sometimes they wear the kind of, it's called like a pastel red, Luxembourg. Sometimes they like the light blue. But yeah, Serbia have some good young bowlers as well. Vukstan Zimanic is one I've always got my eye on. We'll keep an eye on the progress. We'll have to do a bit of an around the grounds at times this afternoon because we've got the Bulgarian games to keep track of as well. Nice shot. Once again, you'll see the outfield come into play. Again, I like they go for 2 here. Worth taking on the arms here. Not necessarily going to have the throws rifled in. Nice running to turn a 1 into a 2 there from Sajjad.
Yeah, that's a strong shot from the right-hander. There is something about blue, color blue in international cricket as well. Afghanistan, India, Sri Lanka. There's a lot of countries using blue.
England sometimes.
England sometimes, yeah.
You count teal as blue sometimes, New Zealand.
It's quite a safe colour, I feel.
It's a safe choice. But I actually like Luxembourg. They will switch it up. Same with Norway. Sometimes they'll wear navy blue. They've got a predominantly red strip today. But yeah, of course, Italy, the newest members of the big international club of blue teams. And a lot of the time, I had to laugh when Italy wore their famous Azzurri blue in the World Cup. Everyone's like, oh, they've just copied Afghanistan. Just shows you how disconnected some cricket watchers are. That's probably a no ball. It has been called, actually. Full toss. It never quite came down. It's fumbled out there at deep mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2. A bit of a boost there for Norway, who'll get a free hit as well.
Yeah, that's a high full toss. Important for her to capitalize because she's got her eye in. 24 balls, almost 4 overs.
Yeah. Is there a way to look into the?
If it's in there, she'll definitely go for the big one.
Maybe.
65 for 4.
Yeah.
Couple of runs added to the total.
Nice to see Tommy Thomas in the chat as well. Hi, Tommy. Hopefully you're well. Thanks for joining us. Free hit is hit. Almost creates a run out. Oh, it could be out. It's very close. Umpire says no. Just reacting in time, Ravindra Kumar. That was an excellent piece of fielding. Sometimes on free hits, batters run because they think, it's a free hit. I should be running. I should be scoring. But if you hit it straight to an infielder, obviously can be run out like any other delivery. Really curious about... With a TV replay there, I think that was extremely tight. The umpire obviously having to make the call with his 2 eyes. Have a look at this one. I know James is very good pressing the buttons. But you don't really see the exact moment that the stumps go down there, but it's always a little bit before you register. Fair enough call, though, in real time.
So there's some
nice shot. This one is running away, and it should reach the boundary. Just a fraction short. Sajjad launches into the drive, moves into the 20s. These two have been instrumental in turning things around for Norway. Maybe haven't scored at the kind of pace they'd like to, but they still have over 7 overs to bat, and could argue that's the shot of the day so far from Sajjad.
Yeah, +1 for sure. He just waited for that and just bounced onto it. Just climbed onto that as well. And that's gone for 4. Very much needed, actually, when you talk about the Norwegian side. The previous one was a free hit. She missed out. But here, plenty of room to walk with. And she gets another boundary.
Geez, that just shows you how quick this outfield is as well, though.
Yeah.
You get it right. Now it drives this confidently. All cut off there. I've liked Luxembourg in the field. They've thrown themselves around a bit. They've really tried everything to stop the ball getting out of the infield. You can understand that. Because it's a long, hot chase if it gets past you. It's much easier to try and stop it on the way out. So, last ball of the over coming up. In the air, and once again gets past the infield, and this is running away. This will be another boundary. So things starting to flow for Norway. As Ravindra Kumar strokes this one behind point for a boundary to close out the over, and after 13, it's walking stick 77 for 4.
Yeah, that's a high-class shot from the right-hander. Just that little bit of extension of the arms at the end, and then scooping it over the behind square for 4.
It's a tough
Important one.
Because at what point, if you're Luxembourg, 77 for 4 after 13, at what point do you put more outfielders out? But that also probably reduces your likelihood of squeezing dot balls. I think you end up with a kind of what I'd call an in-outfield. I quite like the mid-wicket staying in, the cover staying in quite tight, try and force those dot balls. But then maybe it is time now, especially with Sajjad feeling set, to put a few more outfielders there. We'll take a break. We'll be back after this short drinks break with more CE Cup T20IW.
It's a nice looking area here, bro. Yeah.
Thanks and welcome back. 7 overs to go. I think they decided to take that last drinks break a little bit early. Look at that last over, 15 coming off it. And things just starting to roll. The other thing was that no ball in the over created an extra ball. They ended up getting hit for 4. So it's going to be Sajjad on strike.
But still, I feel Luxembourg have got their noses in front and then don't need to panic because they're already 4 wickets down. So you just need maybe a 1 or a couple of wickets just to bring that momentum back. If I'm in Luxembourg's camp, I wouldn't worry. I would actually go for the attack. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, we're getting a bit of change of pace once again now. As we'll have a bit of spin here, I think. It's going to be Siofra Lawler to bowl over number 14. So yeah, this heat, I think the over rate is one of the things that suffers. Now 15 in, still got 7 overs to go. Full toss, hit pretty well. Pretty well fielded as well on a difficult hop. That's Sana Abbas out there. But the thing is, depending on what your strategy is, the penalty for bowling your overs too slow is 1 extra person in the ring. I will say that in women's T20s, you're only allowed 4 outside the ring, outside the power play, not 5 like in men's.
Yeah.
But it would mean you'd only have 3 outfielders, which could be tough down the stretch if the batters are starting to dominate.
It's a little tough on the bowlers when you have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's something that we do see in the men's game sometimes in 50-over cricket, depending on the playing conditions. more recently through the middle of the innings. I suppose it's just meant to make it a bit tougher for the fielders to be able to defend. That's a nice shot, nice bit of footwork as she skips to off and hits it behind leg. Again, running away as I'll work for a hard-fought run too. But yeah, Norway, despite kind of projected 117 at this stage, they're now the 81% favourite. So for Luxembourg, they're a team that have won a few games. They're not far off a 50-50 record in their T20IW lifetime. I think they'll feel they're a better chance than what the computer's giving them credit for at the moment. But having said that, Norway just starting to tick now, aren't they? Indra Kumar wants to take on the second. It's a tight one. But again, I think showing that there's extra runs out there. That throw came in on a few hops. And Ravindra Kumar beat it out. Good running.
Yeah, that's great running. And some kind of energy there from Ravindra Kumar. Straight away going for that second run.
Extra drink break paying off already. He's had a little bit more energy to get back quickly.
Normally they say drinks breaks the momentum and brings a wicket as well.
When you're that thirsty in 35-degree heat, you don't mind it breaking your momentum. I remember being very thirsty in Australia playing grade cricket in 40 degrees and being the first to get over to there and try and get some sort of hydration. This is another one where they should be looking for two. It's a good quick turn from Sajjad. Gets back to the danger end. So Norway, I think the longer this innings goes, those 4 wickets are less of a concern now. I think they're less worried about getting bowled out. They can afford to take a few chances, and at the moment it's paying off.
Yeah, now 82%. And also, whenever you're batting this immense heat, you also enjoy batting. Once you're just striking the ball quite clean, just put the pain on the bowlers and also the rest of the fielders. At this point, it's pretty nice when you talk about the Norwegian side. The progress that they have made, this partnership actually has been a game-changer one. And you see fumbles, and that's a wide as well. She's not able to control the line she wants to bowl. That's what long partnerships does. Just breaks your rhythm as a bowler.
Lola find her feet. And again, that tight mid wicket is paying off, isn't it? That'll be the end of the over. So we're 14 overs in. We'll go to the last 6. Norway, 84 for 4.
So you talk about that's 4 fielders and also 1 fielder extra has made a plenty of difference. 2015 World Cup, there's 4 fielders outside and scores were going like 350. It was par. But once you just brought it down to 2019 World Cup, it just changed. Where 300 was a par.
Yeah, true. Yeah, the conditions are everything, really. Missed that wide at the end of the over, so it was actually 85 for 4 at the end of the graph. Wagon wheel, not wagon wheels, Manhattan. Two seem to have turned a bit of a... Also, this is the time they'd be feeling it the most. Sonal Sengar looks like she's getting a ball now, so not afraid to throw the ball around. Luxembourg showing they've got a lot of options with the ball.
Need to stay focused. Even though, yeah, the hit is definitely getting to them. But still, they have to kind of end the innings in a bright fashion. Everybody's feeling the heat.
Yeah.
Commentators, scorers as well.
Cricket imitating football with the hydration breaks mentioned. Sengar, this is the mark first up. Just feel that Norway have got the momentum at the moment.
Also, you don't see the same class at the bowling crease when you talk about the Luxembourg side. The initial overs were really good. But then, now the weak bowlers might give away a lot of runs.
It's an opportunity for them as well. I mean, they've had the table set for them quite nicely. Again, this one goes down the leg side. So Sengar been given a ball early in this series. And I don't mind this either. Just giving more bowlers a chance. But I think if it doesn't work, then you've got to go back to your spearheads. By bowling more than the 5 bowlers, they've got options. They've got options down the stretch. With a run-up of Sengar. Again, it's got quite a long run. I'd say he probably doesn't need as much of a long run. I think in the end, she's not really much left at the delivery. She's kind of decelerating a little bit. That's a much better ball, though. Beats the bat. So, yeah, I called it wide, though. But it was a much better ball. I just think, just looking at her running in, I think she could probably conserve a lot of energy. And also, I suppose one of my philosophies with bowling run-ups, sometimes the shorter they are, the less can go wrong. So let's see how she goes here. Still on a free hit, by the way, because the first ball was a no ball. That's a good piece of bowling. So she settled in nicely. The other thing is, on a hot day, the less steps I'm running, the happier I would be as well.
But really, real fast bowlers don't like. Whenever you talk about them, I mean, whenever you speak to them and say them, you need to shorten your run-up so that your pace just increases, they never like it. It's just a lot about rhythm as well.
Yeah, it's true. It depends. My observation would be that she's not really getting too much rhythm out of the run-up. This one just floats wide of the mark as well. Again, apologies for the picture. It's a little bit glitchy into the afternoon now, and I know the heat will affect things from time to time.
It can be also a strategy because she's giving a lot of time to the batter to think. The more you think, you're actually the lesser in terms of batting skills you can show, because that's what is happening right now. She's bowling too slow, and that's what is troubling the batter at this point in time. She's not able to gather the pace, and now she has to use her own pace to create that shot. He's watching the ball close, but the ball is not arriving, even though it's wide for sure. But whenever she has bowled in that channel, it's been quite hard to get away. It takes ages the ball to come.
Yeah, this isn't doing too much for the over 8 as well, keeping your teammates out in the field. So hopefully Tenga can get it right, get on the straight and narrow. That's hit nicely, and once again we'll have a chase. Again, you should be looking for at least 2 here. They get the 2. Better ball though from Senga. I mean, she's already now probably feeling a bit like, okay, just got to get through this over. So just feel the batters, they know that, and they're trying to take advantage.
Yeah, she's trying to do too much as well. Maybe trying to bowl kind of leg cutter. The seam is going towards the 3rd region. Wait.
That's kind of ball you're frustrated if that's not going for runs at this stage. Fielder. So Judge batted well. 27. Must be feeling the heat though.
Hey, look at her.
She's
absolutely done.
Yeah. And trust me, I've kept 120 overs in 44 degrees before with not a breath of wind. I know the feeling, especially, I think they're going to give her a drink. I think she might be suffering with a bit of heat exhaustion. And I think the safety of the players comes in. And here comes the esky. So you wonder, is it a retired hurt situation? You wouldn't really want to retire her hurt. But you can see she kind of went down in her haunches. And under that helmet, it is super hot. The scary thing is, this is the coolest day out of the 3 forecast. So we'll take a break. Hopefully Sajad's all right. 92 for 4 in the 15th. We'll be back with more cricket after this. You're watching ECN.
Okay, are you still on? Oh shit. Okay, my bad. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the conclusion of this innings. Sad to say, but it's probably a smart decision with Murab Sajjad retiring, not out due to the heat exhaustion, and just wasn't in a position, was having trouble keeping her feet. It tells you how hot it is. So she will retire. She would be able to resume her innings if a wicket after a wicket or another retirement. But right now she'll retire at 92 for 4. And the new batter coming out there will be Nayab Razwan.
Yeah, it was always coming. Went down a sack of potatoes. She couldn't control. And this over has been quite long.
Yeah.
It's quite painful as well
To be honest,
for everyone.
when you're struggling from heat exhaustion, it's probably the worst over you could face because it feels like it would be going forever. We're 3 balls in. So they remain 4 wickets down, still 6 wickets in hand. Nayab.
Yeah, everybody's waiting.
Yeah. The thing is, there haven't been too many to this point. There haven't been too many extras in the innings, but it's just everything seems to be taking longer at the moment. We're an hour 26, and the way it's intended, that's a good shot first up from Nayab. Again, picks out the fielder, only a single. It's sort of what I'd love to see them trying for 2 at some point as well.
Okay.
The long throw from the outfield, it's a par 2. But anyway, you learn that as you go, and probably as we get to the end of the innings, they'll try that a bit more. But yeah, the innings that's meant to take no more than kind of 80 or 90 minutes. We're 86 minutes in already, over 5 overs to go. Okay, with the allowances, they won't be that far behind, but you help yourself as a fielding side as well if you can get through your overs quickly, because you're not out there as long. That was a good hit and run job that time. As Ravindra Kumar probably has a bit more of a central role now, or a leading role. She was kind of playing second fiddle in that last partnership. Remember, they did lose 4 wickets in the power play, so they end up batting 8 overs together, those two. Probably closer to 9. Razwan with some fresh energy out there. Tenga. That's going to be called a wide. It seemed to bounce twice, but I think the second bounce was after the line.
It can happen. She's experimenting a bit. It's been quite a long over. Just need to get her radar right. That's where the basics help.
Get the line right, got length right. Sit down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Must have just been on the pitch.
When an Australian talks about the dehydration and heat, the only thing that comes to mind is Dean Jones, 1986.
Oh, yeah.
Chapok.
Well, I mean, the Dean Jones diet, it never really caught on, didn't it? But he did lose about 12 kilos during that double century. I certainly hope that no one ever gets to that stage again. I don't think in the modern game they'd allow it to happen.
You went into the hospital.
Yeah.
Wow.
Couldn't remember his innings. Turned away. It's in front of square. We'll get one. Again, I think they'll be looking for 2 here. One thing I think, I've said this for a while in the women's game in Europe, just to be turning and looking for that 2. I see so many people making the 1 and banging the bat down and looking from there. You can steal 2 or 3 meters on the second run and then decide whether you want to go through with it.
It still says 30 minutes.
Yeah, they don't want to go for those doubles or 3 runs.
A lot slower than
Just like Michael Hussey said, you don't want to go for the 3. There's a viral clip on YouTube. I watched that, it's just funny. I think it was running with, it was Cameron White and Michael Hussey. They wanted to go for the 3rd run. It took 3 times. And then they didn't want to go for that 4th one. It's 98 for 4 after 15 overs. In women's cricket, they love taking those singles and 2s. This kind of weather around, it's pretty hard to do. That's where the muscles help. If you're a little bit bulky and you're able to strike those big shots, it just helps everyone. Even the non-strikers will just welcome those big shots.
So I think I've just received notice that time's expired, which means there's 1 less outfielder allowed. Is that right? We've got Phil on the case here, so now only 3 outfielders are allowed for the rest of this innings. As we are now basically 90 minutes in. So even with the allowances, that situation. Having said that, I don't think it changes their field that much. I mean, it just gives them less ability to put more fielders back if the batter's getting on top. You could argue those infielders have actually had a pretty important role in keeping the score down. As I think they will go back to some of their frontliners now. Divya Kanpal, she opened the bowling from this end. She's coming back to just try and going back Luxembourg's way here in the 16th over.
Three fielders outside. It's pretty tough for any bowler. But she has bowled well in this game. She'll definitely take the confidence, the overs she bowled from that power play region.
And it's the difference though between batting at the openers and batting at the middle to lower order. Oh, it's a little bit high here, I think. It's above the pads, maybe climbing over the stumps. And now we'll say as well, Sajjad, because she went off with what I would say, exhaustion. If she can have a drink and if she can recover, then maybe she still can bat. Like there's, she probably just needed 10, 15 minutes to cool herself down, get cooled down. And as long as it's safe for her to do so, she would be the next in, I would think, to try and hit back towards the end of the innings.
Actually, she'll go quite handful because normally batters who retire and come for the second time around, they actually bat really well. Because they got the measure of the track and also they know how the ball is behaving, whether it's keeping low or not. For the captain, definitely. I'll allow her to bat again.
Tell you what, the Esky bringer is probably one of the most important roles in this whole series. Looks like they will try and sort them out. But hopefully Ravindra Kumar will recover. We'll take a break. While they take a break, we're back soon. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Good to go then. 99 for 4. Ravindra Kumar. Cool to keep going as this one is actually going to be a no ball for off the pitch. So another free hit coming up. Kanpal just losing the handle. The previous one seemed to hit Ravindra Kumar. It's above the pad and the thigh. It's a nasty place to hit one. Interestingly, short cover comes in a bit shorter on the free hit.
Got it.
Hit okay. In fact, gets past the field and now you've got to start running. Should be looking for 3 here. I don't think it's going all the way. Got to go for 3 there again. The relay throw came in. It's well handled by Luxembourg, but Norway actually, you could argue they're feeling the heat even more than the Luxembourg fielders at the moment. 100's up though for Norway.
100 comes up, the 3-figure mark. Finally, the elusive one. I mean, I'm not sure they will go for that third run because it's pretty hard to go for those 3s and the 2s as well. Just relying on singles. And also, once you take the 2, you lose the power of playing the shot. That's the most important one.
This is hit up in the air, just bounces before the fielder. It's Abbas. Does well to block it, but I don't think she enjoyed it that much. Hit it right in the inside of the knee. Everyone's in the wars so far.
Everybody is going down every single delivery. This feels like we are going to get a chance to go for bat or go for field.
Yeah. Try and get some attention. We'll take a break then. We'll be back shortly with more cricket. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Back from the break, and you can see this one took a bit of a hop towards, it's actually Kanpal there, who wore it in the knee. down the leg side. There's been another wide. So Luxembourg, after starting pretty well and not delivering too many extras in the first half, just kind of lost the plot here towards the end of the innings, haven't they? Norway, they were scraping towards kind of 110, 120. Now, with 5 overs to go, they could easily post kind of 140 or more.
Yeah, you spoke about that. You spoke 160. But yeah, 140, definitely. On the early shout there. He's not been able to control. It's quite a defensive one. Might
That's
not
the thing.
go for a single.
Going back to your frontliners, you wouldn't expect him to bowl so many extras. So they kind of got Norway on toast here if they can get it right. But if they don't bowl well, the Norwegian middle order punish them.
Also, Vinny, as a batter, you just need to decide whether you will be going for the run, quick runs or the 2s or the 3s, or you just little restrict yourself and just retain the power and go for the big shot. It's a very tricky decision. As a batter, you need to take. And I'm pretty sure they're going for that second option, the plan B. We're just trying to take those singles, comfortable ones, not screaming for that second run.
Yeah, that's not the best bit of fielding there at cover. It's kind of went to stomp it rather than get the body down to it. And they get past for one where there probably shouldn't have been a one. Hello, Johnny Heason. Good to have you with us. Welcome. A scorching hot day here in Prague. See, the heat's affected these teams already. It's more like it. That's what we saw earlier from Divya Kanpal. That will take us to the end of the over. So 105 for 4 after 16.
Yeah, talking about everybody going down, but Nini, there's a small quiz for you.
Yeah.
Once you get set. So can you tell me the name of the commentator who actually fielded? He was doing commentary, but everybody was going down. So he was needed to field in a test match, in an international
Really?
game. Yes.
I feel like I've heard this, but the name escapes me. Can you give me the country it was in? Or the?
It was New Zealand.
All right. It wasn't kind of like Mark Richardson or something, was it?
It was
Try me.
Jeremy Coney.
Jeremy Coney,
1988.
really?
Yes, 1998. India versus New Zealand.
Back when you could get a kind of... now they've got like a really set group of subs you can use. But I guess if you run out of people, like someone, you know...
And the man who regrets is Brian Waddle. He's like one
Really?
of the famous commentators, Radio 1. So he was supposed to go to the field. But then Jeremy Coney is like, no,
That's
I'm
okay,
going to go.
I've got it. Do you know, that's the thing. In most cricket competitions, it doesn't... outside really the professional and I suppose T20Is, you can have anyone be the subfielder. So I'm not joking. In grade cricket, we once used a guy from the car park to field for us when we had a second injury. Our 12th man had gone on. And a guy who'd basically come, he might have even had a couple of beers. At the point after tea, we said, hey, we're going to get you some whites. We need a warm body in the field. So at the grade level, you wouldn't have a bench full of subs kind of just waiting to go around. People have got better things to do. Anyway, into the 17th over now. Big 4 overs. Luxembourg just let this slip, haven't they? Right to Norway. They fought back well. Well, this might be out. In fact, it's been given out. Down the leg side. Must have been a small deflection. It was going for the wide, but Razwan catches up with it. Umpire was getting ready to signal a wide kind of out of instinct, but then kind of thought better of it and said, I think that's taken a scratch on the way through. So Razwan's going to have to go. Caught behind. Nice catch by Agrawal down the leg side. And the score's 105 for 5.
But I get a feeling that's a holler because the batter completely not welcoming the umpire's decision, but the umpire was already giving it wide.
Yeah, well,
and then he changed his mind.
The appeal forced him to think. What's that? It's a Luxembourg umpire as well. But that's irrelevant. Maybe we'll get another look at it. But
benefit of the doubt, I don't know.
The thing is, we can't tell from here was there a deflection or not. And we will have a look at on the replay. You make up your own mind. But we can't see either because the bowler's kind of in the way. So we're not going to see at the critical moment. But if there's a little noise there, literally,
Just for a little bit.
the umpire thought, I think there is a noise and you're going to have to go. I suppose it gives another opportunity for someone to come out and move the score along. And that someone is Vidya Viala. We'll say that Sajjad could have come back to bat, but obviously they don't feel she's quite ready at this stage.
But if it would have been men's cricket, I would have said definitely out. But if it's women's cricket, generally, I always trust the batters a lot more.
Well, the other thing is, depending on the batter, batters will never think they're out. And so I suppose, the umpire's in the best position, called what he saw. And really, there's nothing conclusive we can gather, even from our replays. Tried the wicket ball again, but this time it's wide. And smart appealing there. Agrawal is trying the old 3-card trick again, but this time it will be a wide.
But it's quite funny that they're appealing to Venki, who is the square leg umpire.
Sometimes you want a second opinion. One of the first bits of European cricket I saw was a keeper appealing for a caught behind, and the bowlers and umpire said not out. Appealed to the square leg umpire who gave it out, and the batter just walked off. I said, hold on a second. What have I got myself into here? Action short never gets up, but will be wide again. This innings has now got an hour 40. We still have pretty much 4 overs to go. So we could be looking at a 2-hour innings, which Luxembourg, I think the first half wasn't really their fault. There were a lot of extra drinks breaks taken, but in this half, they pulled far too many extras. It's costing them out there.
Still 3.4 to go. Still 22 deliveries to go.
This is on the pad. Umpire puts the finger away this time. Sati in reasonably tight. Got lucky with that wicket. I think there's no other way to say that.
For Norway, it's a very good platform to launch. Looking for that 140, 150. Can definitely have it. The wickets in hand, and also the bowlers, suddenly they have lost their radar.
Better ball, but it's also hit very well and gets through the infielder momentarily. Won't be able to get a second run though, just a single.
Concentration going off, even for the fielders.
Yeah, so 130 expected. See, you want a few more than that. You've got a hitting side that look pretty tired at the moment. You've got a bowling attack that look pretty tired. Understandable. They've been out there for over 100 minutes. Upish in the air, just away from the short cover. Just throw a little bit wild back to the keeper, but I think you need to be looking kind of minimum 1 a ball now. Minimum 1 a ball from here gets you that more or less that 130, high 120s, and then be looking to push, I think, for 2s. They haven't effected a run out yet. I just think that you need to be taking on a few more second runs, even if they've got the ball. If they're 35 yards or more, I'd say there's probably another one there, another wide. I suppose you don't mind if they're earning these runs if you're the Luxembourg coach, but you wouldn't be too happy seeing so many given away. Sati. Searching for 6 wicket. Low full toss. Takes a bit of a Tortuga and gets around the fielder at square leg. So they get 1. Come back for a pretty easy 2 this time. How's the heat going? To be honest, your computer's held up. Mine actually never even made it to the first ball. Yours has made it to the 17th over. It looks like it's packed it up. Now we've got our team list in front of us. That'll be the end of the over though. So 17 overs down, 102 for 5.
Also, I see a pattern. Fiala scoring those big shot, going for those big shot, and they have decided that Ravindra Kumar will just bat through the innings. That's why you see a lot of cross-batted shot from Vidya.
Yeah, I think also though, Ravindra Kumar's been there for a while. Minimum, she needs to be looking 1 a ball, if that is the strategy. Bowler's going to be Jagrati Dubey. She bowled pretty well. She was the first change bowler from this bottom end. Divya Kanpal started at that end then. Dubey, who's kind of deliberately unquick, but bowls with good control. We need a fridge for the computers, and yours needs to go in there. Anyway, we're plugging on, even though I think the viewers can probably see more than we can see at the moment. Lucky we've got Phil on the task here. His computer's That's important because if he goes down, the score goes down. Anyway, this is short and pulled away again. Can't quite get it into the gap. There's Khushbu Kanpal. Caught one in the knee last time. She was near the ball that time. No worries. She takes one and strike will go back to Yala.
Yeah, I think the attack should be from both ends. Now it's the time to consolidation is gone and they'll be looking forward to go for those big shots. Every single delivery. There's only 3 overs to go.
She's got to pitch up. She gets too short at her pace. Should be easy putaways. But she's done pretty well drawing the batters forward so far. A bit like this. Just kind of having to check the shot. At this stage, you're looking for one a ball, but can't get one that ball.
It's all bottom hand when you talk about Vidya Vala's batting.
I like her style, though. You know, she's come in. She's obviously got the right attitude. She wants to be busy out there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's like a tennis shot cracked downfield, but done pretty well most of the day. Luxembourg keeping the ball in the infield.
I would say Norwegian side would be happy because they're getting singles every single delivery. Getting a score around 130-ish will be handful. Also, the more you score, also the 1 run extra. Luxembourg have to be a little tighter inside the ring, giving away a lot of singles, a lot of fumbles happening around.
So what are we down to? We're down to this final computer, which has our team list on it. Yours, don't worry too much if yours doesn't work, because you want it to work in the long term. I learnt this when I was in Sweden, and it got a bit wet, and my computer gave me the screen of death. I thought that was it for it. But that night I went back to the hotel, and it worked just fine. It's a long weekend. Good luck for you, by the way, over the weekend. That's hit up over the top. Catching opportunity straight through the hands of Sengar. And good running. They'll come back for 2 again. No such thing as an easy catch, I suppose, at this level. That was hit pretty powerfully to Sengar's left. She couldn't quite hold on to it. Does slow it down, though, and keep it to 2.
Yeah, that was a strong shot. It was coming down and just took her eyes off the ball.
This is where also the fact they're forced to have 6 infielders, I think, kind of helps Luxembourg a bit because they're really putting the squeeze on these 2.
Wide.
Walking leave this time. But no, they've been able to keep... I suppose Norway have never really hit those close fielders out of the way, which I think we will see this weekend at times. We'll see batters get on top and we'll see the field spread. Luxembourg have had the luxury of keeping those single savers in like this. See, you know, if you got the batters that are dominating, she's probably back on the circle and there's an easy run there. Luckily, we've got Phil here. He's got the one computer that's still working. And at the end of the 18th over, it's loading.
118.
It's 118 for 5. Thank you, Phil. Phil G. And this is why we've made, and even you've been trained up on the scoring now. So trying to keep it in the family. We're operating as one big team.
We're doing it on Sunday.
Yeah, 118 for 5. I know you're off tomorrow, Danny Hudacek. We'll have a hot day behind the mic. And then Phil will take over on Sunday. So it all happens in the 19th, as they say in T20 cricket. How high can they climb here? And Luxembourg, you can draw a straight line between them bowling accurately and getting good results in this innings.
They bowled really well. Especially just watching... next week. It's been quite good weather, but it's a lot of rain around.
The temperature comes down, but the rains, apparently the storms are coming next week. So given extreme heat or extreme rain, if you're a cricket lover, you'll know that heat's the way to go. That's what we've got today, tomorrow and Sunday. So 19th over, they go back to the captain, Ati Priya, to bowl out. Jumps across the stumps and won't get the call. Top ball to start the over.
That's something about Europe. It's very hard to predict.
Europe weather's crazy. I mean, at least, you know, it can get hot in Australia, but you expect it. I suppose when it comes here, almost like the proverbial fire has been lit across the continent. Although down in the south, I know in Portugal, it's apparently not too warm down there. It's about 26. Short, missed out outside the off stump.
Portugal is buzzing with the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's buzzing. 48 goes to 32
Where are we at on
teams over the next few days, though.
Yeah.
Australia had a pretty... I got to admit, I thought about getting up at 4 a.m. to watch Australia. I decided to sleep, and that's what most people that watch the game did as well. Pretty lifeless 0 draw. But it was to get Australia through. Second group.
Czechia have done well in this World Cup.
Since they made their... I heard their face didn't work out too well against Mexico. And so Czechia did well to qualify to tour. We'll say that, but they are now out of the running.
Am I still on?
And that game was a 3 a.m. game here. There were a few parties. Again, thought about it.
Yeah.
There at this stage, the 19th. Yeah,
When it comes to just the country just wakes up.
yeah, that's true. They're kind of a bit ambivalent about football. A bit like Australia, to be honest. We only sit up and take notice every 4 years, it seems. No full toss. This time there will be runs there. Got to run these hard. It wasn't hit flat, so it may not go for 4. Might pull up. There's 2. Should be 3. Even more, depending on what happens to this throw. In the end, it will be a comfortable 3 runs. Again, not an easy day to leg them out. And that's going to be what you have to do sometimes.
Alright, am I off now?
That was on the leg side. That's where one more to go. That's where you need those big shots. Get a feeling that Ravindra Kumar now has to hit it. If she gets out, it's fine. Can't waste deliveries here.
He shouldn't run out of wickets now. It's a long way across. Gets called a wide. Again, they'll be a little bit more lenient on wides down the leg side at this level. They use the profile wide, which means if you take up a stance, you know, normally your body's slightly outside leg stump. If then you move inside to play the ball, if the ball would have hit you in your original stance, they won't call it a wide. But again, it's a tough call. It's a judgment call. Luxembourg lost the plot really control-wise in the second half of this innings.
But she's trying to use the pace of the bowler. That's a dot delivery. That's what she's trying to do because she's lost all the power. So it's all the runs will be coming behind the wicket. That's why he's just trying to paddle or just those depth touches. That's where she believes that she can get a lot of runs.
Well, I've got the score, and I'm pretty excited because it's the Lou Bega after 19 overs. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was my good friend Andrew Leonard that taught me that. That looks like Joe Foster's come in, special guest. Is that game finished over there? Almost at the halfway point of this one. An hour and 52 in. And to be fair, the first half went pretty quickly. And yeah, roving Joe on the mic. Joe Foster is part of the crew this weekend as well, one of our ECN crew. 20th over then.
Yeah, it's
Lights, camera, action. Khushbu Kanpal to finish bowling at the other end, actually, than where she's bowled so far.
But when the score that we predicted, it's pretty similar. 123 for 5. We predicted 120s,
Yeah,
130s.
we thought they'd have to bat well to get to 110, 120. Well, they haven't had to bat well because the amount of extras they've had in the second half. That's a cracking shot. And again, I think if you run there, you probably get there in the end. I know with a clean pickup, maybe it's an easy run out, but now's the time to go in the end. It's well defended by Luxembourg for a dot ball.
Luxembourg will love the batter to take a single because they know that if the non-striker comes to strike, there might be chances of dot deliveries.
But it just shows you that having the extra fielder in the circle is just not a rule that's dipped at the last moment there. No, it's been called a no ball, and they'll, in fact, must have hit the stumps. So she's run out. So it's a no ball. It came off something, then it went not too far from the wicket. It was picked up and just flicked the stump. So it'll be run out. New batter will get a free hit. All happening here. But I was going to say, they don't even have the 3 outfielders that they're allowed. They have less, which just shows you they're still going with this squeeze strategy.
That's what you see in women's cricket. They never really take those fielders out unless and until a very good batter comes in.
They can, but it really depends on who's batting and how well they're hitting the ball and how consistently. So in the end, it's a pretty good partnership there after the court behind.
Vinny, when you talk about Ravindra Kumar, 23 of 40, if they win, it looks like a very good score.
Oh, yeah.
But if they lose, the fingers might be pointed out to her because
Yeah.
she never went from the first gear to the second or the third.
And she'd probably say, hey, well, what were all the top order batters doing? They're out. You can't score runs if you're out. And it did look like at one point that they weren't even going to bat out their 20 overs.
But yeah, it's 123 for 5, 19.1. 5 deliveries to go. Ideally, they'll be looking for a total above 135. It's like 12 on the last 5 deliveries. Projected score 128. But for a new batter, it's the best time to bat. You got the field in. Actually, they've got a couple of fielders outside. One fielder outside. That's the mid-wicket.
One.
So plenty of gaps as well. And the offside, there's only
I
four
will
fielders
say,
in.
the first half, they were already behind. And I don't think it was the fielding side's fault. I think there were a few extra breaks and whatnot. But anyway, Sahu gets an opportunity. 5 balls to go. That's hit well.
That is
And meanwhile, the ball from the other ground's come on. But they'll get 2. They might even get 3. They might even get 4 here.
Oh.
Just pull back inside. Got to be looking to run. Oh, come on. It's the 20th over. You got a new batter out there. They'll only get 2 in the longest 2 in the game.
But whose call was it? Maybe I just get a feeling Ravindra Kumar said, no, let Shahu take the strike because she has fresh energy. She can hit the score. Hit it big.
Run's a run, though. 2 runs scored.
I just got a feeling, Vinny, it's a good thing to do. You might go for that extra run, but you also sacrifice oh, that's a good shot again.
Yeah, where's this industriousness been throughout some of the rest of the innings? It looks way too good to be batting number 8.
He doesn't want to
Batting number 9, actually, including the retired Hurt we had. So,
but for sure, Norwegian side will love a couple of lusty blows here.
all right.
That's what I said. It might be the other way around. Where the set batter is actually playing dot deliveries while the new one is trying to hit the big shots. Behind square might be a good ploy.
If Norway get out of this, they've dodged a bit of a bullet because they lost those early wickets and they've hit their order. Maybe changes need to be made. This is manipulated out to 45 for a run. So last ball coming up, 128 plus this.
There's a scream of the dugout. They say bhag bhag, which is like keep on running. So that they're listening to you somehow.
Well, someone is. We've beat the 2-hour barrier. Gone an hour 58. So last ball coming up, Sahu. Last chance saloon. Hits it well. Gets it past the bowler. Time to start running. This is 3, probably 4. There's 2. Keep running. It looks like she's running up a hill. 2. Keep running. Here we go. We got 3. Might as well keep running. It's the last ball. She's running off. In the end, they've had enough. 66 yards, and we're done. 131 for 6. Put a fork in it. After all those early wickets, remember they were 33 for 4 in the 6th over. But a good partnership was put together that has turned things around, and they end up with 131 for 6. So the target will be 132 for Luxembourg to win. It's easy from here, but you wouldn't want to lose by a run or 2 and not feel like you left a couple out on the table. But we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes with the second innings. Norway 131 for 6 off their 20 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Shovan Garnik. And we're back with the second half of the Open when we return here live from Czechia. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, probably look for some. I do have my umbrella. Probably sit underneath this.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the second half of this opening match of the CE Cup T20IW in Prague, Czechia. Czechia will be one of the teams in this series, but the other two, Norway and Luxembourg, crossing horns here in match number one. Norway scored 131 for 6 off their 20 overs, so the target 132 for Luxembourg. Lola is going to open up with, looks like Elena Gebhard at the other end. So yeah, 132, basically 6.5 and over. Start's all important as we get going here in the second half. And it's a good start. Really good start. For Luxembourg, obviously, they know they need to get moving sooner rather than later. Alina Aslam opening up. That's a wide. One thing that Luxembourg did pretty well in their first half was not bowl too many wides, and then kind of lost the plot at some point. It's called wide again. So I think Luxembourg, a lot easier if they do get 33 in extras, which is basically what Norway had the benefit of. And apologies for maybe a slight interruption, but we are back. The ball outside the off stump this time. It'll be okay. Just a reminder that plenty of cricket going on around Europe. Triple trouble this weekend. We've got still basically this innings and a whole other match to go from Prague, but also in Sofia, Bulgaria this afternoon. Match 1 in the Balkan Cup. T20IW between Bulgaria and Serbia. Serbian women in action over there, but Serbian men in action actually on the other ground here. Serbia posting 196 in that men's T20 International. So Luxembourg just starting their innings.
Yeah. Ah, lovely. Did you say Solidcom? Ah, nice. I've been looking to buy one of these as well. Yeah.
Kept full and no run for Lawler. Only the 2 runs through wide so far.
4,000 euros. Oh my God, all right. Yeah, that's probably a little out of my student budget.
That's a little bit too wide. I like this off-stump line, just probably losing the handle a little bit. I think it's more or less just trying to stay at that run of ball pace. Obviously, slightly more than that is what they need over the course of the innings. Hello to Steve Cook. Good to see you, Steve. Hopefully you're well. Welcome back, everyone else, after the halftime break. All up places behind point. Ringer fielders there in the offside. Just the 3 wides off this over so far. Played into that short cover position, which has been pretty critical so far. And just the 3 wides off the first over. Luxembourg, 3 without loss.
We start with the
warm welcome to Helix. Good to have you back. Let Jay Wild as well. He's getting on me for compelling them to run it out in that last over. I see some of the Czech women's team coming in as well. They'll be playing in the second half of the day against Luxembourg.
most expensive and probably the highest quality camera we have is the RLX.
So second over getting underway. Remember, 6 over power play. There are a few extra drinks breaks today as well.
A Sony PX something camera. But yeah.
What about over from Aslam? I guess we got to keep an eye on time. Ramya Imadi to bowl over number 2, bowling from the golf course end.
The Black Magics, they're good, but we do have access to like RE cameras.
Again, similar sort of field in place. You got those stoppers, those chokers, if you like, at short cover and short mid wicket. And basically no outfielders. Not a single outfielder.
Quite interesting.
Second over then. Starts with a wide. Fourth wide of the innings, fourth run of the innings. A little bit of cloud cover at the moment, some temporary relief. We're up to 34 degrees. There's a famous weather station in Prague. It's been operating continuously since 1775. The hottest it's ever registered is 39.8 degrees. That's no ball. And it's going to be a bit of a pressure reliever for Luxembourg. And this will test the outfield. That'll run away for 4, though. So that's a no ball. Plus, I think there was bat on it. So no ball, 4 runs, and a free hit coming up. Gebber gets a bit of a gift first up. But yeah, the word is that we might have 40 degrees for the first time ever registered. And by the way, that weather station has registered the temperature every day in Prague for the last 251 years. So that's Sunday's forecast. 39 is the forecast, but they're thinking maybe they'll touch the 4-0. Free hit. Oh, gets a little inside edge. This is more runs. Again, it'll test the outfield. Got to come back for 2 here. They do. That's good running. I think running between the wickets is going to be critical. It's Luxembourg trying to creep towards this 132 target.
Both of us. Yeah. I think it's on the stream. Perhaps.
Good bowling there from Imadi. Imadi's a player I like a lot. Saw her in Portugal last year. Norway. I suppose no strangers to foreign conditions. I think when you do live in Northern Europe, you're going to have to venture south into some unfamiliar territory. Good bowling. Keeping as well, got to say. Vijayanta Kumari behind the stumps.
One is Luxembourg, Norway.
Yeah, I just feel this could be a cliffhanger. Just know what you think in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. This one goes a little bit too wide and is called. Kind of a momentum game, isn't it? I suppose all cricket is, but it's women's T20 nationals. You know, one partnership can make a big difference. One bowling spell can make such a big difference. Say that 131 first innings, maybe a shade over par. Wow, and really bounced from Imadi. Gets good lift. We talked about this pitch. It's not a concrete pitch underneath. It's a little bit up and down, only a little bit. But there's something in it for the bowlers if they put it in the right spot. Jacks cheering for Luxembourg in this one. Well, they've made a good start. A lot of it is if they can keep their top order batters at the crease for a decent length of time. Textbook defence there. Respect for the right arm medium fast of Ramya Imadi. You help yourself out if you don't bowl too many wides as well, because you just shorten the amount of time that you're fielding out there in this extreme heat.
Can you hear us now?
Good comeback from Imadi. Lost her way a little bit earlier in the over, but comes back well. And at the end of the second over, it's 12 without loss. Many sound to him, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again for the second innings of match one is Shoban Kanak. Welcome back, Shobi. And Luxembourg, not a bad start for them. Certainly a game that feels like it's in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a decent start, I would say. Couple of overs, 12 for no loss. The good thing is that they haven't lost a wicket. That's just, this just makes it a good start. But again, we saw how wickets fell in the first innings. One brings two, two brings three. We have to be a little careful. Phil G was talking about S. Lawler. So he's quite a relaxed character. It generally takes a bit of time before she gets an eye in and goes for those big shots. But this one is important for the Luxembourg side. They're chasing a good total on this kind of a track. We've been talking the slowness of the track. Oh, that's edge. And that will go in between for a boundary. Lucky edge. She will get a... Yeah, this will get a boundary. That's a good one. When talking about the watchfulness, and here she just throws her hands. And in T20 cricket, it doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come.
Yeah, definitely. Leg borrow or steal. Just got to try and stay around that run ball rate. Don't want to let it creep up to 7 or 8 and over required and kind of play into the hands of Luxembourg, who can then maybe drop a field or 2 back and prevent that big shot.
And also I get a feeling that they must have watched the Ravindra Kumar innings in the first. So it's better to stay and spend that extra bit of time and then go for the big shot, even though we saw that Kumar was struggling at the end. But the intent is there. But also there have been lack of discipline at the bowling crease. That's why they've got off to a good start. But when the Luxembourg side were bowling, there's quite particularly the first couple of overs, it was quite decent. And it's a full toss. A little bit missed out there. It's a low full tosses are really hard to just bend down and go for the big shot. But it's better to go for the drives. So relaxed at the crease. Batting on 4 of 9. A little bit slow at this point in time. She waits. She defends one more time, and we've seen plenty of times those big hitters generally like to take a bit of time. Chris Gale is one of the big hitters, and he generally, first couple of overs in an interview, said, I just try to, maybe play a couple of overs maiden. It doesn't matter. Because he had this power just to back it up at the and after a couple of overs.
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes he would really... It's weird, but sometimes he wouldn't crack on after it. He seemed to, you never know where kind of patience and lack of energy cross over. But look, I think with Luxembourg, there's an element of kind of they can bat as well as they're allowed to bat. I think you saw it in the last over, Amadi, when she got it right, they found it pretty tough to score. But just kind of trying to cash in on any bad balls, and I suppose you're hoping for an extra or 2 and over as well. But right now, that was a good one from Aslam. Just the 4 off it, and then the rest of the over didn't go for anything at all. So after 3 overs, Luxembourg 16 without loss.
Also, we haven't seen in women's cricket, most of the innings is power play. It's like even though it's the first 6 overs, you have a couple of fielders outside. But we've seen plenty of times, even though after 6 overs, it's generally the field is up. There's plenty of opportunity to go for the big shots. So maybe that thing also is playing in their mind that, it's not really power play. It's most of the times, the field is up. And the weather gods are definitely listening to the Luxembourg side. It's cooling down a bit.
Yeah, just, I don't know how long it'll last. There's a few fluffy clouds, but anytime the sun goes behind the cloud,
A lot easier to operate.
you find immediate relief.
Bowling
So-
change, I guess.
No, Marty's going to continue, number 26. Hold a good first over, didn't she? After she...
She gets beaten outside the off stumps. She has a very, I would say, very different bowling action.
But what, she's a good example, actually, Amadi, that you feel her run-up does build and can create some rhythm for her. And so she showed, after a bit of a less than optimum start, she came back well in the over, and that was a good start.
Yeah. Beaten again. And we have, speaking about her action, the ball is also not bouncing that much. She has that sling at the end, which also keeps the ball low. If it would have been any other bowler, that ball would have bounced and maybe off the bat. But here, she has that awkwardness in her action.
She's got a pretty strong shoulder action. Really kind of heaves it over at the last minute.
Gets beaten, and that's outside, and well outside the leg stump. It's given as a wide. He's still trying to bowl that delivery that just pitches and goes on to hit the stumps.
It breaks the run of 7 dot balls. In Luxembourg, they need to find a way, even, minimum run a ball. You can always potentially get a few more at the end, but not necessarily. So right now, there's 17 off 20 balls.
But hey, remember, this is the best time to bat. High full toss. Oh, just misses the fielder's palms, and that's gone for 4. That's the one that Doctor ordered for the Luxembourg side. That's 4.
Yeah, Gibbard flashes hard at this, and I think the fact that she does means that this edge, there is a genuine outside edge, but it just climbs over the outstretched fingertips of Anushka Gorat, who's a pretty good fielder. And with this outfield, it is very, very quick. So if you can get it through the infield, there's value on offer. A low full toss gets put away. So yeah, it's a really fascinating game so far. I think, yeah, if you can go run a ball, you are going to get the kind of 3rd, 4th, 5th bowlers as well down the stretch at some point. Now, it depends how well they bowl, but I mean, Luxembourg feel if they can keep wickets in hand and keep going run a ball, they're in pretty good position.
Yeah, Mirror Bridge 1 won't like this, for sure. And that is outside again. But yeah, but they've got plenty of protection on the offside, even though it's quite an infield.
I've got to say, the MVP's turned up. Kenneth has come and brought us... One thing they do very well is they do these 0% refreshing drinks. And right now we're enjoying a pomelo grape. It's the second official drink of Czechia, isn't it? They are 0%, just to be very clear to anyone that might be watching, but it's very nice of Kenneth to sort us out. Meanwhile, Marty's doing a good job, despite getting hit for the 4 in the over. She's already had 4 dot balls in the over.
And also the batter is trying to cut. That was too close to cut, so she has to be a little careful that she doesn't gets played on here. Because on a slow surface, trying to go for that cut with that bottom hand in play can result in a wicket. And gets beaten by the pace of that delivery.
Into the over, 21 without loss. Again, you see the variable bounce she's able to get. She has got the occasional one to jump, but then, yeah, that slingy action does seem to be able to get it zooting through. So just 5 runs off that one.
Also,
and after 4, 21 without loss.
Actually, Vinny, when Malinga was introduced first time and Sachin told his story, I mean, Suresh Raina was struggling to pick him because his hand was coming in front of the umpire's hat. So Sachin told him, just watch the umpire's hat.
Yeah. And actually...
Or the paunch.
The reason in Australia, when Malinga was bowling, the umpires had wearing white hats. You know that when they were playing white ball? Because no one thought that would be a problem. But no one had ever bowled with such an arm angle as Malinga. So
it's pretty hard, actually, to pick the line of the ball.
Change of bowling here for over number 5. It's going to be Nayab Razwan to bowl.
Keep her up to the stumps. Important for her to go so far outside the crease. The right arm, right-hander.
Just need to find a way to to get the dot ball percentage down a little bit, I think, Luxembourg. I think you're not happy. We're typically seeing 4 or 5 dots and over and then a kind of action ball where it's a wide, or like we had a wide and a 4 last over. Just something to watch.
That's thrashed away. And no chance for the fielder, I guess. Oh, in fact, the ball just slowed down. Good fielding there from the fielder at deep cover.
Yeah, it wasn't
get plenty, that couple of runs, but that was there to hit.
It wasn't hit quite as well as I think I initially thought, or yourself. Still with this outfield, it runs away for an easy 2. The Ruz one just getting a little bit too short there and allowing all a good look at it.
Outside edge. In fact, that's good. But she's just about just looking that every delivery that comes outside the off stump, she'll go for the swing. If it's come in the line of the stump, she will defend. It's a very smart play. Very simple play as well. It is definitely a complicated game, but you make it simple, just makes it easy for you. That's what she does. It's outside the off stump, she'll play that shot. If it's in and around that off stump or just trying to hit the stumps, she'll defend.
Everything has become warm.
It's 23 for no loss, 109 needed off 92. The required run rate slightly creeping up above 7.
That's a good shot. That's going to get through the field, and it's going to be a long chase. Again, this looks like 3. It's not going to go all the way.
No.
We didn't race through 2, but this is what I'm talking about. Run the first couple hard. They probably do get a 3rd. Still 2. Not a bad result. Lawler moves up to 8. The thing is, you need to go at basically just over run a ball. And let's say you're going to get 12 extras in the innings. That means your batting unit need to go at a run a ball. 120 balls to face, you need them to get 120. You look at the openers here. Lawler 8 off 17. Gebhard 10 off 13. So not quite at that pace. They'll want to at least get to that pace, I think, to ensure they stay on track and they don't fall behind. Again, a bit of respect for a good boy. You can understand that, but you don't want to be doing that too many times in the over. That'll be the end of the 5th. 4 runs coming off that one. And Luxembourg, 25 without loss.
Yeah, watchful, very watchful. 25 for no loss after 5 overs. But they have both the batters set. That's a good thing about the Luxembourg side. One has played 13 deliveries. The second has played 18. Just scored 8. He was playing that Ravindra Kumar kind of a knock. Also 107 needed of 15. Also need to keep an eye on that required run rate. It can just go up once you lose a wicket or a couple of wickets. Get a feeling there might be introduction of spin. Spoken about this track, and it will offer plenty if you bowl the right channel.
So another change of bowling. It's going to be Vitya Viala to bowl. Last over the power play. There'll be a short drinks break after this over. We liked the batting of Viala, didn't we? We thought she came out with energy. Came out too low for my liking, actually. Here she is with the ball. Very gangly in her action and right on the money first up.
In fact, I thought she was a spinner, but yeah, outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Those watching might relate her to Jhulan Goswami. He's an Indian international legend. Similar kind of an action, just with a small run-up.
Yeah, loses the mark here, but it's a chance for Viala to kind of get off to a good start with the ball as well. It is hot out there, but if things are going your way, if you're taking wickets, if you're taking catches or run-outs, it's amazing how much easier it is to handle the heat.
Also, Vinny says, got little extra pace that might bother both the right-handers. Both those deliveries are slightly surprised and played off the back foot. Now you might see a lot of splice or maybe shoulder of the bat, sticker coming into play. This over, she has got height. She leaves it alone outside the off-stump. So there's a very clear play from them, from both the right-handers. They'll take every extra that's in offer. The scoreboard is not moving rapid fashion. Still plenty of wickets. Almost 10 wickets in hand. That's the swing. That's the swing. Outside the off stump is another dot delivery.
Yeah, it's a good area. I think you just, as a bowler, I think you know if you put many balls in the over where you want, you're going to have pretty good outcomes.
Also, both the batters are very watchful. Maybe they know something which we don't know. Maybe there is a underbelly in that middle order of Luxembourg's side. They're trying to protect their wickets.
I just think they don't really have the answer to that kind of foolish ball that's not quite a half volley or a full toss, and they end up just kind of dead batting it and going nowhere. So, but the bowlers know that. Also know if they can hit that spot, we're not going to get hurt. But this one, short of a length. What really hurts you then is, okay, fair enough, there's a certain length that you're going to find it hard to score off. But when you get one like that is short, or you get one that's overly full, you need to put it away, otherwise just kind of compounding your problems. That was one to hit straight to the fielder.
Oh, that's wrapped on the pads. Height is a big factor. And it won't be given as out, so it's a not out. We're spoken about the length of that delivery and this rising. Even though he's hitting the top part of the pads. Very difficult decision for the umpire. It's 4 dots in a row. Down the leg side. Has been the problem so far. Not able to focus on one line and length. The skipper, Mirav Rizwan, has a little bit of word with the bowler. Isa Hassan, fielding at mid-off, constant advices. A little bit of weight. That's the mindset we're talking about. Once you are in this mindset of just dead batting or going for those singles, it's a kind of a negative approach. Another over done and dusted. Power play is over. It's 28 for no loss. They need 104 of 84.
There'll be a quick break then at the end of the power play as this game hangs in the balance. Luxembourg 28 without loss. Pretty sounding, Mr. Maximo with Shoban Gunaik. And we're back shortly with more cricket live from Czechia. You're watching the CE Cup T20IW.
Yeah. Do we work with V mounts as well? Yeah. All right, am I out? I've got the officials walking in.
Back in action then as we get ready for 7th over. I suppose theoretically up to 4 outfielders are allowed from this point. But I think what we've seen today is if the field's working, if it ain't broke, don't if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We'll see a similar kind of field. Just got the one outfielder down at deep third, everyone else up in the circle. So Razwan to continue.
That's she was trying to. Here's the gap. Oh, chance of a run out there. A good throw in a proper direction might cause some trouble.
Look, Lawler's hit that behind point, and she's kind of decided there's no run. Gebhard saw it, liked the run. She was going to the danger end. And so, yeah, probably a run there, but I wasn't awake to it.
The shot wasn't there. The shot wasn't there. She's getting a little bit of bounce there, but the batter not able to control her emotions. He's just feeling a little frustrated. I think she also knows that somehow they're digging their team into a hole. They might be looking for a breakthrough shot. a release shot. She's still playing straight. That's good to see, but that doesn't affect the scorecard.
I think it really illustrates our point that if you get it right as a bowler,
At least in cricket, too.
even though you've got the opening batters there, they don't really have the answer to get off strike.
And down the leg side. They're trying to scamper through for a single order. Fielder dropped the ball. That would have been a run out for sure. So first chance goes begging for the Norwegian side.
I mean, I applaud them taking it on. Gebhard was at the non-strike end and she was backing up. But yeah, right, keeper Kumari's kept pretty well so far. I think she might have just snatched at that one a little bit, dropped the ball before she broke the bails. Lucky escape for Luxembourg.
Some players get really nervous when it comes to the ball. Ball comes near them and the wickets are beside. Oh, that's wrapped on the pads. That might be a good shout. And Venki says no, might be leaving those legs stump.
We never really tell with our angle. But yeah, seemed pretty close. I think he's in the best position. He says, not out.
Full toss down the leg side. There might be a boundary, but the ball won't go. This goes uphill and good fielding. There'll be a touch and go, but for sure she has saved a couple of runs for her side. And Venki will have a serious look at it.
Yeah, it was an off the bat there. Must have just been a little bit of a scratch down the leg side. The two off the bat.
Tremendous fielding.
From time to time, we're going to get some interruptions from the men's CE Cup as some of the Maximos landing on the field.
And also Elena. She's stuck at 12 from 21. 7 overs done. It's 31 for no loss. And also, it's the end of the over. A good one from Razwan. One wide. There's a couple of runs. One leg by. Game sets 78 balls. 101 required. It's not so easy. This amount of heat. Plenty of discussions going between Mirav Razwan and the wicketkeeper Bijayada Kumari. This kept well. Quite clean behind the stumps. But the Norwegian side, they must be happy at this point in time, even though they haven't picked up any wicket. But they're able to keep the constant pressure by bowling dot after dot. Well, Lawler, 8 of 22, might think of retiring out. Because at this stage, they need some players who can play those big shots. 10 wickets in the bag might look very nice. 31 for no loss. But the required run rate every single over going up and up. It's 8.
So, Luxembourg, they'd be a bit concerned now. That run rate required started about 6.5. Already it's up to 7.8. Despite not losing a wicket, they just need to fight. I mean, it's simple. You can wear 2, maybe 3 dot balls and over, but you can't constantly be having 4 or 5 dot balls and over and expect that you're going to go at the required rate. No, it's tough conditions for everyone. And I really think the next 5 or 6 overs are make or break. Luxembourg, all 10 wickets in the shed. Need to find a way to lift the scoring.
I also believe, Vinny, that the dots you play, you never really recover those dots at the end. They definitely say that, yeah, we're going to hit some big shots at the end and it's going to be covered up. But the dots you play at the middle, it never really, you get it back.
Okay, then. Viala. Oldwell first up, gets the second over.
Get some good bounce there.
Yeah, you can see he's got a little bit of something, doesn't he, off length from this golf course end in particular. But yeah, you look at the field, they've got a deep fine leg back. That's basically the only outfielder. So despite being out of the power play, they're still trying to put the squeeze on. They know, don't they, Norway? They keep getting these kind of 4-dot balls and over. They're in great shape.
Also very good captaincy. She knows that one part of the field is protected. That's the fine leg. Because both the batters might look to ramp a bit because it's getting bounced on the inside edge as well.
It's also down the hill to that part of the field.
Oh, yes, that's the first one. The misery just continues for the right-hander Lawler. 8 of 23. It might be a good blessing in disguise for the Luxembourg side because the way she was playing, she was just not able to capitalize on those loose deliveries. But she has to walk back. That's the first one.
Yeah, it seemed to keep a bit low compared to the similar length earlier in the over, but it found its way onto the stumps. And yeah, you're kind of right there. I mean, they probably needed a change, didn't they, in personnel, just to see if they can get things back on track. So it's the end of Lawler for 8. Well bowled by Viala, who tickles the timber. And it's 32 for 1. New batter going out there is Pooja Agrawal, the keeper. And let's see if she can get them back on track. Viala's had a good game.
Yeah. She's got runs as well. She was one of the leading batters when you talk about the attacking brand of cricket on the first innings. And now she has picked up her first wicket. Good tall bounce. She's getting that ball to just jag in a bit as well. She waits. The run rate at this point in time, 4.5. Doesn't really help. Wicket keepers generally prefer playing square of the wicket. The first ball was just trying to use the depth touch.
Yeah, just probably looks to run that one first up. Misses out. Again, first time batting on this pitch, so it's a bit of time to get used to. You don't have that much time, that's the thing.
Yeah, so missed a run up there. And also Viala's pace doesn't help. As a batter, you generally will look to play her off the back foot. It's got that bounce and also some kind of velocity. That's what she does.
You've got to look to be busy. I mean, when you're coming in, I don't think you can afford to just kind of block out and not look to score. I think you need to be looking to at least get off strike. Even good balls, I think you need to be looking to find a way to turn the strike over, give it back to Gebhardt, who's been there since the start of the innings. That helps as well because extras have certainly played their part so far today.
Also, we have seen the Norwegian bowling class. We saw Luxembourg bowl pretty well in the first few overs, but then they kind of tapered off. While Norwegian side, even after power play, they're just going up and up in terms of bowling quality. Outside the off stump again. Just beaten up. Had no idea whatsoever.
Yeah, so like 3-dot balls in the over. We've still got 2 to come. It's just Luxembourg kind of digging a big hole for themselves. You wonder if they'll ever climb out of it. Now's the time they can do something about it.
Oh, where did that go off?
That's banged the keeper in the helmet. It'll be a bye, but again, got up big. Wait for the signal. It'll be a bye. I think she's going to need a bit of a welfare check there, Kumari. And once again, very happy to see the keeper wearing the headgear. Otherwise, that could have ended very badly. Benke's got the 20 secret questions. We should have to answer at least 10 of them correctly to be able to continue. She has.
Which day of the year? Where are we
What's
playing?
the current temperature?
Inside edge. But that's actually quite, concussion test. But it's funny questions
Some
as well.
concussion tests, they get shorter the hotter it is. Anyway, it's the end of the 8th over, and it's 34 for 1. Again, the 4-dot balls in the over, and the only runs scored were 2 wides and a bye. They had the wicket in there. Luxembourg got to get moving, don't they? Don't forget they've got the double header as well. We've got the Czech team sitting pretty at the moment, fanning themselves off in the shade. Oh, Luxembourg have been slaving away all morning. Remember, the Czechs 0-19. Will we see history this weekend? They have the same record as Bulgaria, who are playing this weekend.
Yeah.
Which one of those teams will be the first to register a win? 34 for 1 after 8.
And the field keep on changing the field. But Vinny spoke about the helmet. after 2013, there's a rule that you cannot change the visibility gap.
Yeah,
so that's really
they
helped.
standardized the gap because often batters or keepers, I guess, would make that a bit bigger so they
Yeah.
could see a little bit better. But there was some nasty instances. Alex Tudor was one and got hit in the Ashes by a Brett Lee bouncer that went straight through and wasn't pretty. So obviously helmet technology, like all technology really in cricket, has been improving. The helmets now, they're kind of lighter, they're designed to see, but then also the modern cricketers, they grow up wearing helmets. So it doesn't, depending on where you grow up, but definitely in organised cricket, they're standard from an early age.
And also, I think ECB has, made it mandatory that for spinners as well, you have to wear the helmet.
Yeah, it makes sense. Why? Tell me one good reason not to. I can't think of one.
Maybe the players who don't play sweep shots.
Yeah, then a throw can come in and hit you in the head. You know, there's a lot of different ways. You know, you should just, it's part of the equipment.
That's interesting bowling action, and what turn and bounce.
Like this. Razwan, one of my faves. You watch her rip this leg spin. If she can get it right, she's going to be a handful. That one did turn sharply. There is side spin in this wicket. See, a genuine leg spinner.
And she's bowling really beautifully, and that's so hard to do. Couple of steps, no momentum whatsoever running to the crease, and then just snap at the end and finish it up in very good style.
Got to try and be busy here. Can't keep sucking up dots. So many wickets in hand. That's when it goes wrong. This will be a no ball. And, I mean, that's always going to happen with a leg spinner from time to time. So that's a bit of a lucky break for Luxembourg. No ball for the double bouncer, plus the one. And a free hit to come. So, Gebhard, who is the set batter, we're going to crack it, Razwan.
Yeah, maybe trying to bowl the flipper as well. It can just get stuck in your hand and doesn't come out well. Just need to focus the leg spin.
Got to put this away. I mean, you know you can't get out. Never run out, basically.
Well, that's a high one. One bounce. It's a free, it doesn't matter.
It's pretty close to a no ball for height as well.
Yeah.
Whether it was dipping enough or not, I'm not so sure. Umpire took a favourable view, but only a single, so not a lot of
Sixes so far, right?
pressure applied from Luxembourg on the free hit.
It's way above the eye level as well. But with leg spinners, is generally the ball dips.
It generally does, but I mean, probably hit it chest high. Even if it dipped a bit, it may have still been above the waist. It's a judgment call.
That one dipped and it well defended.
But I've seen Razwan before. There's a lot to like about her, Mira Razwan. She captains the side. She's really grown into that role. And she's doing one of the most difficult things in cricket, bowling over the wrist.
It's a short one. That's a bad one. And the fielder does really well. Number 14, Lupamudra Shahu.
That's great fielding position there and a great bit of infielding to keep it in front of her. That'll be the end of the over. So it's 38 for 1 after 9. But that's been the difference, hasn't it? And Luxembourg, when they have had that hit me ball, they haven't been able to put away. That was begging to be hit. And even the fact, that she's up in the circle but still able to make the stop. It's a good result for Norway. Luxembourg just ticking along. 4.22 and over is their current run rate. They need to double that essentially for the rest of this innings if they're going to pull off this chase.
Yeah, and also what kind of leg spinner you are if you don't bowl short and full toss. Couple of deliveries and over. So it's 9 overs, 38 for 1. Helmet is important. The titanium these days, players generally prefer rather than going for the steel ones. It's pretty lesser in terms of weight. And also, Vinny, recently they have launched a new helmet. It's KYNX, that's Ben Stokes and Shreyas Iyer, they generally use.
Does the helmet protect you in nightclubs as well?
Not sure about it, but that's a new age helmet. It's like beyond, they have used a bit of technology. It's pretty light and you don't need to wear those extra protectors.
Back of the head.
At the back of the head.
Yeah.
And on the leg side.
Skorad getting a bowl. Hasn't bowled yet in the innings, bowling over number 10. There'll be a bit of a drinks break after this over as well. But Luxembourg, if they do lose this, they'll feel like the one that got away. They were all over Norway early, but then they eased the pressure. The extra started to flow.
That's a good one, but might hit single, yeah, they'll go for that single.
But think about it, they really took the foot off the gas in the first innings. Luxembourg looked at one point that maybe they're chasing 100, maybe 110, and slowly they kind of let Norway back into the game. Norway batted well as well. Don't take anything away from them, but they were thrilled to reach the 130s, and now they're well on top in the second innings.
Now the spinners are doing the trick. It's another wide. But Vinny, I like your yellow helmets and yellow pads.
Yeah.
But your gloves are different.
I've still got my yellow helmet and yellow gloves, which I occasionally will use when I get on the field, which isn't very often these days. I use super lightweight gloves to bat in.
Okay.
The main reason being that I'm not scared of breaking my fingers because they're already broken. So I've got more lightweight, flexible gloves. And people say, how can you, what if you get hit in the hands? I'm like, we get hit in the hands all the time.
But is it legal to wear these days?
Don't even have to wear any gloves if you don't want to. Not in the laws of cricket. True story.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. She has got the wicket. Deceived her in her flight. The batter had no idea whatsoever. And it was just time. They got the wicket. And it's 41 for 2.
Really good dismissal. Gorad kind of gets this up above the eye line. Gebhard kind of was drawn forward into the shot. I think it went between the bat and the pad. And an excellent bit of wicket keeping from Vijayanta Kumari behind the stumps as well. Made perfect position. Had to take a slight skip step to her left. Took it and took off the bails. So they'll take the long drinks break. 41 for 2. Gebhard out for 13. A wicket for Gorad. Her over will continue after the drinks break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. With Shoban Garne. We'll see you shortly for more CE Cup T20IW.
No, I can zoom in. Sorry? Yeah. Do they like sell stuff over there? Is that? All right. Like in the middle of the match.
I'll get it.
Oh. Thank you.
No worries.
Ooh. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna rig my umbrella. Try to. Alright, I think I found a decent solution. Yeah. Yeah, I'm set, so whenever.
Hello, welcome back as we get ready for the resumption of the 10th over after the drinks break. It's Gorad with their first wicket. Beautiful piece of work behind the stumps. Vijayanta Kumari affecting the stumping. Send Elena Gebhard on her way for 13. New batter out there is the Luxembourger captain, Antipriya.
It's 41 for 2.
Again, probably 90 in the second half, the way things are going.
gets beaten. We have seen some classical spin bowling here, Vinny. Couple of overs. The one that we saw previous over. And this over as well. Something very nice going on. And for the batters, it's not really nice as they need 91 of 62.
Yeah. Look at that rate climbing. Maybe it takes one batter to get going and suddenly you can go at 9 and over. But like I said, bowlers from both teams have felt today, I think, if they put the ball in the right area, they're not going to get hurt. We haven't seen anybody come out and kind of boss innings yet. It will happen at some point this weekend. And all three teams have those kind of players. I will say that. Norway lost a bunch of early wickets. Luxembourg obviously here found it hard going. You know, Czechia that we'll see this afternoon. They've got some dangerous hitters. Katerina Tezajikova is a hard hitter. Zhushka Franova is another one. Again, you've got to be looking to run.
No.
I mean, if you don't run there, when are you running? You know, you need 9 and over. You can't hesitate. You hesitate, you die. And there's no point making 70 for 2 off the 20 overs. You hit the ball, you got to run. I'm glad they got through with it in the end. End of the 10th over, and it's 43 for 2.
You don't even need... You can't even take those wickets to the next game. We start with 10.
Yeah, wickets in hand are like wealth in life. They say you can't take it into the next life. You can't take your wickets and you can't take wickets in hand into the next game. So I think that's probably a bit of a frustration with the coaches sometimes because you know it's funny. I said before these players they train a lot more than they can play, and running between the wickets is something that typically doesn't get practiced much. Especially if your practice time is at a premium, so then that becomes an area where perhaps some players lack experience when it gets to game time. 43 for 2 here after 10.
Also, Vinny, running between wickets is all about trust. If you're not trusting your partner, then that's it.
Good life lesson. Razwan. Their leggies. She's a dangerous customer when she gets it right. Bowling to Priya. You've got captain on captain action here.
That's a high full toss. Chance of a run out of the... Okay, was that a no ball? No, it's not given. Wow, that's dipped.
It did dip. But again, behind the wicket, non-striker's call. You know, Agrawal's going for the run and Priya just kind of asleep at the wheel.
That's gone. That's gone. Played all around it. She was trying to pull a delivery which would have been better. She should have played with the front foot, with the full face of the bat. But she tried and she perished.
Should never have been on strike, really. Should have been a single the ball before. She ignored her partner's call, just didn't hear it. And so Priya pays the price next ball. Hitting across the ball that probably looked short enough to pull, but it just kind of skidded on, didn't it? Razwan, she is dangerous. So in the battle of the skippers, it's the Norwegian that gets the final death blow as it's the end of Arti for just a single. Luxembourg 43 for 3.
Yeah, that's the leg spinner's magic. You feel that's a shot, you go back, and then suddenly the zip of the wicket, and you're gone. And he played all around it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the ball was there to get hit. But then that previous delivery also played a big role. The leg spinners, it's also those deliveries that you have already played. Shane Warne used to do this tactic. Even though he bowled a full toss, he behaves like there's something wrong with the batter.
The stump's maybe not quite in the right spot, so let's hold up while that gets sorted out. Yeah, Shane Warne would often deliberately bowl a bad ball to give the batter an idea.
And he makes those noises as well. Oh no!
Yeah.
And the batter thinks, oh, okay, I've played it well. What did I do wrong?
Yeah, no, he's a master thinker. There's a lot to like about Razwan. You don't see too many genuine leggies out there, and so yeah, I'm happy to see have some success. Maybe a bit happier than Arti Priya was. Anyway, new batter out there is Kush Kanpal. Did a good job opening the bowling. Meanwhile, that rate required continues to climb. It's up in the 9s now.
Also, Vinny, with leg spinners also, it varies a lot. What kind of leg spinner you like? If you like either a very classical one or the faster ones. Generally, the faster ones are like, yeah, I mean, you don't give enough credit to them.
Yeah,
but with those Amelia Kerrs of the world, they're really so good when they pitch it up and the ball turns away from the right-hander.
the thing is, the faster leggies bowl, generally the less side spin and turn they get. So there's a point where a fast leg spinner like a Kumble becomes almost like playing a medium pacer. There's a bit of a shift in how you play versus, someone that's slower through the air. Shane Warner be that kind of player that can get a lot of side spin and purchase on the ball. And it's actually, you can hear the ball fizzing through the air as it's coming at you. And also the ability to use flight as a weapon. So to get the ball up above the eye line and lure the batter into a false stroke. And I think that's kind of the spinner that Razwan is. She wants to toss it up, get it above the eye line, draw the batters forward into a shot, for them not quite to get it on the full or on the half volley and perhaps get a stumping and beat them that way. End of the 11th over. It was a good one from Razwan. Just the 2 runs off that and picks up a wicket. Luxembourg, 45 for 3 after 11.
Yeah, last over, only a couple of runs. We saw a lot of guile and turn, even though there were a couple of full tosses and short deliveries. Other than that, it's plenty of turn. If you see dot wicket dot 1.1. So it just says that in the middle, they're not able to capitalize on every delivery. And at the other end, if you think that, okay, I'm going to get a free over, it's not going to happen. She dropped her double at the end. There might be a no ball, but they're going for the second run. And that's gone for 4. That's an easy one.
Agrawal's tried to do something about it since she's been out there. You look at her numbers, 4 of 13. It's not too pretty considering they need basically 1.5 a ball. But I like that she's kind of looking to try and run between the wickets. She's looking to just get busy however she can. That will help a lot. Pressure relieving boundary. Can they turn it into a big over? You feel, big over, they might be able to come back. It was around about this time in the innings, in the first innings. It was a little bit later, actually, but it was a big 15-run over. But really turned the game towards Norway. Luxembourg needs something similar. And again, the pressure telling as the next ball's off the pitch for a no ball. So a free hit coming up for Agrawal.
Also, I guess 50 comes up for Luxembourg side.
Got to put this away. They pushed the leg, the square leg fielder back a little bit. Slightly outside the circle, but here's a freebie.
Okay, then. That's slogged away. The ball will definitely go to the boundary. So when you talk about boundaries, now they've got a couple of boundaries, consecutive ones, and they'll just welcome these kind of...
And how quick the game can change. I mean, let's say that they're able to get a bit of momentum going. They'll look back at these kind of lost overs, I think, kind of, between overs 2 and 10, where we were typically seeing 4 or 5 dot balls and over. And they weren't really necessarily trying too hard to score. Just kind of willing to accept that, that's a good ball, I'm just going to keep it out. And you can only do that to a point. And already you see that mid-wicket goes back. So now you've got huge open spaces on the leg side and runs everywhere. So well done to Agrawal, who has stepped up 2 boundaries in the over, faces up again.
She go for another one. Oh, yes, she does, but there is protection.
Oh,
she misses it.
Tortuga.
Might go for the second run.
It will. That's a genuine Tortuga. It's hit something and just popped over the fielder. Don't know too much about that. Does happen occasionally here at Viennoge. I think that's a good 2 because it gives Agrawal the strike back. Got the hot hand right now.
You're talking about this 15 run over, but they have already got 11 from this over. Only 3 deliveries to go.
Yeah.
And also it's a very similar script. That's what happened. We saw when the Norwegian side were playing. They lost 4 wickets quickly. Then the long partnership, long vigil. And now the same thing is happening as both the players are trying to just up the ante.
It's the intent's there. Don't mind wickets if you get out with intent. But it comes with experience as well. So I'm not saying it's easy. I know we're dealing with a group of emerging cricketers here who don't maybe get as many opportunities to play at this level as they'd hope. But have that intent. Be busy. Don't let the game drift. If you get out, that's okay. People get out in cricket. It happens. Can't have cricket without people getting out. But you just want to feel that you've taken every opportunity to score, as a team, to score the most runs. So, when people, especially in the top 4 or 5, if they 5 off 20 and that kind of thing, these innings end up hurting you more than if these players had probably got out first ball. But a good comeback from Gorad there. come back reasonably well in the over, but Luxembourg just feel like they might have turned the corner here. Let's see if Push Kanpal can and also contribute. Agrawal going well at the other end.
It's a final delivery. It's an expensive over so far. And she finished it up quite nicely there. A couple of dot deliveries. Yeah, it's 12 overs done. It's 58 for 3.
Good flight there, though, from Gorad. I even like on the free hits. He really, really tossed it up, and we're going to hope for an overswing. I suppose she didn't really have the field for it. But anyway, 74 or 48 required. About 9 and over still required. 13 runs coming off that previous over. It's the biggest over so far for Luxembourg, and they'll want more of the same.
Sometimes when you're out there at the center, you spoke about playing 20 deliveries for 5 runs. You don't feel it. You just watch the scoreboard. Oh, okay, we're chasing something around 130s. And you just tend to be in that rhythm. But once you just go out and come, and when you go back to the hut, you just feel like, oh, yeah, I wasted those deliveries. I mean, at the moment, you don't feel it. Sometimes I feel like the batters are so, in their thoughts of technique and playing it straight, kind of miss that intent.
Well, that's the thing. If this innings is turning the corner, you'd go, geez, it was been great if it turned the corner 6 overs ago. And then you look at the alternative. That's nicely hit. Nicely hit through the offside, and that's going to be a long chase. In fact, it will go all the way. Excellent shot. Things are turning. Agrawal turning it on. Now up to a run of ball 19.
Yeah, that's the third boundary in space of 8 deliveries. And now just go shooting up to 19 of 19. They need 70 of 47.
So what I was going to say is there's also a risk. So there's the opening batters, if they're taking a while, they're saying, yeah, but I don't just get bowled out. And there never will be a turning point. Well, if there's never a turning point, you're never going to win anyway. You need to try and force that turning point a bit earlier in the innings. They're doing well here, Luxembourg. I will say they still got time. They have that required rate down below 9 and over again. But they really can't afford too many more dead spots.
But here, Agarwal playing a gem. 19 of... She is giving her side a chance. At least he's trying. So 70 of 46 is almost very difficult. But at least he has something to say. They may be just trying to impress the coach as well.
And I also think
did my part.
It will be a bit of a dilemma for the coaches about the batting order. But I would go towards, it's in such a short series, you only play 4 games, you want to have your in-form batters at the top of the order. So right now, she does look in form. Good fielding there. Another Tortuga. That's Ravindra Kumar, who was able to knock it down. But I think, you're better off getting your in-form batters at the top of the order and trying to get them busier earlier. You don't have to pat back 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 overs. You want to be trying to bring that energy from the start.
Oh, that's a really good one. Or maybe play 11 batters. You just play bat versus bat. There are definitely you'll find 5 bowlers to bowl. That's what few teams in 1950s and 60s I've heard stories that when they used to tour England, they used to play like the New Zealand team did. They just sent 11 batters.
So they were like, Seminole ball.
Yeah, if they score 500, we're going to score 550.
Yeah, I can understand that. But I just think it's about trying to make the most. It's not batting time isn't going to help you too much here. That's nice little late cut. They have one of the outfielders a deep third, and see that's actually what Luxembourg have allowed Norway to do, is to push back some of those outfielders now, knowing that a runner ball isn't enough, whereas a runner ball was enough before, and they could pick up 6 and over without the boundary. Now you feel like probably need a boundary and over to get 9 or 10 that they need and over.
And also the pressure of the heat, also the match situation. Required run rate 9.5. Another dot. They're not helping things in terms of Luxembourg's prospect. They're 64 for 3 after 13 overs.
It's good bowling, though. I mean, you can understand it's a difficult ball to score off. Kind of draws her forward. They've got the short cover in place. So good captaincy and good bowling from Norway. 68 required off 7 overs. So creeping up towards 10 and over required. Of course, Luxembourg will take on Czechia this afternoon.
Czechia would love to play Luxembourg. with this kind of batting lineup from
To
Luxembourg.
be honest, it's all set up for Czechia. You got Luxembourg who've played a long game, not just a regular game. Played a long game this morning. This game's going to run about 3.5 hours when it's all said and done. Probably 3 hours and 40 minutes.
So this is the best bet of Czechia winning a cricket match. You see the team is struggling, it's heat, and then you just come in and fresh energy.
Put it this way, it's definitely an opportunity, I think. But, I mean, the Czech team, they're going to have to get their basics right. I mean, they've had plenty of practice, and now's the time to put it into action. They should look at this game and say, there's nothing here that I feel, there's no kind of one player that's going to dominate us or that's in a different class. It's a tournament where I think the teams are all competitive with each other. So then it comes down to who plays well in any particular game. So the Czechs will definitely feel that they've got a chance to break their duck this afternoon. But also, I'll be interested to see the resilience of Luxembourg, who, to their credit, they keep on fighting through this game. But it's been a hot one.
They just set it up and left.
It's been a very hot one. Talk about both the sides.
So
First of all, scoring runs and then taking wickets.
We talked about this earlier. Yesterday we went swimming, and Shoban told me, I asked, can you swim? And he said, not really, but I've been watching videos on YouTube. And then, I mean, I'm very happy that Kenneth was the lifeguard that was with us. What did you feel like when you finally let go? And I said, come on, swim to me 3 meters. And then as we saw you disappear below the surface, it's pretty anxious.
That was torture, yeah, absolutely. I didn't just feel the surface. And
all the YouTube videos you watch, and you said, no, I've got the strokes down.
I tried
and there's the breaststroke, and there's the freestyle, and all you had technically, the theory of it. But yeah.
But that's a transition, Vinny. You're playing club cricket and you tell me to play a test match at Lord's. It's not possible.
That's
facing Jimmy Anderson.
It was entertaining, and I was almost in the crowd watching it. That's a good run. It just shows they hit it straight to backward point and were able to get away with it. I think they also have to get something happening with the running between the wickets if they're going to get this basically 10 and over. You've got to be looking now at getting 10 every over. That's your target. So there's one off one. You're not going to do that by not trying to run.
Yeah. This stage, 67 of 41. The panic button is on.
Agrawal's been good. She's 20 off 22. 3 boundaries in her innings.
I'm talking about like a review system for the game.
But yeah, the openers combined for 21 off 48 face. So basically 21 off 8 overs. It's left a big task for the rest of the Luxembourg batters.
So Agarwal is just going to do that heavy lifting here. It's a 20 off 23. Where the runs coming from at the other end? So he's the only one who is trying to go for those big shots. The others are kind of defending. It's a very belittle feeling that you don't have other big hitters just to support her. Now there's change of field. A couple of fielders, in fact 3 fielders on the onside, all back. She gets beaten.
Well, now they probably feel, okay, we can put those fielders back because we actually don't mind singles. You're at a point now where they need 10 and over. Singles isn't enough.
But that can be a very negative mindset. If you don't take singles and you rely on boundaries every delivery, you're going nowhere, I guess. And will that be a good fortune? No, there's a very good foot feeling. It'll only rotate strike.
Wait for the call. It's called wides, so it'll be a wide +1. Down the leg side. Batter not catching up with it. Probably lucky she didn't because it means she'll get an extra run and an extra ball.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. And Sahu. First over.
It's funny. This is the exact time of the innings that the extras really started to flow in the first half, and it completely turned Norway's fortunes around. Now, will we see something similar here? I think Norway, they're a bit too experienced to let that happen. This is a team that have played 37 T20 internationals. before today, winning 11 of them. Having said that, Sahu's had a bit of a rough trot so far, and it's often bowlers bowling their first over that have been the offenders with the extras.
And struck away nicely. Lovely shot. Only for a single, but you spoke about 37 times they've been on the field. 37 matches. So they've lived this moment more. It's not about skill. It's more about experience.
Yeah, I think experience is important. Being in the situation where, you know, every bowler has moments where it's just not going right, but maybe you've had to find a way to battle out of it. Not be too worried about it as well. I think don't be too anxious. Trust your skills, trust your training. Right now, Sahu gives away another wide. She didn't bowl a wide in the first 3 balls, but since then, 4 of the last 5 haven't been legal.
You can see definitely Vijay Kumar. Oh, she will have a sore back, that's for sure. He's not happy at all the way Sahu is bowling. Have to go to the right and to the left. Oh, that's struck away. That's nicely played. Might come back for the second run. There's a possibility, and they will.
Yeah, talked about needing 10 and over. They've got 9 off this over now. Okay, so and that's all you can do, I think, at this stage is, you know, rather than say, look, we need 70 off 7, or now it's more like 60 off 6, just say, look, we need 10. If we lose wickets trying to get this 10 off this over, then so be it. But we don't want to allow that rate to get out of hand anymore.
So you don't want to be 121 for 4 after 20 overs. Rather get bowled out for 110 or 100.
Yeah. I mean, I know net run rate might come in as far as the tournament goes, but I think you want to put yourself in a position where you might pinch the game here. 9 runs off the over then of Sahu. And after 14, Luxembourg, 73 for 3.
This has been top stuff from both the sides, more for the Norwegian bowling side.
Looks like Chris is off to bed. Chris, hope you had a good day watching the cricket. Hello to James Stewart, though, who replaces him in the chat. James, hopefully you are well. It is a scorcher here, 34 degrees, and it's going to be a hot weekend. I will say, though, Shoban, I know you'll be back on Sunday. We'll have Danny Hudacek to run the commentary tomorrow, and Phil G's around the traps as well. He'll be on the commentary on Sunday, but he's got a very important role as the bean counter today and tomorrow, but looking pretty good in his Peacock Friday duck shirt. Where have I seen that one before?
Never misses a
Everyone's
beat.
going to think that Phil and I are sharing wardrobe when he finally gets on camera with it. But anyway, now or never really. 10 and over required, 6 overs to go. And it's Kandpal who's facing up. Razwan to continue, the leg spinner.
Oh, that's up in the air, just shot. The bowler herself decided to go for the catch. The fielder was lurking around.
Well, Razwan, the way she bowls, she doesn't really have a follow-through to speak of, so she was really flat-footed. If she had kind of taken a couple of steps forward after delivery, then it's probably an easy catch. Good bowling, though.
But she has some kind of a follow-through.
Well, now she does. Because last time she's like, wow, if only I'd snuck towards the batter, maybe I could have had a wicket. I love the way she actually puts work on the ball, though.
He rotates all the time.
Got to be pushing here. Again, I reckon they get 2 if they go for it, but they're just too happy to take 1, and the difference between a 1 and 2 is pretty significant at the moment. Fielder went to ground and didn't field it cleanly.
So relies on arms to do most of the job. Very little hip movement. That's one was to the right, one was to the left, and this one was to the right. It's pretty close. They're living dangerously here, but that's what they need. They need some big shots.
Well, it's very hard to score runs without hitting the ball. You know, they've been hitting more balls. They've been challenging the fielders a little bit more. Again, I just think I would have loved to have seen this intent from the start of the innings. I just think they let the game drift out of control before this point. Because there's always going to be the occasional ball. It's probably a bit too good for you. That was one of them. Kind of turned, it bounced. But, yeah, it's a long way home. Luxembourg. Remember these two teams, they will get to play again
Yeah.
over the weekend against each other. Of course, each have 2 games against Czechia as well.
Beautiful, beautiful. That might... Oh, yes, it is given.
What
is it? Oh, that's a run out.
Is it? What's going on? I was just going to say you had to run there. They just kind of sat flat-footed. I know, got excited thinking that it was given out. I don't think it was given out. I think it was off the bat. But they do get in for a single. But again, you got to be looking to run. I know I sound like a broken record, but you need to be looking to make the most out of every ball. Eventually, they take... It should have been an easy single, really. In the end, it was a difficult single, but they made it.
Very good turn and bounce. It's pandemonium out there. There's 15 overs done. It's 77 for 3. We'll have a short little drinks break.
Yeah, we'll have a quick break. We'll be back. The score, the equation, I should say, 55 required off the last 5 coming your way shortly. Or Central Cup, T20IW.
Alright, sorry about that.
Do you know where Showbit is?
No. Okay.
Hello and welcome back. 5 overs to go. A frantic 5 for Luxembourg, trying to score 55 in the last 30 balls. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Shoban Garnak with me. Walking stick 77 for 3, Luxembourg. Let's see if they can give one final push, because we've been saying already, Norway were in a pretty similar position around this point. Had a big last few overs to get up to that 131, but East Luxembourg going to have to click into gear.
So there is life in this game. It's match number 1. Norway locking horns with Luxembourg. 77 for 3. But it's important how this next 5 overs. Maybe Norwegian side might feel the pressure. But again, the experience, the play 37 games. That really helps. Yeah, cut away for a single.
I like that, just the intent. Hit, run, be ready to run, go. If we get run out, sure, it happens. So, don't worry about it. I think you see them learning on the fly. Like I said, if there's one thing I think for both teams to learn here, it's the ability to have that attitude earlier in your innings. Luxembourg kind of minimum 1, but probably a boundary or 2 and over needed to pull it off from here. They've only lost 3 wickets in this innings.
It's good that Agarwal is on strike. Agarwal will pull it. And it might not reach the boundary, or in fact, it will. That's a lovely shot from the right-hander. The one that they desperately needed.
Yeah, look, and she is a boundary hitter. We've seen that. They probably need 2 boundaries and over and change. So there's one of them. And yeah, now you break it up into over by over. You say, look, we need to get 11 off this over. They've had a good start, 5 off the first 2. And Agrawal does seem like the player. If they're going to get there, she's got to continue going in this vein. Really well struck pull shot.
Yeah, they're hearing you, Vinny. That's a high full toss. Oh, what happened there?
Oh, it's
That
pretty high.
might go to the boundary as well.
It will, but I mean, it's a 50-50 call. Square leg umpire said, no, I think that's okay. I've got to say, the way she pulled it off the top edge of the bat, I thought it was a no ball. Umpire's in the best position. He says, no. Let's have a look at it on the replay. But I think, for me, it's a lucky break for Norway that doesn't get called.
Yeah, it's a massive outside edge.
There's a second boundary, though. I mean, they could have used the extra run. They could definitely have used the free hit and the extra ball as well at this stage. But I'm sounding like cranky old man, but but just where was this intent? Where was this intent before? Next one, she swings straight through it. But it's almost like they flicked a switch and realized, okay, hold on. We might have to actually start risking it to score. The innings has woken up, but the required rate kind of in the 10s, creeping towards 11. It's going to be a long way home for Lux.
Yeah. It's 86 so far. Inside edge. They might think of a second. No, they decided against it. Individual moments in a good game. Individual moments in a brilliant tournament. And that's what Agarwal is doing. 32 of 32 under this amount of heat with 100 strike rate and plenty of boundaries. She has done her job so far.
10 off this over. So remember, 11 off the over is the required rate. His last ball to come. See if they at least win the over here, Luxembourg.
You don't live here.
Love to get a boundary of the last. That's Kanpa. I think it's kind of a free hit for her. She has already played 13 deliveries, 7. Just swing for the heels.
Tries to do something with this, but again, I like that she's
New Zealand.
getting bat on ball. These two being busy. End of the 16th over, 88 for 3. So 11 come off that. Now you got to reset, try and get 11 again. Good batting by Pooja Agrawal, 32 with a run of ball, keeping Luxembourg in the game.
Yeah, Vinny, you have watched it all. And it's a 44 needed of 4. And maybe this over is very crucial because these next couple of overs will decide which way the match is turning. The last over, for me, is irrelevant. This couple of overs are very important. 17th and 18th.
The problem with, okay, they got 11, which is their bare minimum they need to keep the rate at bay. It just takes one over that they score 6, 7, or even 8, or of course, way less, and they're going to have to catch those up, and you just can't see that happening. It's kind of now or never. Kanpal, she's played a good support role, hasn't hit a boundary yet. Look, at worst, she gets a 1 here, gets out the way. You don't want her patting back 1 or 2 balls at the start of the over.
Mira Razwan will love this. She will love when the batters are going for the big hits. Leg spinners love these kind of movements. Ice cool. You can definitely watch from her body language. She wants the batters to come at her.
Sneaks in a dot first ball.
Oh, she has got plenty of bat. And that will race across the fence for 4. Very important boundary for the Luxembourg side.
Good comeback. Really good comeback there from Kanpal. It was short. Again, with this outfield, you don't have to blast it. It's running so quickly. By Sunday, I don't even know how fast this outfield is going to be. The ball will probably come back with scorch marks on it. But there's one of the boundaries they need. Like I'll stick to what I said. 2 boundaries and over. Kind of keeps the Wolves at bay.
That's short. That's pulled. Will it bisect the gap? Yes, it does. Back-to-back boundaries. Luxembourg are back. That's for sure. And suddenly, the required run rate has come off.
Yeah, well, you know, Khushbu Kanpal has been inspired, hasn't she? She's kind of played second fiddle. She's realised now, okay, I've got to do something. I had 3 fielders back on the leg side there, but that was right into the gap. Well struck. And again, that's not the work for the over. Still plenty of work to do. That's 8 off this over so far and 3 balls to come.
She's scared a bit, the leg spinner. Not able to control the length whatsoever. First one was good. The second and the third, short deliveries. It's a full toss. And, Oh dear, that's a dot delivery.
Didn't chase it, thought it would be a wide, wasn't quite. So, bit of a misjudgment there. I think we're 1 minute away from only 3 outfielders being allowed as well. At the moment, there are 3 on the leg side.
The offside, it's a free hit for her, but in fact, there she will clobber it for only a single.
Good fielding.
She's disappointed as well. There was room there, and nobody was back.
Just needed to hit it a little bit later. I suppose beggars can't be choosy. She made good contact. It was excellent fielding at mid-off to come around and to stop that. So back to Agrawal. Looks in for a grandstand finish here. There's 9 off this over. This is the last ball. So remember, 11 is the asking rate.
Agarwal waits for it, and Agarwal plays it a proper crediting shot. She will retain the strike for the last over. And it is 98 for 3 after 17. 34 needed over the last 3.
Yeah, so, okay, they get 10 off that, which is almost 11. They'll have to catch it up somewhere. But, yeah, rest of the innings, that's the 235 cutoff, which means that they're only allowed 3 outfielders, which, to be honest, with these two looking like they're both able to hit boundaries, maybe it will come back to bite Norway somewhat. So, really,
they have to go to Alina Aslam. 3 overs, 13. They have got bowlers,
but it was a different game early because they weren't trying to score. They were just trying to survive for the first 6, 7 overs. And now it's completely different. It's not like someone's going to come in and start bowling 90 miles an hour at you. You know, it's... I think these two are well placed to at least give this a shake. But I suppose Norway, they have the confidence to know, look, if we can just get 1 over that's 6 or less, we're pretty much home and hosed here.
Yeah, this game, I think, depends a lot on how Vidya Vihala bowls.
It's actually, I think, Ramya Imadi here, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have a look. I think it's Ramya Imadi coming on. She did bowl well, 2 overs, none for 14.
Spoke about Vidya because 2 overs, 5 for 1. I would have definitely gone for her.
And they might still go to her. Don't know, but yeah, it's, like I said, for Luxembourg, if they're going to come close here, they don't get over the line, they'll feel that's the one that got away.
Ramya has been expensive. Couple of overs, 14 runs she has conceded, going at 7. First ball gets beaten by the pace. That's what pace does. It doesn't allow you to go for those big shots so easy. Because last couple of overs, spinners were bowling. They were watching the ball they were judging the line and length very quickly and playing off the back foot. But here it'll be a different kettle of fish. It's not so easy to swing right from the word go.
Yeah, good start. Confidence booster. Agrawal's batted well. She can't afford to miss too many more. 2 a ball required from here on in. I think Luxembourg would have to play out of their skin, and Norway would kind of have to lose the plot to lose the game.
Oh, she has been dropped. She absolutely played that shot. Quite a strong one, and the fielder was quite surprised that the ball came at her.
Yeah, well, Razwan was there. She got 2 hands for... actually, I just actually think it's a good drop, but if she hadn't touched that was going for 4.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at this stage, it's only boundaries that hurt you. She got 2 hands to it, bounces out, but still, you could say she saved 3 runs there. Back over to Kanpal.
33 off 16. Beaten again. Oh, in fact, that's wide. That's a very bold call from the umpire. And she's talking to herself. She's just calming down a bit. Watch the ball.
If you're Luxembourg here, you'd love a kind of bowl down. Yeah, a few wides. Creeping in. I think she's... I can't see her lose the plot that way.
Then. Yeah, you spoke about Imadi's experience. That's what helping her at this point in time. Because this over has been absolutely top class.
Yeah, this is why.
Bearing a wide.
I mean, Norway, you're going to have to give them credit. Looks like they're in great shape to win here. But Luxembourg, they can learn a lot from this game.
And the three-figure mark is up for Luxembourg. It's 100 for 3. But is it a little too late? There's aggression. 17.3. That's smashed away again. Oh, brilliant bit of fielding. That is absolutely brilliant fielding there at, in fact, at mid-wicket.
Yeah,
inside the circle.
The ground fielding has been excellent from both of these teams today. I will say that. They've shown a willingness to get down, try and keep those balls in the infield. If you do that, you almost guarantee it's only 1. Maybe you won't pick it up cleanly, but at least you'll block it. And that was excellent work from Anushka Gorad. at mid-wicket. Really, really brave fielding. Never quite know what the... You never quite know when the Tortuga is going to come out here at Vinosh.
Gets beaten. And Agarwal must be feeling for it because actually she built the innings and then she also had to do this kind of dirty work because she's also carrying the innings on her shoulders and now she is, I think, a little bit tired.
I think what we might say as well, the openers, I know we were saying, oh, you know, they went quite slow and whatnot, but let's not forget that they were facing the opening bowlers. And I think Mimadi coming back, it's a bit of a reality check for these two. They haven't really dealt too well with what Mimadi's delivering.
That's again played nicely, but unfortunate. It's straight to the fielder and they will run through for a single. It's 18 overs, 102 for 3. Khushbu has to help, that's for sure, because Pooja Agarwal, 35, she will be on strike, but at the other end, those big strikes have to come.
Yeah, 4 runs over and wide. So Luxembourg, like I said, they might get close here. But they'll probably be back and probably have a chat about it. I mean, it's one of those things that I know there used to be a kind of school of thought that, you know, you play conservatively to a point, keep wickets in hand, and then go for it. But I don't think in a 20-over game you want to be playing so conservatively from the start. Like I said, it was a mixture of the batters being conservative, but also the bowlers bowled really well. They bowled some good deliveries. But you can see with these two that the intent's there and the run rate's picked up. It's just that it's gotten a little bit out of control. 30 runs required now off the last 2 overs.
You're absolutely right. There was a time when 20 was coming up, 2008, 2009. Actually, in the middle, the batters were told just to defend and to score runs. And now the T20 cricket has changed completely. So I don't know. The way these modern day players play, couple of overs, 30 runs, it's very much possible.
It's going to be Nayab Razwan to bowl over number 19. I'm going to say Luxembourg are completely out of it. It's just going to be a huge over. Probably with a bunch of extras if they're going to get close. So you just got to try and treat it like you need 15 off this, 15 off the last. Let's see. 15 or die trying.
The skipper has backed herself over Vidya Vela. So she's going to bowl her 4th over. That's the final over, I guess.
So this is Nayab Razwan, yeah. So we'll go back to Nayab. Here's Nayab Razwan bowls out 4 overs, 1 for 20 with their leggies. Good effort. All right, now or never. Lux need to turn up the brightness. He's over 19.
That's might go for the second run. No, they're deciding against it. Oh, they're going for the second one. Oh, that's a good running between wickets, but these kind of singles and doubles might not help. They need those big shots.
Yeah, it was a good shot, but again, it's such a big hole they're trying to bat their way out of. Got to be running hard there. I mean, even 2 doesn't quite keep him at the rate, but it helps. Agrawal, 37 now. She's played really well. I'd love to see her opening as well in the second game today, if she's physically able. She's brought a fresh energy, hasn't she? She had a little bit of a slow start herself, but she was able to just find that extra gear quicker. Of course, the Czechs are waiting for Luxembourg. The second game of the day, Norway, well, they can go hit the ice baths. It's probably one day you probably enjoy the ice baths today.
They do the job, 28 of 10. If they're able to defend, they definitely will feel a little better. That's wrapped on the pads, down the leg side. Venki had no interest whatsoever. Moved away straight away. It's a dot. Just spoke about the run rate has never touched 6. That has been the problem. Even though it tried so hard.
It's actually done really well to get this close and get how it was looking for a while.
Well, that's a good shot. In fact, they'll
you should learn from every loss. I think there's a lot to learn here for Luxembourg. And they're a smart team, they will. Still finding their way in the international game. Of course, Luxembourg, they'll be disappointed to drop this one. but they do have an opportunity to finish day 1-1 against the Czechs. You would say Norway, after this performance, they're probably favourites for the tournament. I thought whoever wins this match one probably is favourites, given the fact the Czechs haven't registered a win in international cricket yet, the women's game. But it'll be a pretty interesting afternoon. Still believe we'll have a slight delay. Not sure exactly how much of a delay, but meant to start game 2 in about 15 minutes. That won't happen. Still got to do the toss and submit the lineups.
It'll be brilliant if Czechs win. Just to, have this new spice in this tournament. When the underdog wins suddenly out of nowhere. Just bring more life to this contest.
There's probably 2 there as well, if they go straight away, if you make up your mind at this point. But anyway, I think the race has been run. And after 19 overs, Luxembourg 107 for 3. Last over to come.
Yeah. Final one, 25 needed. Need 4 sixes and a single. We'll do it. Or maybe go for, even 6 boundaries won't help.
Well, I mean, we have seen 35 off the last over to win a European Cricket Series game. So never say never. But yeah, you basically need 6 fours to tie it at this stage.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a 6 so far in the game. And interesting to see who they elect to bowl. Wouldn't mind Vajra getting another over. 2 overs, 1 for 5 was a pretty good effort. But in fact, they will finish with Imadi. So she's going to bowl out. She's got 3 overs, none for 18. Phil Viala will finish with the brilliant figures of 1 for 5 off 2 overs.
Unfortunate that we haven't seen her at the bowling crease. Maybe they don't want to. Their workload management. So they don't want the top bowler to get injured or something wrong happens to her. Protecting her for the big ones. Last over, 25 needed. Very difficult task. But both the batters have seen enough of this bowling attack. There you go. First ball has been smashed. And for a boundary. Oh dear. We've been talking about 6 boundaries and first ball gone for 4.
What a difference it is when you're not scared to get out. That's a shot that earlier in the innings, Luxembourg batters probably would have kind of propped and just tapped. Hit the ball. As I was saying, that's a brilliant cover drive. It's a proper cricket shot. It wasn't a slog by any means. That was technical. Beautiful shot. Well, they needed 6 boundaries to tie. There's 1.
Yeah, that's a top one from Khushbu. So it's Nelson on the board.
5 more runs.
21.
Yeah.
A lot of field changes. So they've done the right thing. They're just pushing the woman back at mid-off. He's going on towards a long off. Everybody inside the circle on the off side. This one is important. Very important that they get the field right. On the onside, there is long on, long off back. Also, the third. She has missed her. She has missed it again. Now that's a wide as well. 1 extra added. That's the 24th wide of the innings.
Yeah, I mean, extras at this level always going to play a part. Czech women last year, unfortunately, set a record in the wrong way as far as extras, and that's something I know they've been working very hard on. Yeah, 20 off 5, 5 fours. Boundary or bust.
Oh, big shot again. There is protection, but will she be able to catch it off? Yes, she does. Good protection, couple of runs. They need 18 or 4.
Yeah, need a 6 somewhere along the line now, I think. A bunch of wides. It's a good shot. Jeez, these two have put together such a good partnership. They've actually probably shown, they probably taught a lesson to some of the other batters in the team about how you need to play and the intent that you need to keep a T20 innings moving.
Yeah. So they need at least 3 boundaries, or in fact 3 maximums. Slogged away. It might not be possible as there is a fielder. They will scramble through for a single.
But isn't it amazing now that the batters seem in control, don't they? They're going through with their shots. They're backing themselves. It's a mental thing. And they've kind of broken the barrier. It's just a shame that it's too late to to pull off the chase for the Luxembourg fans.
Maybe for the next game, they might open with Agarwal and Khushbu.
Maybe they're probably exhausted. They've got the old Dean Jones treatment. They'll probably be in, get the IV and wheel them back out there. Let's see, 3 to come.
There's no room to play that shot. They're only rotating strike, but whatsoever, Agarwal and Khushbu have played magnificently well. At one stage, it was looking like very... they wanted to reach 100.
Yeah.
Now they've reached 116.
Yeah, entertaining game. Like I said, both teams can learn a lot from this.
Look, the mindset. This over 4 wide, 2-1-1. Couple of deliveries to go. This game set and match. Oh, there's no power. No power whatsoever to that shot. The fielder will think which end to throw. And they will take a single one more time.
Here's my analysis, probably for both teams. Be busy and don't be scared to get out. Getting over the fear of getting out, super important to kind of play at the tempo required. And don't expect runs to come on a silver platter. You are going to have to risk it a bit. You are going to have to take on fielders. And whichever team of these two does it better, I think probably wins the weekend. And of course, that's notwithstanding the Czechs having a real crack at it on home turf. But that'll be the end of it. 118 for 3 of 20 overs. It'll be a win by 13 runs. It's Norway 131, Luxembourg 118. But for Luxembourg there, the lesson is, they're 14 runs short of a victory. Could they have found 14 runs in that innings? I feel like they left a few out in the table there. Again, not to be too critical of the batters at the top. They had some good bowling to deal with. But you just got to find a way. And find a way. You can't just keep sucking up 4 dots. It just meant the run rate required ballooned out. And they were never quite able to peg it back. Credit to Agrawal, 40 not out, and Kanpal, 27 not out. Really gave it a shake. But in the end, it just wasn't to be. So Norway get the opening win in this Central Europe Cup. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we will have match 2. I don't have a definitive start time yet, but I imagine it would be probably 20 minutes past the hour, maybe even at the half hour European time, as the Czechs will take on Luxembourg in match 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Shoban Ganik, and we will see you the other side of this break. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and live from Prague, this is the Central Europe Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, welcome back. Good afternoon to you, W Dan, wherever you're watching from around the world. The CE Cup getting back underway after a bit of an extended layoff just due to the extreme heat. Luxembourg in particular getting an extra hour to recover. So we are starting this game at 4 p.m. local. And it will be Luxembourg versus Czechia. Luxembourg winning the toss, electing to bat, so they avoid having to field back-to-back innings. Their fielding innings will actually be the first and the last innings of the day. Czechia, a lot's been said about their all-time record. 0 wins and 19 losses. Can their 20th time be the charm? I've got to say, it's one of their best chances yet. Czechia have been competitive at times in their T20IW history, but especially with a few extra players that are qualified for this weekend. And with a Luxembourg team having to play back-to-back matches in scorching heat, maybe it will be history this afternoon in Vinoj. Czechia led by Sajanya Talamara. Talamara is able to play now in the T20 international format. And Zuzka Franjova behind the stumps. They will be fielding first. I don't think that's a bad thing for Czechia either. They'll know exactly what they have to do with the bat. Luxembourg, well, they went down by 13 runs in the opener to Norway. And I was calling it was kind of the one that got away for Luxembourg, who had Norway in early trouble. They took early wickets, but then just kind of lost the plot with the ball. And then a really slow start to their innings didn't help either. So almost ready to go. 35 degrees. I mentioned this earlier. In Prague, there's a weather station they've been monitoring temperature for 151 years, and there's a chance it'll be the hottest day ever. And we have a few technicals, obviously, in the heat, so you might see running as we get ready for match 2 live from Czechia here in the Central Europe Cup. Talamala to get us going. Not a good ball first up. It's down the leg side for a wide, and it gets away out of the infield. I'll come back for 2, so that'll be 3 free runs to get us going. But yeah, because of the heat, you'll notice that not all our cameras are up and working. Yeah, hopefully it will be up and going. There we go. That's more like it. Back on screen, so we're all good to go. Alamala, you're wanting an early wicket. They stick with the same opening combination of Lawler and Gebhard. We're struggling to get moving early enough, but I like good signs early that they're willing to push the envelope, as it'll be another couple of wides, a wide +1 that time. So 5 unhits before we really get going, but you know, it's a tough spot for Lawler and Gebhard. They did get the best of the Norwegian bowling, but they found it hard to keep the score ticking over. And they fell behind in a way that they weren't quite able to ever make up in the second half of the game. So, Gebhard faces up for the first time. It's a full toss turned away and gets away from the fielder. Eva Konasheva does the fielding, but I like this, at least looking to be a bit busy. I can tell that already from the Luxembourg openers. They really had a good partnership in the middle order from Pooja Agrawal and Khushbu Kanpal. They got them so close, they ended up losing by only 13 runs to Norway. Obviously, I think they learned some lessons out of that. Just way too long before. When the runs were being at will, just weren't able to put the rate back. It got control. 11, 15 over. They fell just short, but Luxembourg, they'd be disappointed if they didn't finish the day 1-1. The Czechs, well, they feel like they've got nothing to lose here. Outside edge, well bowled by Talamala. This outfield, it is lightning fast, so the running's super important. Got to run. Run. And the other thing is, there's not too many split arms coming back from the outfield, so if it falls all the way to the rope, probably one on the most of the time. Look at the Czech team, some players to watch out for. Erika Kunceva's had a really good year domestically last year, gets her opportunity again at the domestic level. Doesn't say too much, Erika, but lets her batting and bowling do the talking. Also, with the bat, Katarina Tezajikova for Czechia as well. She's a hard hitter. Quite like her at the top of the order. Probably disappointed that she hasn't been more consistent at international level, but she's certainly the kind of player that can rip a game apart. Just struggling with the control early on here, Talamala. Another player I'll mention will be Raquel Pavlichkova for Czechia, who's a player that will give absolutely everything of herself and do whatever's asked. Will the blood, sweat and tears finally play off for the home nation? Or will Luxembourg spoil the party and get their first win of the series? Better from Sojanya. It's uncharacteristically all over the shop so far, but it's never easy with the new ball to know which ones are going to swing and which ones won't. Down the leg side, this one once again sneaks past for a wide. Well taken by Zhushka, who, I've got to say, I'm really impressed with her keeping. She really enjoys the job. She's had some injury issues lately, but it's good to see her fully fit and back out there. It's also pretty handy with the bat. See, she's kind of playing for a bit of outswing here, Ajanya Talamala, but she just hasn't quite got it so far. We've only had 3 off the bat. We've had 8 runs in wides so far in the first over. You don't want to be giving those kind of gifts. It was reverse Christmas yesterday, 6 months to Christmas, so now's the time for not giving. Better to finish the over. And the score is 11 without loss after 1. Vinny Sanderhill, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again in the commentary box on a balmy Friday afternoon. TGIF and TG, that Shoban Ganak is back with me for match 2.
Thank you so much, Vinny. Oh, it's a special encounter as Czechia look to upset the apple cart and win this for the very first time. And they're also giving tough competition to Fiji. Fiji also have a record of 19 consecutive losses. So it's underdogs.
Of course, Bulgaria, who are playing right now. In fact, I might have to do my first around the grounds. We did have Luxembourg get up over Serbia in the men's CE Cup opener. Czechia are on the park against Luxembourg right now. So they've got men's and women's Czechia-Luxembourg games simultaneously. Both these two with a bat for Luxembourg. They'll be wanting to score with a bit more fluency. They were able to before. You've got to be looking to run there. I mean, there's no real intent to score with away from the fielder. They just waited a bit too long before flicking the switch. This is Tazika Marikova-Moodley. Again, she's also experienced, who's now qualified for T20 internationals. She's kind of the godmother of the team. Rolling over number 2. That's better. Little punch into the gap, runs away for 1. In fact, they'll get 2. So I'm already liking what I'm seeing a bit more from the 2, trying to be a bit busy. Des, of course, played.
There was audio coming from my camera.
Actually, I'm interested to watch. Oh, that's wrapped on the pads, hit of the back leg. Interested to watch how the youngster, Elina, kept hard because he was just knocking in front of us. And then he was playing those beautiful straight drives. Just this got this feeling of a very good batter. Let's see what she does out of the center.
Yeah, I mean, I think she needs the confidence to go for a shot a bit earlier here. So just kind of checking her shot, not trusting that she'll be able to control the drive. But yeah, just need to be a bit busier. That's the word I would use for these two. Just be a bit busier. Yes, they're hitting a lot of balls, but don't allow those kind of 3-4 dots and over that have crippled their run rate early so far. Good bowling.
That has been the problem.
Just outside the off stump for a wide.
That has been the problem for Luxembourg. In the previous game, these two girls scored 21 runs out of 8 overs. That's never good enough. And only 3 boundaries with the power play included. So that has been the Achilles heel so far. So this match, they'll be looking to at least do a little better. At least score maybe 6 overs 30 or 35. Somewhere near that 6 or 5.5. It's beaten outside again. And we've been praising the work that Elina has done in the previous match as well. She looked comfortable and she got stumped with Kumari. But this is a very, very big encounter for her because the bowling attack is not that special. So scoring runs against them will definitely help her for the future games coming up.
You've got 2 experienced players opening the bowling, but they're not experienced at this level of cricket. And so that's going to be interesting to see how they adapt. But Mariko Moodley does a good job to get that one past the outside edge. And that will be the end of the over. So it's 14 without loss after 2. A much better over for Czechia. Yeah, round the grounds, Bulgaria also 0-19 lifetime. They've made 106 for 9 against Serbia in match 1 of the Balkan Cup. Serbia, after 2 overs, were 11 without loss. So right here it's 14 without loss.
And one more stat.
14 after 2 overs.
One more stat for our viewers watching. The longest losing streak in Women's T20 International belongs to Eswatini.
Eswatini, yeah. I looked this up.
Active run of 26 consecutive defeats. So you can well imagine Czechia are far away from that.
Africa's a tough one because there's quite a few mismatches in Africa. And they don't have quite as many teams as Europe in such a small area. Anyway, Sajanya gives herself a second over. It's more like it outside the off stump, but well carved away by Lawler. Should be looking for 2 here. They'll get it fairly easily. Nice handoff there from Pratibha Chowdhury. He's also into the side. Yana Kuminkova, again, watch out for her. She can be a really, really hard hitter of the ball.
She really likes to take off the leather. This is an important start for Czechia as well. The new tournament, new year. It's the first match. Central European Cup. You want to have some good memories.
Oh, she's gone. Little edge and caught behind. Franyeva does a good job holding on to the opportunity, and Talamala has her first wicket in T20 international cricket. It was a fairly innocuous ball, wasn't it? It was shortish. It was outside the off stump. Must have been a tiny little splinter on the ball and caught behind. So Czechia, despite a slightly dodgy start, they've recovered well, and in the 3rd over, Luxembourg 16 for 1.
Yeah, absolutely. You were praising the wicket-keeping skills of Zuzana Franova, and she did the magic behind the stumps. Innocuous delivery should have been played at least with a little bit more of conviction, but the opener just tried to be a little bit more greedy, has lost her wicket, and that's the wicket that they didn't want to lose. Luxembourg, the first down. They're already coming off from a defeat in the match number 1, and this is match number 2 here at ECN Central Euro Cup T20I International. A great start, I would say, for Czechia women. Even though the score has been 14, but they're able to pick up that wicket. But look, 1 wicket down. Who comes in?
But the thing is, okay, the opening partnership doesn't last as long, but it gets Agarwal to the crease quicker. And she really was a turnaround factor, wasn't she, for Luxembourg? So, again, it's not a crime to get out, but you want to be, while you're there, you want to be busy. Cricket's a bit like life. Your next ball might be your last, or you might have another 10 or 20 overs to bat. But while you're there, you need to be productive. You shouldn't run out of wickets in a T20 international. You shouldn't be thinking you will. So it's just taking some of the chances early at Luxembourg. I think it shows already. Again, Agarwal pushes. I like the backing up, though, of Gebhard at the non-strikers. They're kind of looking to run. I will say, though, for Agarwal, she did take a bit of time to get into her innings earlier, but then was able to catch up with some quick-fire boundaries.
Yeah, she was really good, I would say. Initially, just took a little bit of time, but later on, she has the shots. So once she just gets her eye in, she will be very difficult to stop.
Oh, thick edge, flies just to the left of the fielder. Again, got to be running here. Agarwal batted for an eternity in the last game. She's put in her shift and more so far today. Had to get on her bike then. Ends up with 2. Good bowling from Talamala. You can see why she's opening the bowling. But she was just all over the place in the first over. It seems to have gotten it right here in the second.
She's making the ball away from the right-hander. So that is causing a little bit of difficulty in trying to go for those big shots.
Oh, I think there's some cloud cover coming. First time in a while. Catches her on the pad and she's gone. Caught in front. Talamala getting that ball to bend down the line. And Agarwal will only last 3 balls. She's out for 2. Joe Foster looked at it. He liked it. He thought it was pitching in line, hitting in line and going on to hit the stump. So Talamala with a double strike in the 3rd over. And Luxembourg have lost 2 early wickets now. It's 18 for 2.
Yeah, who could have believed that? It was pitched up, went for that big shot, and it's Agarwal. She thought that she was already batting at 43, but no. She had to start from where she left, but she has to depart. It's 18 for 2. And that's a huge wicket.
Yeah, I said this earlier, but it's just, for me, it's about the bowlers asking the right kinds of questions. I think that too often today we've seen bowlers not quite getting it right. But when they have gotten it right, batters, no matter who they are, have found it tough. I think that's a good length, kind of lured Agarwal to play across the line to a ball that was pretty straight. Joe Foster, who's a very, very experienced umpire. He's a guy we've seen in ECL finals. Let's have a look at it here. I mean, we don't have the perfect angle. Like I said,
Back leg.
Yeah, back pad. Again, we're not straight down the line, so that doesn't give you the best look at it. But I think Joe Foster, like I said, very experienced umpire. He's done some really big matches around Europe, and I think that's fair enough. He thinks that's going on to hit, then fair enough. New batter coming out there now is captain, who has got a big job to do here. Arti Priya coming out to bat at number 4.
That's a dream start for a team who have been looking for a win for a long time, and they've picked up a couple of wickets. Now they're in uncharted territory. They've got this breakthrough. How will they be able to take things forward? On the gets beaten outside the off stump as she tries to look for a drive. Half-hearted. Successful over comes to an end. The double wicket. There's 3 overs gone. It's 18 for 2, Luxembourg. A good start in the previous match, but here they're losing their heads, maybe for that reason. Both the batters were defending in the very first match. Who would have thought Agarwal, after playing a brilliant knock against Norway, against Czechia, she was not in the mood to play that long innings. Sometimes, whenever you score that big score the next game, how you follow up is very important. That's why cricket is a great leveler. Whether you start the innings from a knot or you just think that, okay, I've already scored 40, I'm going to just take my innings forward. So the application was very important. 3 overs. Now, they'll be looking. Again, more breakthrough in this power play.
Yeah, let's see if Moody can chip in now. We'll toss, turn around the corner. Again, I like that. There's some intent with the running between the wickets. I think earlier on they were just, if it wasn't kind of gift wrapped, they weren't going to take any runs. But yeah, a little bit of trust. You talked about it earlier. You need trust between you. And Priya at the non-strikers end, she made that run. The other thing is, if you're at the non-strikers end and you can see the ball go behind the wicket, if you can get your partner off strike, you're doing them a favour. You know, that's your priority is to try and get them to the other end. That's pretty high. It's going to be called a no ball. Hit hard. Kaminkova knocks it down, but not clean. So we'll have a no ball plus 1 off the bat and a free hit coming up, and it will be Gebhard who will get the chance to try and knock it out of the park.
It's also very important just to not get lost in emotions because they have picked up a couple of wickets. I just feel they're relaxed a bit. Shouldn't do that. There's a couple of no balls here, and a little bit of misfield. It's a drive ball.
See, I love that. That's a good example because she had the free hit there. She knew she didn't have to worry about getting caught, and she actually went for a shot there. I think that's the kind of ball she's been checking her swing so far and just not trusting it. Even if you do hit in the air, they still got to catch it. You don't see everything caught at this level either. That's a good sign, I think, from Elena.
Yeah, she looks like a very good batter. Let's see. It will translate into runs. Oh, that's a chance of a run out here. It should be an easy run out. Yes, it is. Oh, dear. That's a huge wicket of Gebhard. She was not in a mood to go for that run. She said, no, but somehow the non-striker sold her down the river.
To be honest, the striker hits it and runs in front of the wicket. So she's just got to run. You know, in the end, it was a direct hit from Kaminkova, and we'll see the ball actually hits the stumps. I think the ball hits the stumps before Frontover actually knocks over the wickets. That's how I saw it anyway. We'll keep it rolling a bit further forward. But, yeah, again, umpires got to look at it. From this angle, it certainly looked like it was a direct hit. But anyway, yeah, I suppose the strike hits the ball, ball's in front of the wicket.
Yeah. Well, she was in touch with the ball and with the stumps. I think it's quite a fair dismissal.
Yeah, I think it looked like the ball hit the stumps, but I think Frontover needed to kind of get out of the way of the stumps, and she caused a little bit of confusion. Joe Foster thought about it. He probably heard whether the ball hit the stumps direct as well. But in the end, it is the third wicket, 22 for 3.
Again, Vinny, you're a little bit afraid if the ball is not going to hit the stumps. So maybe for that reason, just went forward. 3 wickets for Czechia. What's happening out here? Luxembourg women are struggling a bit. Right now, got their confidence back. Both these batters have to stick around a few more overs. She goes for the slog. Yana is there.
Again, see, non-striker, not trusting the striker's call. She's turning around, she's ball watching. Just little things to work on. Here's the thing, if you don't hesitate and you run straight away, you'll very rarely get run out. Unless the field is really close.
Also, Vinny, it's very important to say no. Because sometimes when you're playing this kind of level of cricket, you just are afraid to say no to anyone. So it's like you just want to please your...
No, but I would say this, right? One person is in charge of that call, right? So I'll come to that in a minute. 23 for 3. So with that run out, the hitter, she was in charge of the call. So once you start trying to overrule and saying, oh, no, I don't think so, that's where the confusion happens. 23 for 3 here after 4 overs. And so that hesitation, she came to a complete stop. Then obviously the ball hits the stump, she's run out. But if she just kind of trusts her partner, if you then run and you get run out and you've run straight away, then you can say to your partner, hey, that was a really bad call. You sold me up the river there. But when you have kind of overruled your partner when it's their call, then you're partly to blame. I guess we'll never know. Talamala, she's not too fast. She's going to get her third over here. She struck twice. The last over she bowled. But running between the wickets is something that, like I said earlier, it's very hard to practice until you're in a game situation. So, yeah, Luxembourg, I think making a couple of basic errors. But I do like that they have been busier and they have tried to push it a bit more. But it requires the whole team to be on the same page.
It's a very good chemistry between you two. Is that a good delivery? This is just bowling wicket to wicket. That's why I meant a very good chemistry, because it's sometimes, you don't have to have a call. You just have to look into the eyes and you know that, okay, let's go for a single. All good partnerships we have seen in the past in international cricket. It's always been very quick decision making.
Again, see, confident, hit, run, respect the call, you get through. I'm not saying it's impossible to get run out of the way, but it's highly unlikely. You need a clean pickup and throw and probably a direct hit.
Yeah, I didn't expect Czechia to.
Nice shot, though.
Yeah.
I think
It's 24 for
that
3.
come to my mind.
It's Priya
A lot of, like I can only think of like
skipper
5 countries that play cricket.
taking strike.
Now, late cut. It's going to be too late for Raquel Pavlichkova, who has to run after it. They run well. They get 2.
Oh,
Ah,
it's a good arm.
Yeah, no, Raquel's a good cricketer. I expect to see her with the ball at some point as well. Luxembourg, they have to
and they
fight their way out of a
bring
box
them
here.
in, or they would
3 early wickets, but I will say their run rate is better than it was at this stage last time. And let's just remember that they've got someone like Campbell there who really batted well last time, and of course the captain, Priya. I like the attempt once again. Lack of hesitation. These two seem to have good understanding.
Yeah, but she's bowling into a handkerchief here. He just knows what line to bowl. Must have practiced a lot with the coach, Sudhir Gladson. That's why it's just like a metronome, not moving from her spot. It's a good one. Again, a little bit of in-dipper. That's why you need to bowl on this kind of a surface. It's just staying a little low. You just need to hold that stance and just hold on to your nerves. You'll definitely get the wickets.
So end of the over, it'll be 28 for 3. Last over of the power play to come. Even that last one, the fact that they're thinking, hey, this is a run, unless it's really obviously not. In the first game, in the power play, it was like, it's not a run unless it really obviously is. And that change in mindset has made all the difference so far.
And when do you think with the evolution of T20Is, the running between wickets, the calling has also changed with the modern game? Because the one that you are saying, it's definitely old school. That's for sure. I mean, that's a traditional way. You trust your partner who has, who has strike the ball. But normally, these days, I think the non-striker has also played a bigger role by going against the partner.
They shouldn't. It doesn't matter if it's a 20-over game or a 200-over game. Running is something that I put a lot of time into, I suppose. So this is a good example as well. You see, it's hit straight to mid-wicket. And my question is, if you are overruling a striker's call when it's their call, fundamentally, as a non-striker, you're doing that from a worse position, right? You are in a worse position than them. They've hit the ball. They can see where it's gone. So my question, if you're overruling, is why? And it's because it's a bit of ego. It's because you think you know better. But it's a team game. So I've just seen enough cricket. So and by the way, it's not a new thing of non-strikers overruling calls. That's been around as long as cricket. But it's fundamentally causing problems. Or more problems than if you didn't. This will be a no ball high. Nice take actually by Franja down the leg side, but it'll be a no ball for height and a free hit to come. So when I was playing indoor cricket for Western Australia and Australia, because the running between the wickets is uber crucial in that, I actually wrote a kind of, the laws of cricket. I had my laws of running between the wickets, and a lot of it applies to the outdoor game as well. And one of the fundamental things it says is know who's in charge. There's only one person in charge for every call. So this is the non-striker because it's behind the wickets. So the striker there, as soon as they hit it, they should stop watching the ball and they should be looking up at the non-striker. Eye contact, these kinds of things. If you really want to dig deep into it, which you probably don't, because we probably don't have long enough, but running between the wickets, there's a few basics that if you stick to them, you rarely go wrong. But like I said, you don't get to practice it very often.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing lots of games. Moodley is...
Unless you're running with the tail ender.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, then it's all out the window, isn't it? But I think, that the basics hold up. And other things like, yes, no, and waits being really the only 3 words you should have to say running between wickets. Occasionally you might say 2, or...
No run.
No run even. That can take a hike. That's unnecessary. Or is it no run or is it no comma run? Got it. Straight through. And now Priya is going to have to go. It's Tezhika Marakova Moodley who will take this wicket. It's a 4th wicket down now. And Luxembourg right on the back foot at the end of a long day. 31 for 4.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, and the right military medium is doing the trick. She knew that the batter will play close to the body, and then big gap between bat and pad, and she has to depart. It's 31 for 4. Things going back to worse for the Luxembourg side.
Well, like I said earlier, you just got to ask the right questions. Moodley does there. It's on a good length, kind of in between length. Wasn't obvious whether to come forward or back. It'll also take us to the drinks break, but still 2 balls to go in the 6th over. Luxembourg 31 for 4. We'll take a quick break. Back in a minute with more cricket on ECN. You're watching the Central Europe Cup. I refuse to talk about the dark.
What?
But it's wiki. All right, back, and it's the 7th over. First one, right on the boot of the new batter. It's Sana Abbas out there for Luxembourg. Shoban, the Czechs taking that wicket just before the drinks break. 4 wickets in the power play. In fact, Luxembourg have fallen to the same situation that Norway were in the first game of the day, losing 4 in the first 6.
In right now. I'm now like let's like take.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 44.
Okay.
31 for 4, in fact. The previous one, actually, I mean, we have been talking about that game forever. But even though that was a slow start, at least they gave themselves a chance to stay in the game. But right here, right now, 6 overs, 31 for 4, they're giving it no chance, I would say. Because if they don't score above 80, it might be an easy chase for the Czechia women's side.
I've been watching this Czech team for a long time. There's no such thing as an easy chase. It doesn't matter. It just depends, I guess, who's in form and who's not. So 31 for 4 at the end of the 6 over power play. But a real opportunity. So what we haven't seen today is a batting team held down for the whole 20. In both the innings we've seen so far, we've seen, substandard starts, but rallies in the second half. And let's see if Luxembourg can rally here. Change of bowling now at the top end. It's Erika Kuntseva who's going to bowl, and she has had a really, really good 12 months. She just scooped the pool of all the awards at the in Czech cricket last year.
The Golden Girl.
With her performances. That's gets her opportunity now. Starts with a wide, so not really the start she was hoping for. Turn around the corner again. Early decision to run. Pays off, and they get through for a single.
Really good action, and you've been talking about the awards. The way she has played with the bat, with the ball, in the field as well. Very active. And just looks like she has upgraded herself. Every year she looks to improve. That's what you want to do.
She's a real quiet competitor.
Yeah.
That's the thing with Erika.
She's just too shy again.
Yeah,
I think.
mean, the thing, we're having a bit of a laugh because after she collected about her 7th trophy, everyone started yelling, speech, speech, speech.
Yeah.
But she doesn't, she doesn't like, she likes to let her cricket do the talking. If
you speak 100, she will say 2 words.
She says, look, I let the ball do the talking. But she is
seen in the past.
Someone that sets high standards for herself. She's got it more or less right after a wide first ball. It's a bit of a danger period here for Luxembourg. They need to kind of jumpstart this innings, don't they? Be looking for that kind of run of ball again. Obviously, the 4 wickets weren't in the plan. Czechs have provided early pressure. Nice shot, though. Pulled away. Again, the importance of keeping the ball in the infield. We know this outfield is super fast. gets through. It's 2, 3, or 4.
Also, we've seen in the past, some of the cricketers, because of the fear of giving a press conference or going to the post-match ceremony, they miss their 100 or 50.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
your theory. They're so scared of the press conference
Yeah.
they don't want to score 100.
I
Well, I guess now I've heard it all. It's just real fear of public speaking takes over.
I've heard.
What's next? Fear of raising the bat?
Sometimes they're so shy that they don't even raise the bat. They're like, oh, yeah, okay, that's fine.
And they just have like a trap door under the pitch so they don't have to walk off with everyone else. Kuncheva gets called for a wide here, just a little outside. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on Bulgaria, another winless team in international cricket. They have Serbia 43 for 3. Serbia defending score of 106 over there in Sofia. One gets away a little bit. It's going to be it's going to be a wide, I think, actually. Second time, but maybe it was just after the popping crease.
Nope, sorry.
Erica, just getting a few cobwebs out here. She would have played a little bit domestic level during the summer so far, but it's all the Czechs' first hit-outs as part of the national team.
It's 36 for 4.
Oh, gone. Caught and bowled. And Kuncheva breaks through. Kantpal just flat batted that one. Didn't keep it down. Kuncheva, well, you can't keep her down for long. Chips in with her first international wicket of the season. She does it all herself. And Luxembourg in big trouble now. At the end of the 7th over is 36 for 5.
Oh, yes, that's a huge wicket and also a very good return catch from our bowling. Erica taking a first wicket of the game, 36 for 5 after 7 overs.
Yeah, she's just a natural athlete, and you could see straight away she spotted that was going to her left, and made that first step just kind of made that catch a lot easier. So 36 for 5 after 7 overs.
Also, an interesting fact about Erica is that she plays for catcher in Division 3. She plays among the boys.
Yeah.
So she's the only opening batter, being the girl, and then she's plays in the... And also does well. That's quite incredible.
Yeah, I mean, she's grown up in that system, of course, academy, do great stuff. Let's have a look at this one again on the replay. You can see she just has that sense of anticipation. She's already opened herself up to turn left. And once again, happy to take part in the celebrations, but doesn't say too much. Lets her hands do the talking. 36 for 5.
Yeah, if Erica starts letting them, something has gone wrong for sure. So, 36 for 5. Now, if you're a Czech fan, you'll definitely believe. That's for sure. Because, yeah, at this point, they will look to restrict their opposition for sure. And if you're a Czech fan, I would say, Vinny, you have watched, you should believe. I mean, what more wrong can it get?
I'll believe it when I see them hit the winning runs, because let's not forget Czechia and C couple bowled out for 26 in one game last year. So I'm not saying it'll happen. I'm just saying it ain't over till it's over. And Luxembourg should know that as well. You know, 100 might be a winning score here. If they can find a way to 100, that might be defendable. They might, at Luxembourg, certainly have to find a way. New batter is Sati, not facing at the moment. Yeah, Luxembourg, despite the extra hour. I don't even have a theory. I don't know if you're better off after an hour of so-called rest in this heat, because it's sapping the energy out of you. I would have, especially if you're batting first, probably were better, I think, to just keep going, even though maybe the theory would say, let's have a rest and we'll be in better shape. They certainly found it tough going.
Absolutely. I'm just watching the scorecard. So it's 4-5-2, 4-5-1. So nobody has gone to the double digits. So Jagrati, Shivani, Purnima, Divya, and Clea. So these are the next 5 batters who are going to come.
Around the grounds, another wicket in Bulgaria. Serbia 44 for 4 now, chasing 107 for victory. Wouldn't it be crazy if 2 teams, 0 and 19, both won their first ever games in their 20th game at the same time? Like literally the same time.
You see Bulgaria and Czechia winning. Oh, that would be really great. They're also quite enthusiastic when I first saw the Bulgarian side. Actually, 11 players from Bulgaria. That's important.
So
Spike.
All right, so Komeda, her chance, her first game in the side. And I looked at the amount of players that the Czechs have played in their T20IW history, and it's quite a lot. I think it's up in the 30s, and there's a lot of players that have had a chance and been given that opportunity. So now it's Viola's opportunity, and she's been given the responsibility of coming on when they've got Luxembourg on the ropes. She'll be hoping to break through for a 6 wicket. Half a question asked, but umpire turns it down, maybe just angling down the leg side.
Also, Czechia will love to get another wicket. If they can bring the score down to its 70, might be a good chase on offer.
This is a live game. Your two teams got a bat. Czechia have some good hitters, but also they've got the kind of players that often it's a feast or a famine with some of their batters. Komeda. In the air, only momentarily. Spins away from the fielder. Not able to get a run. But, yeah, good signs here from Komeda. That's another dot ball, string of dots to start her spell. Got to be a few nerves flying around, but she's handled it well so far.
Sounds an interesting bowling action. Just takes a couple of steps, and then she gets ready.
A little hop, skip, and a jump to get her going. But the main thing is at the kind of load up before she bowls and then into a delivery stride, she's pretty consistent. And yeah, I've been impressed with her start so far.
It's all down to Abbas and Sati.
Yeah, Abbas 1 off 9, hasn't found a way to even get off strike really at the moment. And hits a nice chopper straight to the field. They won't get a run here. So a brilliant over. It's a maiden over for Viola Komeda in her first ever international over. It doesn't get much better than that. And after 8 overs, it's 36 for 5.
And what nerves. You see the senior girls not playing in this game, and she's replacing them, and it's proving his worth in the field.
There's a few outs of the Czech team. The Kulchunova sisters not in the 11. No Josephine Suchkva either. Fawa Baba, who's an absolute star of the game here. She's now qualified, but she's not able to play until tomorrow. So I think she'll make the team even stronger.
She's also a national table tennis player.
Is she?
Yeah.
Really? That's a sport that is infuriating to play against anyone that knows how to play.
Yeah.
Because you think you're good until you play someone that really knows how to play.
Yeah.
And you're the receiving end all the
She's
time.
in that category. Anyway, back to the action. And Kuncheva, fresh off the wicket last ball she bowled, comes on. That's 8 scoreless deliveries now. So, you know, Luxembourg need to find a way to try and keep this score moving. They are certainly very conscious of not getting bowled out here. But I think the Czechs, they've still got the choke on. It's not a single outfielder in play. I think they can shut things down. So far they have. And even that full toss, can't get put away. I think Kuncheva's a confidence player as well. Her confidence is up. She was a little bit all over the shop early in her over, but she settled in nicely. And she knows she's playing against a batter that's a bit nervous about getting out and losing that 6 wicket. One does get away for though for a wide.
Also making life difficult for both the right-handers. Right now, both the right-handers won. A little bit of width outside the off-stump or maybe full toss. And it's not providing that. Sticking to her lines, maybe, yeah, odd wide is fine. So far, they've bowled pretty well in terms of extras.
See here though, finding it hard to get anything going. Yeah, sometimes a work off.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to give away more than 20 extras. Maybe 25 or 30 is more realistic at this level. They've given away 16 and 8 overs, so about 2 and over. Wow, a little bit of an appeal and it's gone. It's another wicket, another catch behind. As Franyeva does the job once again, a double strike from Erika Kuncheva. Hasn't Juska kept brilliantly so far, holds on to another opportunity, and there is that 6th wicket. Sati gone for a duck. It's 37 for 6.
It'll be interesting to see whether she hit that or not, because Erica's reaction was like she was surprised. She didn't even appeal. And that was given out.
Well, she doesn't like talking, but she did kind of give the 2 palms up going, hey, how about it?
Is that a new one?
Yeah,
it's
just
an Instagram.
how about it? And Joe Foster says, yeah, little edge on that. Certainly the keeper was up straight away. Let's have a look at it. Yeah. The Charlie Chaplin style appeal. Just left the right-hander a little bit. And again, we can never really tell on these replays, but the open face there, I think, just invites the outside edge. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Good way to appeal.
I mean, put it this way, Erica can do almost anything in cricket, but commentary is probably something that we won't see her doing. Maybe one day, I don't know. But
When you never know.
Well-
You cannot. Absolutely. I've seen players not speaking a word in the dressing room and becoming legendary commentators. Trust me that.
Well, I'm not one of them, I'll tell you that much. But 6 down, 7 for 6. And it's going to be Jagrati Dubey, who's coming out batting 8.
How many more left in the wickets?
So, Dubey, again, getting a bit claustrophobic there. A lot of close infielders hovering. Score hasn't been going anywhere over the last few overs. And plays it late, plays it well, gets a run. Just happy with the single. Yeah, but the Czechs, like I said, they've done part of the job. Every innings we've seen so far today, we've seen the batting team be able to switch the narrative at some point. I suppose the challenge for Czechia here is to keep this kind of pressure on and continue to take wickets. But Luxembourg, they just need someone to get going. They need to, runs bring more runs, as we saw earlier on. Sana Abbas, 1 off 11. She's invested a bit of time in the innings. See if she can reap the rewards. See, once again there, just a dead bat, so no chance of a run. Another good over for the Czechs. They concede 2, and it brings another wicket. Luxembourg, 38 for 6 after 9.
There's been a big problem in terms of partnership. If you see, the first wicket fell down. It was 16 for 1, and then 18 for 2, 22 for 3, 31 for 4, 36 for 5, and 37 for 6. There's no breathing space. There's no partnership. No. Yeah, that has been the problem, because when you lose wickets in clusters, it just not only affects the run rate, it also affects the momentum of the game, and that's how you struggle throughout.
Yeah, so taking wickets stops runs, and stopping runs takes wickets. That's a bit of an old adage in short-form cricket. I think you're seeing both happening at the same time. Build-up of pressure, and it's not like there's been any silly shots or anything, but it's a couple of little outside edges. Just, the bowler's asking the right questions. Kamita, coming off a maiden in her first over, continues.
And also, Vinny, don't forget, this is Czechia's strongest suit. So their bowling is their strength. So we are watching one part of their cricketing skill, which they really know how to do it well. So we're going to see the second one. It's going to be very interesting.
Well, I don't want to make anyone scared, but it's already above
How many
one of the
runs
scores they made in the CE Cup last year. Czechia.
Oof.
So they would be hoping that from here they can keep it to not many more. Down the leg side this time. Just a little bit of bat on this one, I think. And they should be looking for 2. And they'll get there. Umpire just kind of touching his fingers together, saying, yep, there's a bit of bat on that. So first run's off Kamita.
Yeah, down the leg side. Yeah, talking about this Czech team, definitely up a beat, because this kind of performance doesn't come every day. Being 40 for 6, there'll be moments where there'll be 120 for no loss as well.
Well, they've had some hard times, the Czechs. Trust me. They've had some real hard times. Conceded 200 a couple of times last year. In the air, just out of the grasp of Viola. Good fielding, actually. Sajanya threw herself to her right. Yeah. The benefit for Sajanya, she already starts pretty close to the ground. But she did well to get down to her right. Almost another caught and bowled, though.
Yeah, but this over, doing particularly well, pulling up to the bat.
It's just really consistent with what she does, Viola. It's the first time I've really seen her somehow gets through the field and shouldn't have been a run, but it will be. But not too much damage, just a single. Hit the stumps on the way through. But we're approaching the halfway point with Luxembourg 41. Going to need to find some runs from somewhere.
And it's also not like the pitch is going to change in the second innings. It's going to be the same.
And you know, being out there in the field, if you're taking wickets, it suddenly doesn't feel as hot. Suddenly it feels 27, not 37. It's amazing.
They want more.
It's if you're chasing leather all day, it feels about 47.
They're making the heat their friend.
Can turn around the corner. Sujikova fires and throws. Well, hits the stumps. Very good piece of fielding, but just shows you there was always a run there. But yeah, big second half coming up. See if Luxembourg can turn this around.
They don't need big partnerships. Partnerships of 10 and 15 or 20 will help them just to propel over 70 or 80. That's the total that we have been talking about.
Relay in Bulgaria as well. Serbia 56 for 4 after 11. 51 off the last 9 overs. It's well bowled from Komeda. That'll be the end of the 10th over. Luxembourg 42 for 6. And yeah, still plenty of cricket to play, so don't give up on this one yet. Of course, Balkan Cup going on at the moment. You can check that one out. We'll take a break here. We're back in a few minutes. Here in match 2, Luxembourg winning the toss, batting 42 for 6 after 10. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, and Shoban Gane. We'll see you shortly for more CE Cup. Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the second half of this first innings of match 2. Luxembourg batting first, 42 for 6. 6 strikes for the home side. I think for the first time in the tournament, here's Erika Kuntseva. Her third over. It's going to start with a wide. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Shoban Gane with me. And a big task for Luxembourg to see if they can turn this around. But as we were saying earlier, never know what might be enough against a Czech team that have never won in 19 attempts.
Yeah, that's what makes this contest interesting. If it would have been any other team, it would have been a boring game. But with Czechs around, every game is an interesting one.
We don't do boring games in European cricket. I don't think it's even possible. That's a nice shot by Abbas. But again, she's found it really hard to get off strike, hasn't she? She's 2 off 14 now.
Do you think this one also is going to appeal with this new action?
The silent appeal. Well,
Yes.
she needs something to appeal for first. There we go. It's what if a whisperer. I know that Michael Holding was whispering death. Well, maybe Erica Kuntseva is whispering appeal.
Vinny, you know, when Kane Williamson retired, one of the umpires said he's the first captain who says sorry before going for DRS.
Really?
He's the only captain in the world. He's like, sorry, mate, I want to go for this
I
one.
think
That's
sometimes you can be too nice.
a little different from the Aussies.
Let's not go there. But do you think he retired too soon? Do you think it was a bit of a knee jerk, or has he been thinking about it for a while? I just find it weird when cricketers retire mid-series, especially in away series. You think they're, they're there. You'd think they're committing to the whole series, but then I suppose you have to be in that position before you know your time's up. I suppose, yeah, there's a few of them. A few English haven't made the whole tour of Australia. Not mentioning any names. Graham Swan.
So there's there's no selfishness as well. When it's Kane, like you are the best in your country. I think the motivation just goes away, isn't it? If you're such a great...
Because I never really retired. People just stopped asking me to play. Oh, no, that's not true. I did have a moment, I suppose, where my personal life took over and I suppose I'd take a break. But
Have you announced your retirement or still available?
No, I went in a second. But it got to the point that with, other commitments and a lot of my hosting commitments, I couldn't give everything to my playing career anymore, even though I was still in shape to keep playing. Like, that's just, my life took a different turn. But you rarely see top-level cricketers retiring for other professional opportunities.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I've got a cool job in an accounting firm, so I'm going to walk away from the IPL. It's not something... But I suppose, with me playing at the highest level of amateur, lowest level of professional, it was just kind of something that made sense for me at the time. But anyway, 11 overs down. Luxembourg 44 for 6, just 2 wides off that over, nothing off the bat. And, 44 for 6 after 11. Haven't used a fifth bowler yet, Czechia. I'm looking at who it might be. It could be Raquel Pavlichkova. It could be Pratibha Chowdhury even. Could be Yana Kuminkova, who can send them down. There's 3 options.
That's very much possible. And one thing about retirement is, the champion retiring is that they say that champions retire in a whimper, legends retire in a whimper, and it's just like, how many? You should be always, people should ask, why now?
Yeah, we can see, speaking of legends and champions, there's a few to our right in the tent, but I think we were getting a bit of camera time there as... I've got to say, it's been a big effort from everyone here today to get the broadcast up and running. Almost glitch-free, considering that temperature is up at 34 degrees and feels a lot hotter on the ground, I'd say, as well. Peacock Friday as well. All bright and breezy. We actually got the blue, red, and the yellow, all the primary colours, amongst the 3 of us here at the table. Down the leg side, this one just gets away. Komita getting a 3rd over. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see... when and who, or when they bowl the 5th bowler, who that is. I know they kind of want to keep these 2 going.
There are options.
Yeah.
If Yana
But
as well.
Will they want to bowl him out? The openers, by the way, only bowled 3, so they've got a couple to come back as well.
I don't think they would love to change, because when the bowlers are in a rhythm, you don't want to break the rhythm and give someone else.
Well, bowlers never want to come off.
It's for over.
Goes with the territory. But I agree with you. I mean, if you bowl these 2 out, if you do, then you're kind of talking, this is over 12, 13, 14. But then you've got the issue that you can't, you're forced to bowl a 6th bowler. Because there's 14 overs down and you've only bowled 4 overs. You can only bowl at one end, right? So then you're forced to bowl a 6th bowler. So I actually think strategically it would make sense to give Erica a spell, bowl your 5th bowler. And then you can manage with just 5. Like I said, they've got a few different options. Very late decision to go for this run. They still get away with it. But, these 2 combining for 5 what is it now? They've got 7 runs off 27 balls between them. So although they've been able to survive, they haven't been able to do too much on the scoreboard.
Father Komida has added so much to this bowling attack. Just added more discipline and bowling that challenging line. So there's no freebies at all. So 3 overs, 20 for 2. That's what the skipper, Talamarla. And then Desika, 3 overs, 11 for 1. Erika, 3 overs, 9 for 2. And then Komida bowling currently. None of the bowlers have been hit out of the attack. That's a very good thing.
Yeah, true. And let's not forget, there were a fair few unhit runs in that first over as well. That's when the wides were a bit out of control. Talamala got it right the next time she bowled. Luxembourg have been on the back foot ever since.
And technically, they have only scored 27 because the extras is 20.
Yeah, exactly. This isn't going too far. Edged down onto the foot. It's a good point. Yeah, 20 runs off the bat in, what's it now, 70 balls. They're the batting stats, 20 off 70. So
can you imagine the same team scored above 100 in the previous game against a superior bowling attack?
But yeah, that's what makes cricket so great. You only get one chance with a bat, and sometimes it's not your day. And if your batters fail, you can completely test. Czechia right now. I wonder what the supercomputer thinks of it. The computer's still giving the Czechs a 33% chance of losing from here. If you look at their numbers in the last few years, you understand there is the potential of a double fail in both batting innings. Yes, time will tell. Last ball for Komeda in the 12th. It's a good one, gets through everyone. And there'll be at least one here. Actually 2 though. Pavlichkova's got a good arm. There's a chance. Whoa. If they keep it, left her post, Kuncheva, and so they will get back. 2 buyers is the call, and takes us to the end of the 12th over. The score is 49 for 6 after 12.
Completely belonging to the Czechia women's side. First 12 overs of dominance. Last 8 overs left. You don't want to give any freebies here. If you've got this side, of the neck, just need to continue. The good thing that they have done is that they've picked up 6 wickets. The runs are down, the wickets are high. That's what makes this scorecard really good if you're a Czechia fan. While Dubey, 5 of 8, Abbas, 2 of 23. It feels like he's playing a test match here. But 2 of 23, but we saw what in the first match where the Norwegian side we saw what Kumari did in the first innings.
Yeah, but look,
he's played the same, 23 of 47 or 48.
That's true. That's true. But I suppose you had someone at the other end that was able to score at a better rate. Yep. I totally get that you don't want to get bowled out here. I think that goes without saying. But you also need to find a way to keep that score creeping. You don't want to get bowled out because, let's say at this rate, on average, there's about 2 extras in every over. So that's runs you don't, even if you don't hit a single ball and you just block everything, then if you get bowled out in 14 overs, that's kind of 12 runs you're left on the table, which is, in a low-scoring game.
And also Luxembourg must be knowing what's the stat that the Czechia teams are facing against. So I'm pretty sure about it. So for that reason, maybe they're a little bit complacent and they know that what is the opposition is going to offer.
There's still a 35% chance of winning Luxembourg, so you got to keep trying to move things along. Interesting, they're going back to Talamala. Again, I don't know if I would have been going back to her at this stage. Obviously, they really want a wicket, but they haven't used their 5th bowler yet. So the thing is, if they wanted allow the 5th bowler to have 4 overs, then they have to bowl the next over. They can bowl 14, 16, 18 and 20. This is over number 13 now. So it's just something to think about. I think you always want to give your 5 bowlers the opportunity to bowl the whole 4 overs in case they bowl well. But another defensive shot to Bay won't get out of the blocks. So I actually wonder who it'll be. I quite like Jana Kaminkova's bowling. She has basically no run-up, but she's quite accurate. I think that's what you're looking for at this stage because, like we've said all day, when the bowlers have got it right, the batters have found it really tough to score. I think that's been pretty obvious.
Unless and until you have some kind, you have more shots You can just lift it over. Or else and until, if you are just bowling in that channel, rarely you'll get hurt. Onto our right, Sudhir Glatson looking a little nervous.
Cricket's great because, again, dynamics can change so much. Here we are in the T20s, not a single outfielder in play. They're really almost just trying to choke the batter, but this is nice. Little tuck away behind square. Good running as well from Abbas. Out of the blocks quickly and on strikers. And Dubé gets a single. Brings up the 50 as well for Team Luxembourg.
Yeah, finally they'll be able to manage a significant landmark. The projected score is 80.
That's if they bat the whole 20.
Yep.
There's no guarantees of that.
It's only 4 wickets in hand. Never know.
Tough situation because you do want to start lifting the rate, but you are super conscious of using that extra wicket. A full toss, hit well. Wicket's a little bit deeper. That's Kaminkova zone. That does keep it to a single.
So the skipper is very intelligent. Has brought her set on. Is finishing her quota of 4 overs.
Yeah, I think we've got to see a different bowler next over. We just bowl well, 3 overs, 1 made and none for 7, but you can always bowl a 4th anytime. So we'll find out in a minute.
Dubé has been the quiet partner. Nobody's looking at her, but she's 6 of 12. She's trying to rotate strike.
By the way, Serbia look to be skating away with match 1 in the Balkan Cup. Now 85 for 4, so good partnership for about 41, I think, there by Segovcevic and Najinovic down there in Sofia around the grounds. Spear wide, just a little bit too wide of the off stump. But yeah, seems like the same kind of game as here, where they had a tough start, but they found a way to rebound. That's what we've seen in both the batting innings so far today in match 1. But this time, Luxembourg finding it hard to get that rebound and hard to get any kind of momentum into this first innings. Once again, you can see, can't really get it off the square. That'll be the end of the 13th over. And Luxembourg now 52 for 6. Let's keep an eye on who gets the ball here in the 14th over.
It'll be a tough chase for sure. But who are the batters they'll be banking on? That'll be also important. They have Pratibha, Raquel, the skipper as well, Eva, Desika. They need everyone to chip in with some kind of score.
Hey, super interesting. They're going back to Desika Marikova-Moodley. So again, they're going back to an opener. So again, they're kicking the can down the road with this 5th bowler because they might be even looking at, bowling a 5th and 6th 2 overs each. But I just think it might be a bit of a tactical misstep. I know they might be thinking, look, let's try and get this 7th wicket. But yeah, you've got a situation now where you're going to have to use at least 6 bowlers.
Yeah.
Talamala's bowled out, so you're going to get a new bowler at the top end, at the golf course end. But there's only 3 overs to go at that end now. So, yeah, not so sure about this, but I guess if it pays off with a wicket, it's worth it. Pulled away first ball, but doesn't beat the mid-wicket.
So they're thinking right now. They're not thinking about what will happen after 3 or 4 overs. They're looking at the scorecard. They think that these bowlers will do the job for us. They're giving them the ball. That's a very clear plan.
Well, they would be hoping that they can bowl him out with time to spare. And then the fact that you still might not need to bowl a 6 bowler because you might finish in 19 overs or less.
Also, they need to know subconsciously that there's no big hitters that's going to come and just blast. There's not anyone who's going to come and score 15 or 20 and over.
Yeah, well, I mean,
somehow
no, these two obviously haven't been able to find the boundaries, haven't been able to get too much going.
The strike rate also speaks for itself. 3 from 26 from Abbas. And Dubé 6 of 13. Scoreboard is not moving at all.
Got her really well bowled as pitched up, hits the top of the stumps, and that long partnership comes to an end as Desi does the job once again. Her 2nd wicket for the day. Luxembourg finally have lost a 7th wicket. It's 52 for 7.
Yeah, that's a brilliant wicket. Marikova knew that the batter will go for the big shots. She was absolutely not timing it at all. And then went for that wild heave-ho. Has lost the pegs. Another wicket for Marikova, 2 for 11. The brilliant bit of captaincy for sure from Talamarla. Bringing in the senior bowler, she does the trick.
It was a gamble. We said that, but they obviously felt, let's try and gamble, bring our spearhead back early and try and break this partnership, which had been going on for quite a while. But in the end, it comes to an end thanks to that very good delivery from Zika Majkova Mudley, 52 for 7.
And also it's a mindset as well of taking wicket every ball. It's just a very different mindset. When baseball came in, Brendan McCullum spoke about every ball I want to take a wicket, and if I'm batting, every ball I want to hit for 4 and 6. So that's kind of that is also a very attacking mindset that some captains have.
Yeah, true. It may pay off here. And the thing is, they're actually lucky that they do have, their 6th bowler and their 5th bowler are comparable, I think, and their 7th bowler. So maybe they're not too worried about sticking to just the 5 bowlers. But the thing is, if that 5th bowler comes on, takes a couple of wickets, I mean, probably right now it doesn't matter because it's almost done. But yeah, you want her to then have the chance to bowl 4 overs. I still think could have managed the bowl a little bit better, but I suppose they've had the luxury of some equally good choices at times here, Czechia. New batter coming out there is Divya Kanpal. Expect to see her opening the bowling in the 2nd innings. Right now she's bowled. Wow, it's another one that's rattled the sumps. So this one's just kissed the furniture. And Divya's going to have to go very first ball from, I guess, Saujanya Talamala. She must have known something that we didn't because Desi's come back on. She's gone bang, bang. She's on an international hat trick. And Luxembourg now reeling at 52 for 8.
Yeah, that's the positive mindset. 52 for 8. Tamarala must be thinking, please give me a wicket. And they've got a couple of them. And that's what excess score as well. 76. And there's a couple of wickets only left. 80% still. Not 100% record for Czechia, but then played down the wrong line.
Yeah,
just down the wrong line. Missed out completely.
Clips the leg stump.
Huge wicket.
Almost missed the leg stump. So, could this be a bit of history in the making with Marikova Moodley on a T20I hat trick? New batter out there is number 10, Clea Bulto. And, Luxembourg really finding it hard going. They were so competitive against Norway. I mentioned that was the one that got away. If anything, we're learning that this is a really unpredictable series. Norway, again, they were in early trouble against Luxembourg. Here's a hat-trick ball, and it's an absolute choke job from Des. She's put it over the waist. It's going to be a no ball and a free hit to come, and a few right smiles around the ground there. Well, for Clea, it's her opportunity, I suppose, to get one away because she can't be out this ball except for run out.
Yeah, maybe got a little overexcited there.
We call that a Danny Hudacek when there's a no ball or a wide on a hat-trick ball. Classic Danny. He'll be here tomorrow, by the way, taking you through the commentary. She gets right back on the task. Some sort of weird finger signal from the umpire. Got everyone nervous. But now, like I said, you'd be tempted to just gamble and bowl out Erika Kuncheva, Viola Komeda, who've been not giving away any extras. The risk with the 5th or 6th bowler becomes, are they going to give away a hatful of extras? They haven't bowled in the innings yet. So do you gamble here? And I think I would. With 8 down, you feel you can get the job done in the next couple of overs. Good shot, though. Smacks it through the offside. Have to run hard here. You get one. And we'll get a fairly easy 2. Bulto with a nice-looking punch-through point.
Yeah, that's a good one. There's a couple of runs. But they're feeling safe, that's for sure. So it's 14 overs, 55 for 8. So Tamarala might bring Erika and just tell her, just kill this innings. 55 on the board. I just get a feeling the second innings, it won't be so easy.
Oh,
it won't be a walk in the park. It might be a long innings, and they might scrape home.
A big plane there. Let us know in the chat if you know, because we're near well, I hope it's okay, but near the recreational airport, the aviation airport here. But the aviation enthusiasts there. Let us know in the chat. 55 for 8. Looks like we will get the 5th bowler now, Eva Konsova. Yeah, interesting. I'm not so sure. I mean, Eva, she can get it right. Sometimes she hasn't got it right. I don't think you need to put her in this situation here. I think, well, let's see. She might deliver, but time will tell.
She's thinking about that, what will happen in 18th or 19th over. That's why maybe she has given the ball to her so that she doesn't get her calculations wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure about this kind of a
think
bowling change.
You've done this long with 4 bowlers. You go, take them all the way, bowl them out in 15 and 16, and maybe pick up the 2 wickets there. Not that he's not capable. I just would have thought maybe if they were going to use her as a genuine bowler, they would have bowled her earlier. One thing I like about Eva, there's a little edge on that, I think. Not really a genuine chance for Ranyava, who had to deal with a significant deflection. But, yeah.
This is not a very, I mean, not a very ordinary bowler, but
I like her run up because it can't go wrong.
yeah.
Because it's basically 2 steps. I actually think it's quite smart. Dropping down the leg side for a wide. So this was what I talked about last over. Your worry being in such a formidable position here for Czechia is that you're then going to hand it back a little bit like we saw in the first innings of the day with a big over with a lot of wides. It suddenly kind of supercharges the batting team scoring.
And also, she must be mindful that what are her limitations with the bat. It's not like they can chase anything that's posted. They have to bring it down.
Having said that, they need to find a 5th bowler for the weekend. They've got 4 games. Eva, I have seen her bowl well before, and I suppose she's one of the more experienced players now, actually. She's been playing for a while. There's some great stories amongst the players this weekend about how they got onto cricket. Some of them, they do have a natural family connection. Some of them have come through academies. She's doing a pretty good job here. Okay, a couple of wides in the first part of the over.
Also, first over, it's always nervous. It doesn't matter whether it's 57 for 8. It's your first attempt at the bowling crease. It's the first event. So, it doesn't really matter the scoreboard. As a bowler, you'll always feel the pressure.
Nice little dropper. Just drops in, and fortunately for Dubé, can't get bat on ball. Projected 79. That's if they do bat it out at the moment. It's pushing it uphill. Maybe they have a plan with the 5th bowler. Konasova bowls a couple. Maybe you get someone like a Kaminkova could bowl a couple. You kind of split that role. Leg side for another wide 3rd of the over.
Maybe she would love to finish off with a wicket.
But I think even next over, I wouldn't be mucking about. I'd be going back to Komeda from that bottom end. Bowled 3 overs, looked dangerous. You're just looking for a couple of straight balls and finish this innings off, aren't you, at this stage? Well bowled, but pretty well played. Think about a run, but don't entertain it too seriously. By the way, Serbia looks like they've pretty much sewn it up against Bulgaria. So Bulgaria 0-20. Just 4 runs to get. About 4 overs to go over there in Sofia. This must be nice for Rico. Had the late start, has the early finish over there. Sofia's a great city to be out and about in, by the way. That's the end of the 15th over. They'll have a quick drink. And it's 58 for 8. Last 5 overs to come. Just 2 wickets to play with Luxembourg. You're looking to turn things around. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Shoban Garnek. We'll take a quick break, hydration break, and then we're back with the final stanza of the first innings here in match 2. You're watching ECN, and this is the Central Europe Cup. Hello and welcome back. We're 15 overs in to the first innings, 58 for 8. It will go to a sixth bowler here in over number 16. It's Raquel Pavlichkova who's going to bowl. Actually, for me, she's probably in the top 5 bowlers. I've seen her at times opening the bowling, slightly rejigged lineup now with a couple more qualified players for Czechia that have fulfilled the residency requirements to play international cricket. But Raquel, again, she's a hard taskmaster. She sets high standards for herself. 8 wickets down though, Luxembourg, trying to squeeze a few extra runs. Can they get to 70 or who knows, maybe even 80 here? See that Raquel, probably the quickest of all the bowlers we'll see for Czechia today. That first one swings a bit too much, soft the pitch, and a free hit coming up. Bulto at the crease. Again, thrown in the deep end a little bit here. Luxembourg, like I said, they do have a few wins in their T20IW history. They're finding themselves in a tough spot here. Well bowled by Raquel, right on the money. That was a free hit as well. Couldn't even free the arms. Shoban Gunnick joins me once again in the commentary box. Well, 5 overs, sink or swim here, Luxembourg. You just feel that they're twice as likely to defend 70 than 60, probably twice as likely to defend 80 than 70 as well, Shoban. So let's see what they can do with these last 5.
And also, Vinny, Raquel has just come from UK. She was a volunteer in ICC Women's World T20. Must have picked up a couple of tips from legends from the top international
loves
players.
her cricket. Loves her cricket. Has a good rhythmic build-up to the crease as well, Raquel. See, not a lot of footwork from Bulto.
Interesting batting stance.
But, I mean,
minimal of footwork.
She's got a good eye. I mean, she makes contact. I suppose at the moment she's not really looking. She's thinking survival, which is fine. But you'd love to see her maybe kind of take off for a run when it's into the gap. Moment. It was like it's hard to know where the next run's coming from off the bat.
It's like the stick cricket, the mobile game that you play. You just have to stand at one place and you just move your bat.
Well, I hope she doesn't get hit by a bouncer and fall on the stumps, which is my favourite way to get out in stick cricket. But anyway, like I said, she's got a good bat plane. She's able to get bat on ball. But Raquel's just attacking those stumps. She's just looking to get clear to miss 1. But at the moment, like I said, it's hard to know where the next one off the bat's coming from. And I suppose, the only worry for Czechia then is giving away a bunch of extras. Okay, we did have a no ball to start the over, but then Pavlichkova's come back to the party with 5 consecutive dot balls.
Yeah, great comeback, and also 5 consecutive dot balls. The way she's bowling, she must be feeling a little gutted because at the other end, she's just holding her. Oh, that was close. That was
just a
close
bit too
to
wide.
the outside edge.
Yeah,
But
she let it go in the end. So she was on a fake maiden there. No ball, then 5 dots.
But it was
last
very
ball,
good
take
bowling
2.
action. Pretty
Yeah,
strong,
she's a good
heavily
player.
built.
She's a very good player. Like I said, she's a real competitor.
Yeah, watching her for first time live.
Fraction short in the air. Just gets away from the fielder. Pratibha Chowdhury there. They want 2. Good throw might be interesting. At front of her, gets pulled away from the stumps. That'll be the end of the over. So there's 4 off it in the end. Nice shot by Bulto to double her score. And after 16 overs, it's 62 for 8.
I think they have to bring in Erica. Just to finish it off. 3 overs, 9 for 2. Has been one of the pick of the bowlers for the home side. While the visitors haven't done particularly well. The previous match, they batted really well. But yeah, struggling 62 for 8. Just hanging on to a little thread. Somewhere trying to get a total of 80, 75. And you know, when you get a total against Czechia, definitely a little fresh air. Somehow, they managed to at least stay in the game.
Okay. Kunceva's going to get, Vanasova, I should say, is going to get a second over. Eva searching for this 9th wicket. Dubé on strike. Does this one go down the leg side for a wide? Got to say, what are you waiting for to bring Kunceva and Komeda back? they could potentially go bang, bang. And sure, if you then need to, then you can use kind of your 5th and 6th. But Raquel, like I said, for me, she's probably in the best 5 bowlers they've got anyway. But I just think you've got proven performers. Kuncheva, Erica, 2 for 9. Komita, 3 overs, none for 7, including a maiden. Don't want to be giving away runs for free.
And we spoke about her captaincy prowess as well, with the kind of bowling changes. It's a no ball, Freed coming up, with the kind of bowling changes she has made so far in the day. But now somehow she's just losing the steam a bit and not able to think clearly.
Yeah, no ball off the pitch, so a free hit coming up. Dubé's got to have a crack at this. Remember, he can't get out except for run out. And Eva, you have to try and avoid getting hit. Again, it's just a little poke round the corner. They don't look for a run. So, to be fair to Luxembourg, the players down the bottom of the order, they're even more inexperienced than those above them. And so it's a tough situation for them to be in as well. That was a good example of one that you might as well, swing hard at that ball. You see if you can get a 4. If you miss, it doesn't matter. If you get bowled, it doesn't matter. But also for someone like Claire at the other end to be kind of backing up and looking to run. Run of it as well down the leg side. But it's just a little bit what I was worried about with the Czechs, with the Konosova giving away a few extras. Perhaps you could argue that if they brought Kuncheva and Komita back, maybe she wouldn't have had to be in this position, bowling a second over.
Also big couple of days for Czechia women's team. Czechia women playing against Norway. Tomorrow at 9:30, then Norway lock on with Luxembourg at 2 o'clock. Then Luxembourg face Czechia. And they finish it off with playing Norway.
So each of the teams has a double header on one of the days. So Luxembourg, they've had to do it today. And they might say, wow, it's a bit tough. It's been pretty hot. Yeah. Well, guess what? It's the coolest day we're going to get. So Norway are going to have to do the double header tomorrow. And then Czechia on day 3. I know we're starting a bit earlier, but it's still going to be, so it won't be so much of a difference, I don't think. Again, down the leg side for another wide. So that score's creeping up, isn't it? It's creeping up 66.
And every single run has been cheered. So they kind of sense that something good is coming up.
Yeah, well, like I said, you're 2 balls away from finishing this innings. You check it. You've got to look at it that way. They didn't mind bowling out Talamara and Marikova Moodley, which surprised me at the time. Well, that paid off with a couple of wickets for Des. But then they've gone from going for the kill to now going for the alive, haven't they? They've just kind of then conceded, okay, let's try and get through our 5th bowler overs. But I still think I would have done it another way. Having said that, Konosova doesn't have terrible figures. She's got none for 7 off 9 balls bowled.
This partnership, 14. Remember, in a small encounter, scoring 1, 14 and 15s are really gold dust, I would say.
Yeah, it's well bowled. The more she bowls, better she gets as well. Konosova followed her for a couple of years as well in this Czech team.
Has her bowling action changed over the years?
She typically just kind of bowls off a couple of steps. For her, it's just a control and a bit of a confidence thing, I think, more than anything else. Again, you see, you've got Dubé who's putting in a shift here, just trying to survive. And
she can bowl all day with this kind of action.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. 45 degrees is also fine.
I feel like she won't be going to the stress fracture clinic anytime soon. But, yeah, like the main thing with the action is it's simple and it's repeatable.
Yeah.
And that's what you
That's
want.
true.
You want that consistency. Last ball of the 17th coming up.
Okay.
The old double Yorker dropped into the blocko nicely. End of the 17th over. Luxembourg, 66 for 8. That over went for 4.
Yeah, last 3 overs. Or maybe at least if they can manage to score 18, and it'll be somewhere around 84.
This is where, if I'm Viola, I'm grabbing that ball. I'm saying, I dare you to take it off me, but I'm bowling this over. Because that's my end. I haven't got a wicket yet. I haven't bowled really well. And then I guess it would have a good wrestle between her and Raquel, who probably wouldn't want to give it up either. But yeah, main thing is just forcing the batters to hit the runs off the bat at this point. They've leaked a few too many extras in the last few overs. We're up to 33 extras in the innings, so around about 2 runs and over in extras. Here's Pavlichkova. Well bowled.
The only thing is she needs to do is just to bowl at the stumps. It might look good. She gets beaten, but it doesn't result in a wicket. The skipper might have a word with her. Just tell her, even though, I mean, if it hits the bat, it's fine. At least you have the second. You'll get a wicket.
Been a fascinating one-on-one battle, hasn't it, between Pavlichkova and Bulto. Bulto over a bat. Again, just sitting and waiting short. An inside edge onto the pad there that time. So gets away with a short one there, does Raquel.
And nobody has gone to the double digits when you talk about the Luxembourg batting lineup. It's 4-5-2, 4-5-3, not 6, not 4.
Call now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raquel. Again, good Yorker straight on the stumps. That's what I think what I'd be going to here and challenging Bulto to get the bat on it.
Oh, it's a high full toss. That is an appeal.
I think maybe just heading down, but again, it was the attempt there. I think that was the right length to try and bowl. It's just overcooked it slightly. Oh, I'm already feeling the stress of this chase, and we haven't even got there yet. But it looks like it'll be something in the 70s, you'd imagine.
You are nervous.
I'm not nervous. I'm curious about how it would go in the second half for both teams, really. It's on the pad again. Gets turned down. Do like this length though.
Yeah, this is a very good length, but the batter is completely bamboozled by the pace.
I think she plays the ball off length really well. I know she's kind of at the start of her international journey, Bulto, as a cricketer. If she sees the bounce of the ball, I think she's pretty confident in hitting it. But when it's pitched so close to her, she probably doesn't quite have the answers at this point. See there, once the ball bounces, she's got a good swing of the bat. But, geez, we've had a big run of dot balls. It's 9 dot balls in a row now.
If you want to send somebody for a night watch woman, she'll be great.
Apparently, the correct gender-neutral term is night watcher.
Night watcher.
I was told recently. True story. The last ball of the 18th. Full and hit straight back to Pavlichkova, who fields it with a part of her body that isn't her hands. That's the end of the 18th. It's 66 for 8. A maiden over for Raquel. And now I think, Konosova's out of the kitchen, so she doesn't have to deal with the heat anymore. We'll probably get Kuncheva bowling this 19th over. So Konosova did a decent job. 2 overs, none for 7. But I think she had some issues with the extras, and I think they'll probably want to make a change there to get ready for over number 19.
Also, once you are batting for a long time, it's pretty hard to dislodge you. That's what Dubey and Wood have shown to us. 6 of 26, 4 of 16. Exactly what Czechia women need to do. Once they get in, just don't lose wickets. Just stay there. Suddenly, this partnership of 14.
They do bring Kuncheva back. Thought they would. And she'll bowl her 4th over. There's only 2 overs to go now. So I think the plan would be Kuncheva bowls 1 over from this end. Komita finishes at the bottom end. Can they bat out the 20 here? Luxembourg, 66 for 8. First ball gets past the bat. Thought for a second it might have taken a little bit of an edge, but not handled by Shushka.
It's important for her not to leak any runs. She's bowling after a bit of period of time to get her radar right.
Gets through everyone this time. And they're not looking for that run, are they?
The good thing is that the scoreboard isn't moving. That's the best thing to talk about Czechia women's side. So it's like, okay, you want to play, you bat, it's fine. It's like an open nets going on. But there are no extra runs added. So it shouldn't hurt the Czechia women's side.
You put the jinx on. This could be another dot. It gets past the ball. They are going to run. If it hits, it's close. Yes. It's very close. It's out. Dubey run out. Another direct hit. Dubey kind of had to go in that situation. So they tried so hard to move the score. But unfortunately, Dubey no more. Run out for 6. Fantastic fielding there as well. To pick it up, had a good look at the sticks and threw them down. 66 for 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Running with the shot. but the non-striker was slightly hesitant and direct hit. Good work from Eric as well, not going in front of the stumps and trying to collect and run down the stumps. Waited for it to get and hit directly.
And it was Viola Comida, who I think we'll see bowling the last over, who picks up that run out. Does very, very well. You know, it's a tough one. Dubé had battered time, hadn't she? Finally, I think she said, look, we've got to just try and score a run somehow. As it's going to be Purna Madar coming out at number 11. She won't be facing, though, at the moment, 66 for 9.
Surely now the Czechia fans and the players would be believing. Absolutely. 66 for 9. They have got this game. Scruff of the neck for sure.
That we've seen.
Just one good partnership will do a lot of wonders for this Czechia side. 66 divided with 3 small little partnerships. Game done.
Yeah, well, we saw Luxembourg in a pretty good position earlier, and that game turned. Used to say couldn't turn again here in match number 2. Kuntova will get a crack at bull toes. Batted a while for 4. Gets a long way across. Still will get called wide down the leg side. There's a bit of umpire's call in those wide calls, especially when the batter moves across so much. That was a great bit of fielding, wasn't it? Joe Foster, I've got to say, was in perfect position to make that call.
And also a run added by eternity.
Yeah, wide breaks the run of dots. Another wide, this time outside the off. It looks like, still think it's probably looking like a 70-something chase.
They'll take that. If you would have asked both the captains, will you take 67? I'm pretty sure Talamara must have said, yeah, let's do it.
Up to the 6-8 now. Hit now, you are a little bit worried about getting run out and the innings being over.
But when we were talking about the players who are not playing, they said 32. That's what they wanted to get the opposition done and dusted.
What are you looking to hold on to? 32. I wasn't far off. Still a lot of cricket to be played here. And that'll be it. The 10th wicket falls. Kuntova finishes things off. I was asking why we hadn't seen her until now with that 4th over, because I just felt she was the kind of bowler that could finish things quickly. And so it is. 2 wickets fall in that 19th over, and the innings is done. Luxembourg 68 all out. And bowling-wise, Kuntova finishes with 3 wickets. Marikova Moodley with 3 wickets, including being on a hat-trick at one point. Talamara with 2. I'll say Viola Comida bowled really, really well. 3 overs, 1 made, none for 7. Konasova, none for 7. Pavlichkova, a light. Her rhythm as well when she bowled, wasn't able to take a wicket. But in the end, Luxembourg not able to get anyone to double figures. Extras 35, actually more than half the total in the end, as Luxembourg all out 68. 69 will be the target for Czechia when they come out to bat. Their best opportunity ever to win a T20 international after 19 failed attempts. Stay tuned, don't go too far. Bulgaria is finished for the day, so we've got your undivided attention. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Shoban Ganak. We'll take a break and we'll bring you home with the second half of match 2 when we return to Vinoj in Prague, Czechia, live on ECN. You're watching the Central Europe Cup T20IW.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations.
Hello and welcome back to Vinosh Cricket Ground as we get ready for the second half of the second game of the day. It's the final innings of the day, and Luxembourg coming out to defend just 68 runs. They were bowled out in the 19th over of the first innings of this game. Czechia playing their first game of the tournament with their best opportunity ever to win a T20 international. Katka Tesazhikova is going out there with Erika Kunsova, so two of their key players. I like this opening pairing. Luxembourg, they've had their ups and downs today, but they really didn't have too many ups in that first innings, losing early wickets, never really getting going. They were kind of cut off at the source, weren't they? In fact, extras made up over half of their total in the end. So they scored 68 all out, 35 extras. I will say, though, that I'm not completely discounting Luxembourg's chances. They got within 14 runs. 13 runs of the first innings total in the first game against Norway. Zhukova with a bold strategy of shaking the keeper's hand before she faces the first sports goods. Sporting gesture from Katka. She's just built for power, but has been a bit inconsistent at this level. Does have half centuries to her name. Lights, camera, action as Kanpal gets us going. Any sound to hear, Mr. Maximo? I've got Shoban Gunak with me, and yeah, the Czech 69 from a famous victory. Or can Luxembourg pull out a bit of history themselves and defend this total in the 60s?
Yeah, the home side chasing history. That's a big statement. This is an idle game, isn't it? To win their first. Oh, that's smashed.
That's what she does. Katka Tesazhikova. She stands, she delivers, and she gets an opening boundary off just the second ball.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot there from the right-hander. Just waited for the ball to come and then gave it a whack. It's what a way to start your innings. Get off the mark with some style.
That's the thing with Katka. I'm a bit frustrated for her as well. She's found ways to get herself out in the past when she's been looking really good, but she's just such a natural hitting athlete. She's really, really good at hitting the ball all around the place. Once again, she laces this one down the ground. But see, already you can see the fielders have taken a bit of a backward step, and there's an easy single there.
Yeah, that's an easy single. And there's clear plans. Just go and make the best possible use of this power play. And that's what they are doing. A couple of fielders outside, and you see there's a definite response. There's a fielder at mid-wicket. Down the leg side, that's a wide, a bright start for the Czechia side.
No ball, actually. I think it's no ball for height. It was questionable on height. Or maybe it was for off the pitch. Couldn't really see from our angle, but will be a free hit. Gives Kunsova a chance. Again, Erika's had a very good 12 months domestically and even for the national team. I mean, some of these players that have played in so many of these T20 losses, they'll feel this is a golden moment waiting to be taken. Free hit, jumps across, will get the wide call, so the free hit stays in play.
Yeah, Erika trying to use the pace of the bowler. She's trying some shots because a free hit, she can play any shot she wants. But the eye school of Erika, and then you have the attacking mindset of Tesarikova.
Fire and ice.
Yeah.
I mean, Katka is like a big tree that's on fire when she gets going. She's all arms and legs. Kunsova still on a free hit.
Trying to use, again, the same shot, not learning from her mistake. That's the bowler.
And look, Kanpal, this is Khushbu Kanpal. I think she bowled really well before. Divya took the new ball at the other end, but already you can see maybe this new ball not doing what she wants it to. She's lost quite a few down the leg side, 3 in a row, basically. Couldn't have hoped for a better start if you're Czechia. Already eaten into this target to the tune of 8 runs.
Erica comes down the track and plays it straight away. They might go for the single. Yes, they do. And they might go for the second run as well.
Got to watch the game. I mean, that's such basics. They'll still get 2. But, I mean, watch the ball. Some things are hard. Some things aren't hard. And Katka, luckily, she's got the legs of a giraffe. And she was able to get back for a couple.
Getting some huge support from the dressing room as well. Everybody's pumped up.
I don't think I'd be a good coach. I think I'm too fiery. I think I'd be... Watch the ball. Critical of quite a few teams. They just assume there's one when they're really good example of the ball getting away from the fielder and there being an easy 2 there.
That's a good score to chase.
Yeah, well, low score, good score to chase always.
And the best thing is that they're just watching the ball and reacting to it. They're not thinking that they will just steady the ship and go.
He's going to be
very look to shot just like that, straight bat.
But again, you can already see the difference of the depth of the fielders with a couple of these early blows. If you are Luxembourg, your only chance of winning the game is to create dot balls and to create pressure that results in wickets. And so, you see the mid-on, mid-off ready.
ECN Euro Cup T20I. A couple of games coming tomorrow. So the action continues here in the heart of Europe, Prague. First over 11. That's what scoreboard does. Because there is absolutely no required run rate pressure. So they can play their natural game. That's what Erica loves to do. Just to rotate strike. At the other end, you have the tall, lanky figure of Tesarikova, who knows only one way. That's just to hit 4s and 6s. First time we're gonna watch. Yeah, they're ever impressive. Can you pop?
Yeah, I mean, gotta get it right here again. Maybe you can get 3 wickets in lower order, but you've got to get through these 2 first. The academies played a lot of cricket. You mentioned he even plays in the men's Division 3 for Kacha, the Czech academy. That's such good experience as well. So she's unflappable. Facing up, Divya Kanpal.
It's a good one. Divya bowled well in the first match, if you remember. First 4 overs, he kept both the batters quiet. And here, it's very important the way they start. Because, yeah, we know Tesarikova will go for the big shot, but with Erica, she likes to take a bit of time. So they have got a little bit of breathing space when bowling to Erica.
They've got the field quite tight, don't they? They're trying to not give up a single. I think that's good, but Erica, again, played on this field many, many times. Comfortable out here.
Oh, that's close. There's a couple of bounces. Chance of a run out. Erica just finishes. Good style.
Again, really good running. I don't think Luxembourg are taking that run so early on. Katka's super quick. And she thought, okay, I'm going to the end closest to the fielder, so I'm just going to go. Erica respects the call. If there's a perfect throw, that's the business. But how to change the strike, takes.
Katerina smashes it straight down the ground. The ball has gone like a tracer bullet to the fence. Right side dugout goes bonkers. Every single run.
You can definitely, obviously, having to play the afternoon game. I've got a few more jelly beans, don't Luxembourg have had a long day. Done. They're fielding in more space apart. They fielded the first innings, they fielded yeah, cricket's one of those games. You take wickets away, suddenly it feels 20 if not, it feels like 47 out there.
Short and wide. He gives the full kitchen sink order at it, and the ball will race away. That was smoked from Katerina. She means business. Couple of lusty blows from the right-hander. And that's what scoreboard does. When you're chasing a small total, you just need one batter. We'll just do the job for you. You don't need many batters to come into the party. Just one batter can just kill the game inside the power play. That's what Tesarikova and also Sudhir Gladson, the coach, must have sent the message that just go and just bash you away.
Play a natural game. Look, here's the thing. You can strategize, you can tacticize, probably not a word, all you like, but no substitute for the ability to hit the ball hard. That's what Tessachikova is doing here right now. You cannot give her that short ball because she will lace it. You got to pitch it up and hope she makes a mistake. That was a lot better from Divya that time.
Also pretty range hitting when it comes to Tesarikova. No minimal feet movement, not, dancing down the track, just staying low and watching the ball like a hawk. I missed out there.
End of the over, 20 without loss. She's almost chopped that one back onto the stumps. Tessachikova, she's kicking herself that she didn't make contact, any significant contact. So 20 without loss after 2. Can I just say I really like this opening combination as well. Tessachikova, I think, sometimes lost confidence at the top of the order and they batter in the middle. Sometimes she was put in tough situations where she was kind of wasn't sure whether to be attacking or not and how attacking to be. But this is a perfect situation. I mean, these players, they play from the Czech team. They play a lot of games out here. It's familiar surroundings. It's a Friday afternoon. It's the kind of time in the evening that this just feels like, for them, I think, just a regular occurrence of going out there and batting, trusting your instincts. And they don't seem overawed by the moment right now. Luxembourg, they need some wickets. They need them quickly to make a contest of this.
And also, Tesarikova's intent is actually helping Erika at the crease. She can calm down and just play her natural game rather than going for the big hit straight away. She can just take a bit of time. While at the other end, Luxembourg will be worried. They will be worried. They see that the scorecard, 2 overs, 20. They don't have much runs to play with. So this is very important. They need some wickets to stay alive in this game. Just uppishly played and just face of the bat. There is a sweeper. She will cut it off. Couple of runs will be safe and they get it with utmost ease.
But they've already pushed the field back. So these two, they don't have to do anything crazy. They can respect a good ball. That's not a problem. But they need to pounce on that one that they think's in their zone. And Kuncheva, she's no second violin. She can hit big shots of her own. And that was much better running. Katka looking for the second. So even with the field back, I mean, they've got 2 outfielders back. Is the most you can have. And suddenly, you can't see, put it this way, with these two at the crease, you can't see big strings of dot balls happening.
Yeah. At one end, you have the butcher, and the other end, you have the surgeon. He's playing particularly well.
Like that. I wonder if Erika wants to be a surgeon. Butcher and the surgeon, the opening combination. Surgeon on strike.
Trying to lace it every single time.
But, I think that's smart. I mean, that's not one to go after. She plays it with a straight bat. You don't mind the odd dot here because you're well in control of the game. You just got to kind of play what's bowled to you. You do feel like it's probably 1 or 2 balls and over that are going to be in your zone. Really go after.
Erika, it cuts it and finds the bat. Talking about the surgeon, there's a minimum of gap. She has sided away and the ball isn't going to the boundary. In fact, that has gone to the boundary and Joe Foster rightly signals 4.
Yeah, centimetre perfect. Just kissed the rope in the end. This is very good batting from Erika. Spotted the length. She got back on the bank foot, just eased it away and had just enough. Probably didn't have another blade of grass in it, but kissed the rope and 4 more. Czechia sitting pretty, 26 without loss.
You watch Erika, you'll fall in love with T20 batting. Just a lot of class in there. Goes of the back foot, uses her wrist to stay the ball along the ground.
But this is
strike.
It's the first time all day that the batters have looked in charge. Maybe with the exception of maybe the back end of the Luxembourg innings. But they were on a bit of a wing and a prayer, weren't they? Chasing basically 2 a ball for victory. But it's definitely the first power play where we've seen the batters dictating terms, and it's the fielders that are on the back foot.
That's short. She doesn't need to run for that. I'm pretty sure about that. That's one more boundary that will be cheered across 15-20 girls cheering for the Czechia side.
Yeah, what a shot. Again, that's that length. Almost, I know this we're next to the golf club. That's almost like setting it up on the first tee just with that length. And she says, yeah, I'm very, very confident. I've seen the bounce of the ball. I'm going to crack it through the offside. Excellent technique. End of the over. And Czechia 31 without loss after 3.
A superb strike there from Tesarikova. 3 overs, 31 for no loss. They have got no answers to this onslaught. Luxembourg maybe were a little bit taken aback because they thought that Czechia might take a little bit of time, might chase this in 18th or 19th over, but you never know. This kind of hitting that they have, they've actually thrilled to blitz.
The only thing I worry about with the Czech team is if they win tonight, if the celebrations go a little bit too late, because there's still 2 days of cricket to play.
You're playing tomorrow. First
Yeah,
game.
exactly. They're playing first up tomorrow. But yeah, they've waited a long time.
And also a 9:30 start. If you're at 11, they have got
Yeah.
some little time to celebrate.
I think you have to have the England-style curfew to keep the girls under control tonight. There's a lot of temptations in this city. Take it from someone that lives here. Anyway, it's over number 4. And I wonder, I'd love to get to the point when the Czech team wins, they go out and they're getting the VIP fast passes in the nightclub. There's the 5-story nightclub here.
Carlo
But
Vilasni.
To be honest,
Absolutely
that
booked.
nightclub, each floor is weirder than the last. But anyway, not that I know. Gets across, and this will be a wide. Well, taken down the leg side, I'd say there by Agrawal. He's had a pretty good day, but Luxembourg, I'll be disappointed with the first day. I know you don't necessarily win or lose the tournament on the first day. There is a situation where you might have all teams finish on 2 wins, 2 losses net run rate, so they still could technically win the weekend. But I think today's been the kind of day where, just they maybe haven't had the energy as often as they would have liked to. At some key moments in the day, they've just gone missing.
The heat got to them as well. When they're batting and then playing back-to-back games, and it's not easy. But again, nothing to take away
It's not
from
easy,
Czechia.
but like I said, they fielded the first innings and the last innings of the day, and they had an extra 1-hour break.
And Erica smoothly takes another single.
Yeah, good running again. This is the basics. One thing that's drilled into the players here, I think, is the running between the wickets, and I think that's been a key difference between the two teams. I know these two have got the luxury of kind of smashing the ball a lot harder than we saw because in the first innings, because Luxembourg lost some of their key players early, but running's been such a difference, such a pressure reliever. If you're hitting good balls for one, that's a win. You can always go after the bad ones.
Also, they're placing the shots into the gaps. That's thrashed away. Plenty of power there from the right-hander. And she moves to 21 with that smashing stroke.
Yeah, now it's about time. It's the men that are going to have to throw back our ball. Czechia not exactly rolling out the red carpet for Luxembourg here. They've been brutal in this first 3.5 overs.
Yeah, and she's enjoying it. That's what the best thing about her, Katerina. Oh, she wanted to hit it. She wanted to hit it near the Charles Bridge. Didn't get any conviction to that shot. But this is very pure hitting. It's not like somebody has come who bats at number 11, comes in and just smokes few. But she looks like a proper batter. She's got the long levers, reach.
She's got such a good eye. She's really interesting.
And watching the ball close.
She's an interesting backstory as well. Worked with someone that was into cricket, and that's how she got into it. She's a real leader in this side. That doesn't have the captaincy now that Sojanya's in the lineup, but that probably just frees her up to bat and do her job.
And also, when you're tall, when you're playing this level of cricket, it definitely helps.
She's got a sporting background. She's a multi-sport star, and I think that shows. She's just very comfortable picking up the line of length.
Oh, one more, but there is protection. Might be a single.
Good fielding
but
out
every
there.
shot, it feels like it got that power punch.
Confidence. You can't fake it in cricket. You either got it or you don't. Right now, these two are just feeling completely in control, and it's completely different to what we saw in the first innings for most of the Luxembourg innings.
If I'm America, I'll be hats off to her, how she's able to control herself and playing those. And she's not trying to imitate.
No, she's been fine. She's her own player. I like her mindset here, Erica. She's willing to respect a good ball. Obviously, the run rate isn't a concern at the moment. 4 overs down. Czechia 40 without loss.
Yeah, 10 and over. 29 of 96 is coming home this time around. Yeah, we have seen plenty of heartbreaks when it got to talk to Czechia players and the fans. But this time around, they might get a chance to celebrate. They're
going to need a new nickname, the Czech team, because they're known as the Heartbreakers in more sense of the word than one. But maybe they won't be breaking hearts tonight. They'll be filling all the Czech hearts with joy, because this has been a long time in the making.
They will have a Krasny then, that's for sure.
Maybe they will, mate. Well, I don't know what they do these days. And the cries of chair, share, chair, share. I can hear them in the background. And Teshizikova, she's one person. She's box off, isn't she? At the crease in the whole of the women's game in Europe. Hey, it's hard to think of another player in continental Europe that can hit the ball as hard as she can.
Oh, so there is a method to her madness.
This is going to be Priya, the captain, who comes on to bowl over number 5. Already half the runs. Over half the runs have been scored.
And at the very last moment, she doesn't have any trigger movement. If you watch, she's just watching the ball. She's just staying low. As soon as the bowler is ready to deliver, she picks up her bat and doesn't have any trigger movement, doesn't go forward, doesn't go back. That's really special.
Katka's really looking for a ball that's short of a length, that she can actually see the bounce of the ball before she swings. She's not as confident when the ball's pitched up to her. It's not as she's not as in control of the shot. But she does have very good eye. It's a good comeback. This is a no ball. So not a no ball. It's a free hit. So even if it was nicked, it wouldn't have been out.
all hands when you talk about Tesarikova. So far, she has put Czechia in a very good position. 41 for no loss. It's Czechia's games to lose. That's for sure. 28 of 95. Just walk in the park. Just need common sense. Every time she plays the shot, she just gives a proper smack.
Yeah, there's probably a run there if they really wanted it, but Katka waits for the next one. I know there's some questions about the keeper. Agrawal, if she's getting too close to the stump, she should be wearing a helmet. I believe that is the case, but she's not right up at the moment. Quite sure with the ICC regulations. I know batters have to wear helmets.
Just over. There is protection. We have speaking about highly about her hitting skills. That's why they've got couple of fielders in front of square, one at long on and long off.
Imagine if they just blocked their way through the first few overs, the field would be right in. They would, and I know Luxembourg haven't had the luxury of someone kind of getting as many shots away as these two have early, but it makes the game such a different proposition when the field's spread.
Yeah.
You just don't see these big runs of dot balls.
That's a good bounce, but wide. But you never know, Vinny. One wicket, and suddenly things can change. Maybe they'll be desperate for that Tesarikova's innings, because if she kind of gets out, then the opposition will definitely will be right back. Because as close as you go, you will feel the pressure, because you never tasted. You don't know what success means to you.
That's true. Seen some epic collapses in our time.
That's a bit. And Misfield. Misfield, but there is protection.
She's got to watch.
Let's go for the second.
There's one thing I'd say to Katka, and amongst other things. First thing would be well done. Second thing would be watch the ball. It's another run that she misses by just running through one and not turning around, and it's cost her partner a run. Having said that, she probably feels pretty comfortable at the strikers end, which is where she'll be right now. But they really should have gotten two there. I'm sure if I was the Czech coach, I'd be mentioning that tonight, saying, "Hey, let's look out for these extra runs."
Oh,
cricket gods are funny. If you miss a run, they often punish you by getting you out. She almost nicks off the next ball.
Yeah, every single time yesterday it happened as well.
Must ball the over. Yeah, slight drinks break after this over as well. Might be the last one, the way things are going.
Oh, trying to moose it again, but misses it. And one more, she has to re-bowl that. But power play has been particularly great for the Czechia side.
And this is
a
one
dream one.
It's one time that the two outfielders aren't really enough to protect compared to what we've seen earlier. So they don't have a deep point in play. That's why misses out on that shot. If she had been able to reach it, probably had 4 for the taking. Still an over to go after this in the power play. Last ball, the 5th.
And the bowler, the captain, oh, she's missed it. That's gone for 4. That's terrible from the long off fielder. Took her eyes off the ball, thought maybe the ball will come straight to her, and she has been badly hurt as well, the left arm.
I will say it is very difficult fielding out here when balls are hit hard at you, because you do get unpredictable bounces. And I think she did most things right there. That's Bulto, who kind of got down to it, but it just took an unexpected hop, took a bit of a left turn at Albuquerque. And that's just the raw power showing up again. So 49 without loss after 5. It's actually drinks after the next over, of course, because we're waiting for 6. 49 is the score, and these two on the verge of a 50 partnership. So over number 6 coming up. I don't think the Czechs, to be honest, right now, the Czechs probably don't want to drink. If you asked them, they'd say, let's just keep on going, keep on doing what we're doing. We've got all the momentum going our way. This team's worked very hard to be in this position now. Obviously, it's always nice to have a few extra players qualified. But Luxembourg, like I said, back to the drawing board. At least they only have to play 1 game a day from here on in.
Oh, trying to be cheeky there. Paddle. That's what confidence does. Just trying to paddle that behind square, but there is protection. Didn't get the sense to that shot. But Erica, the easiest. She's in the best position. She just needs to give a single and go to the non-striker's end to watch her partner dominate this bowling attack.
Might want more the way things are going. But yeah, intelligent
Beautiful.
cricket. Knocks into
Wow.
the gap. Well fielded there. Keeps it in the infield. Just a single. 50 partnerships coming up now as well for Czechia.
Oh, that's 50. In just a 5-point rapid quick time. And Kuncheva here, 14 from 16, 27 from 17. Her partner, Tesarikova.
If this is short, it's going to be brutal at this pace as well, says Dubé. Well bowled though, at least lengthwise. Line wasn't quite there and it floats for a wide. But if she drops short at all, we might have her first maximo of the day. I know we haven't had one yet. I remember Katka back in 2023. She scored the first ever maximo for Czechia on ECN.
First one.
That was it. That was in Croatia.
Something about the first, right? We all remember.
We'd love to score the first maximo of the CE Cup as well.
Oh, yes! Wow, that's very hard. Very hard for the fielder to collect. And thus the game is running away from the Luxembourg side.
That's gone so far. I think it even took a piece of the fielder, and it's ended up about 120 metres away. We have to call an Uber to bring that one back. And really, right now, what did you call them again? You call them the butcher and the surgeon. Right now, it's the butcher carving up this attack. It was a low full toss. Again, she's got such a great natural hitting ability, and she's got that good straight back technique as well. Right now, just 13 runs required for victory. I think you might even skip the drinks break the way things are going at the moment. Let's see if we even get to the 6th over.
Oh, she plays. She shows that she's a batter as well. She just went forward and defended. That's an aberration, I would say.
Yeah, but I think I liked that she's been selective in this innings. She knows she's going to get 2 or 3 balls and over she can go after. She doesn't necessarily need to go after absolutely everything. Like I said, she's got a bad habit of finding ways to get herself out.
Full toss. And 1 bounce. They will complete that single.
The old trampoline Tortuga. I've seen balls bounce and go over infielders. That almost happened there. Did well to get hands to it.
12 needed. Couple of sixes would do. Maybe we'll see Erica to hit couple of sixes. Would love to.
Well, Erica, like I said, lets her cricket do the talking. Takes across and watches a wide. Nice take down the leg side by Agrawal.
You want to go off the field? I just get a feeling Luxembourg have had enough. As has thrown in the white towel for sure. 58, 11 needed for the first time. The Czech women's team victorious. Carved away. And there's protection, well fielded. See, they plays that shot particularly well, that short arm jab. All good players we have seen play that. Actually a very difficult shot to play because you have to ride along the bounce and then to show direction to the ball.
I think it's Czechia that can enjoy this. They can probably have the drinks break and just talk about what they're going to have for dinner tonight. This game's pretty much done, and that might bring it closer. Awkward one to field out here. It gets through. You can see it coming a mile away. It's going to be another relay to relay throw. Katka brutal on the bowling, sends him into the 60s. Time for a drink, make it a quick one. It's 63 without loss after 6. And just 6 runs required now for Czechia to bring up their first win in international cricket in their 20th attempt. It'll be history, and let's be honest, it really throws things into chaos. Norway versus Czechia tomorrow will be an interesting one. Luxembourg again. Theoretically, they could still come back and win the tournament if they come back to 2-2 and the other results go their way. So it's not all doom and gloom for them. I think we have seen how tough it is to play a doubleheader, but each of the teams will have to do that. And to be honest, the other teams will have to do it on hotter days. So Should be an interesting weekend ahead.
Yeah, tomorrow, don't forget, the match is at 9:30.
Oh, well, a bit of breaking news from around the grounds. And apparently Ireland have smashed India in the T20. You know about this and you didn't say anything, Shoban. Did you know about this?
Yeah, absolutely. I got the
Right.
message from Keith. And I asked him, is it India B or C? And he's like, no, it's a proper team. I was like, okay,
Okay.
that's cool.
I
We're
thought-
promoting cricket in Europe.
Yeah, I noticed you hadn't mentioned the World Cup for an hour or so. Now I know why. You're keeping pretty quiet. Of course, I still remember when Ireland beat Pakistan back in that World Cup. Can't remember the year now. Probably like
2007.
2003 or 2007. Okay.
20.
I'll pay it.
The one that I remember, Ireland beating
Bangladesh
England.
beating India on the same day.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
You guys ever win anything?
Current world champions, isn't it?
Of course, I have Indian heritage as well. I'm just poking my co-commentator, Shoban. Hey, let's talk about this Czech team, though. Like I said, you got to keep getting up off the canvas when you've had losses. And I think that this team, they have grown together. They have learned together. They just keep getting out there, don't they? They keep getting out there, and they thoroughly deserve their first international win. Bulgaria now, I suppose the ball's in their court. They won 0-20 after going down to Serbia today in match one. Doubleheader in Bulgaria tomorrow. We'll start here a little bit earlier, by the way, than originally intended because of the heat. So 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Anyway, right now, this is probably the last over of the day coming up. Just 6 required to win. Kuncheva faces up.
Erika was shaping to play a lap shot.
I
Again, a
think.
sweep one. That was too fuller. It would have been quite a difficult shot to play if it would have been in around that leg stump. They only need 5 runs of 84. I'm pretty sure, looking at Erika's personality, she might give the winning runs to Tesarikova. Might get a single and tell her to finish it off. What a generous character. And repeat the shot again.
But, I mean,
a couple of wides.
Luxembourg, I think they will learn a lot from today. I know they've had to deal with the heat, but there's certain things you can't control. They always knew they had to play a doubleheader. Every team's going to have to do it. Okay, yes, it's hot. Cricket's a summer sport. I think they're just probably a bit low energy with the bat, I think, at times. And I know they've gotten in some tough situations, but there's so many positives earlier. They had Norway on the ropes in game one. And they've never really had a look in, have they, in this final innings of the day? So, again, they've got 2 more matches to come and try and square it, bring it back to 2-2. That'd be a big effort for Luxembourg if they could do that. We certainly wish them well over the weekend.
Yeah, tomorrow they play Norway at 2 o'clock. A hat-trick of wides. Just want to finish it off with wides or what?
Yeah, well, Tesarikova probably has earned the chance to hit the winning runs. Let's see if she can get back on strike.
Yeah, that's a bigger task. She needs to go to the other end. If the bowler bowls a couple of more wides, it's game, set, and match. They need 3. What a blazing performance. Czech women's team. 1 more? Oh, no. Joe Foster says it was in line. It's pretty tough for Erika. Generally likes to play that shot. I guess that's her favorite shot. Trying to use the pace of the bowler.
All right, 3 to win. 3 up. Trying to keep the game alive.
And that's 1 more. Couple of more wides. Maybe he's just trying to steal that winning moment.
Yeah.
Trying to make it, play it down.
You never-
It has happened, batter batting at 99
You
and
always
bowler
wanna hit-
bowling a wide.
You always want to hit the winning run, not watch the winning run. I think, let's see if she can get it right here. Czech team are ready to invade the field, I think.
She defend. She is also a clever operator.
Come back. He's just trying to pride more than anything. Trying to take a wicket here. It's never fun not taking a wicket in a game of cricket.
I hope they don't get 5 wides here. Priya is a skipper of the opposition.
Well, she's had 4 wides. It's over. And she sorted it out.
Oh, yes. The scores are level, I guess.
Scores are tied.
Oh, dear.
Scores
They need 1.
are tied. You called it. You said 5 wides. It is the 5th wide of the over. That's indicative of just a little bit of the fatigue factor. Luxembourg, I've got to say, the extra hour, I think it hurt them more than it helped them. They still stuck out in the furnace. It's not like you can run off to the air-conditioned change rooms. And I just wonder, just making the day longer from experience, it doesn't necessarily make things easy. Score's tied. Any score wins it for Czechia.
And a special moment. And there it is! That's the very first time Czech women's team have got their first ever win in ECN network in the Central Euro Cup T20I. They have beaten Luxembourg by 10 wickets.
Yeah,
it's a massive, massive win.
Massive moment, and it just shows you, hard work pays off. This group of players, they've been working hard, improving their cricket. It's a tough one to swallow for Luxembourg, who had high hopes and a good start to the day, but they finished 0-2 and basically playing catch-up for the rest of the tournament. You can see the Czech invade the field, and it's the 20th time the charm as Team Czechia have picked up their first ever T20IW win, a moment that those players will never forget. And of course, all their supporters, both in Czechia and Europe and around the world, they'll be so proud of this group of players to finally get a win at this level. So looking at the two batters at the crease, Tesajikova, 36 not out of just 21 balls. She really tore it up, didn't she? 8 fours, and some of them were biggies in that innings. Kuncheva was a good foil as well, 16 not out with just the one boundary, but those two just seem completely in charge of the game. And it's the first power play today where the batters have really taken charge. We saw the field go back and almost looked like a different sport, didn't it, compared to what we saw in the early part of the day. I do want to say a big thanks to everyone in the chat. Thanks for staying with us. You've just seen a little piece of history. I suppose it's over to Bulgaria now tomorrow to see if the Bulgarians can break their duck. They're 0-20 now in international cricket. Rico's over there. So triple treat tomorrow. We've got cricket starting here. That's 9:30 European time. Just after the Portugal League gets going, I'll be doing that one tomorrow, 9 a.m. And not too long before Bulgaria gets going. In fact, that might get going even a little bit earlier. So you can check the games out at ecn.cricket. Just click on scores and you'll see all of the upcoming matches. But it's going to be a triple treat this weekend. But I suppose I'm super happy I was here in person to see a bit of history. Czechia, they've come so close before. They finally broken their duck. I do feel for Luxembourg as well. It was a long day, but it's something that all the teams are going to have to face at some point this weekend with the format. And Norway, so that's interesting now. Yeah. Norway, it's not that they wiped Luxembourg off the park. I think they squeaked a 13-run victory. They're going to take on the Czechs in the morning in what should be a pretty interesting matchup.
Absolutely. And they have shown character. Beating a team like Luxembourg who have scored above 100 in the previous game and they lost to Norway, but beating them by 10 wickets and almost upsetting the apple cart, and the way they all have contributed. First with the ball, fielding first, 68. They got all out, the Luxembourg side. For the Czechia women, everybody took wickets for them. Couple of wickets for Talamara. She was a skipper. And then Desika, three wickets for Erika as well. And everybody chipping in. And when they came for the chase, Katerina and Erika just finishing it off in style. 36 from 21. Most of the damage has been done by the calm, collective Erika, also chipping in with 16.
But let's be honest, those two were clearly the standout batters of the day. I know some other talented batters went early, but I love that opening combination. I love the way they work together, and it's not like they've got nothing under it either. So who's to say if there's only 4 games in this tournament, if those two can bat that well in the 4 games, maybe the Czechs are raising the trophy. It's not beyond them. Norway, again, they had a bit of an up and down game earlier on, but they'll want to bring their A game tomorrow against the hosts who are chock full of confidence. I want to say a big thank you to everyone around the grounds, all of our crew here as well, to all the players, all the supporters, all the coaches, the umpires. It was a really, really long day, but obviously a very thrilling day as well with both the men's and women's CE Cups in full swing. Just a reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, to like this video and subscribe to the channel. And don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And the website, like I said, there's a lot going on. They've got 16 separate games this weekend that we're covering, so you can keep up to date with the schedule there. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Shoban Gunayak. Stay happy, stay patient, and be kind to each other. We'll see you tomorrow live on ECN. You've been watching the CE Cup. For now, it's hasta mañana.